Chapter 880. The Third Master of Shadows. Gong Sun Yu's pupils contracted. He couldn't believe that this was real. Didn't Xian Yuan Qi become the Master of Shadows? How could it be? Xian Yuan Qi became the second Master of Shadows after faking his death. However, he had secret dealings with the Xian Yuan family and was discovered by the spies of the Jin Nation within a few years. However, Xian Yuan Qi hid Xian Yuan Zheng very well. He didn't even reveal the family tree. No wonder people didn't know about Xian Yuan Zheng's existence. In the Jin Nation, the only person who knew about Xian Yuan Zheng's existence was Shi Tian. However, it was obvious that Shi Tian didn't leak this information. However, thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. When Gong Sun Yu killed Xian Yuan Qi, he saw this person running from afar and calling Xian Yuan Qi his father. Therefore, he was indeed Xian Yuan Qi's son. Then, it made sense that he inherited Xian Yuan Qi's legacy and became the third Master of Shadows. Gong Sun Yu muttered coldly. How do the people of the Sword Hut do things? They said they killed Xian Yuan Qi, but he didn't die. They said they destroyed the Shadow Division, but Xian Yuan Qi's son appeared in front of them. He collected his thoughts and looked at Liao Chen arrogantly. Your father was defeated by me. Do you really think you can defeat me? It was fine if he didn't mention Xian Yuan Qi, but once he did, Liao Chen's anger surged. His father was surrounded by the Jin Nation army and was stabbed in the chest by Gong Sun Yu twice. No one knew if he was still alive. It was possible that he would be separated from his father forever after waiting for so many years. All of this was because of Gong Sun Yu. You seem very angry. Torturing the mind of an expert was something that Gong Sun Yu never tired of doing. Gong Sun Yu smiled faintly. Your father wasn't the only Xian Yuan family member who died in my hands. Back then when the Xian Yuan family rebelled, you didn't think that the meager military strength of the imperial court was enough to kill so many Xian Yuan soldiers, right? Speaking of which, the Yin army is strong, but there aren't many experts. Your uncle, Xian Yuan Li, died under the trap of the Jin army. Your cousin Xian Yuan Zi, the pregnant woman who still had to go to the battlefield, died at the hands of a disciple of the Sword Hut. Your cousin Xian Yuan Cheng. It was the Nangong family who leaked his whereabouts, but the one who ended his life was me. I was the one who nailed him to the tower. I was the one who gave the order to kill him. The experts of your Xian Yuan family can't even withstand a single blow. Liao Chen was about to explode from anger. Even though he knew that the other party was trying to infuriate him, he still couldn't control his emotions. His aura became chaotic. Gong Sun Yu took the opportunity to strike with his palm. Liao Chen was unable to circulate his internal energy in time and was hit by Gong Sun Yu. The huge force sent him flying, crashing into the tree behind him and falling to the ground in a sorry state. Gong Sun Yu clicked his tongue and looked disdainfully at Liao Chen, who was sprawled on the ground. He snorted and said, Look, the people of your Xian Yuan family can't even withstand a single blow. I won't allow you to insult the Xian Yuan family. Liao Chen used his sword to support himself and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He raised his sword and stabbed at Gong Sun Yu. With the field open, there were more moves that could be used. Gong Sun Yu felt the incomparably sharp sword aura. It was stronger than he had imagined. Although Gong Sun Yu dodged to the side, he was injured by the sword aura. The blood clot that had been formed with great difficulty was torn apart. Fresh blood flowed down his armor. Liao Chen said coldly, "Who is the one who can't withstand a single blow?" Zhu Zhangquang stepped forward and showed his iron fist. My lord, I'll deal with him. Then he charged at Liao Chen. Unexpectedly, before he could even touch Liao Chen, he was knocked back several steps by a black-robed youth who came from the sky. What cold sword aura! He had almost been injured. After Zhu Zhangquang steadied himself, he frowned. When he saw that the opponent was only a 17 or 18-year-old youth, his expression turned even uglier. Where did this brat come from? He had appeared too late to hear the conversation between Elder Lu and Chang Jing. Gong Sun Yu reminded him, "Be careful. He's the young master of the Dark Knight clan." Someone from the Dark Knight clan? Zhu Zhangquang was even more surprised. The Dark Knight clan had never interacted with the Six Nations. They were even more reclusive than the Tang clan. How did they get involved with someone from the Xianyuan family? If they had really gotten involved with someone from the Xianyuan family, Gongsun, you wouldn't have been so upset. Chong Jing had appeared with that person from the Zhao kingdom. Moreover, Chong Jing was very obedient to him. The Jin kingdom's imperial family had tried to rope in the Dark Knight clan more than once, but they had all been rejected. He was very confused. How did a person from a lower country manage to subdue the young master of the Dark Knight clan? Chong Jing looked at Zhu Zhangquang and said to Liao Chun, "Leave this guy to me." Liao Chun and Chong Jing had never met before. However, Liao Chun had secretly investigated Marquis Xianping, so he knew of Chong Jing. However, he didn't expect him to be Chong Jing from the Dark Knight clan. All right, Liao Chun nodded. Chong Jing was already a martial arts freak. In addition, he had received a lot of guidance from Marquis Xianping in the past few years. His martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds. Zhu Zhangquang really couldn't beat him. Zhu Zhangquang was beaten up badly by Chong Jing. After dozens of moves, he was covered in blood. Although his injuries weren't serious, he looked like a mess. It really affected the morale of the troops. His eyes flashed, and he said sarcastically, "Does the clan master know that the young master of the Dark Knight clan is colluding with someone from the Xianyuan family?" Chong Jing's move paused. Zhu Zhangquang saw that there was hope. He struck while the iron was hot. As expected, you escaped behind the clan master's back. If he finds out, you'll be in big trouble. He was trying to scare Chong Jing. Chong Jing frowned and thought about it seriously. He felt that Zhu Zhangquang's words made sense. He grunted and said, "Indeed, I can't let my father know. So you must die today." Zhu Zhangquang's eyes widened. "No, that's not what I meant." And him. Chong Jing looked at Gong Sun Yu, who was fighting fiercely with Liao Chun. "He must die too. None of you will leave here alive." Zhu Zhangquang was about to collapse. How can you think so clearly at such a young age? You can't even fool a child these days, can you? Zhu Zhangquang was the strongest of the four great generals, but he also cherished his life the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have held back when he attacked Xianyuan Qi. Even Yu Lu, he was fiercer than him. But his master was here. He didn't dare to run. He could only bite the bullet and fight Chong Jing. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have asked. This brat was fighting seriously just now. Now he's fighting with all his might. Zhu Zhangquang's body was injured again. On the other side, Liao Chun and Gong Sun Yu were evenly matched. Gong Sun Yu had practiced martial arts for many more years than Liao Chun. His internal energy and combat experience were not something the young Liao Chun could compare to. But Liao Chen's murderous intent and outstanding talent made him a formidable opponent for Gong Sun Yu. After more than 10 moves, Gong Sun Yu gradually felt that things were getting tricky, especially since he had been stabbed by Marquis Xianping. Every time they exchanged blows, his wound would be torn open. If this continued, even if he didn't die in battle, he would die from excessive blood loss. Liao Chun didn't have any psychological burden in a fair fight. When Gong Sun Yu killed Xianyuan Cheng, didn't he rely on the Nangong family to inform him? When he dealt with his father, he also let people take turns to exhaust his father's strength. Then why would he care about the rules of the martial arts world with Gong Sun Yu? Liao Chen's palm landed on Gong Sun Yu's chest. Gong Sun Yu's armor was made of special materials and could withstand many attacks. But this armor was pierced by Marquis Xianping. Liao Chen's internal energy passed through the crack and seeped into his internal organs. He hurriedly used his internal energy to protect his internal organs. Then he stabbed his sword at Liao Chun. But because part of it was protecting himself, the power of this attack was not as strong as before. Liao Chun easily blocked it. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Liao Chen's armor was not as strong as his, and he was hit by a few of his sword energy. "Let's go," Gong Sun Yu said to Zhu Zhangquang. Zhu Zhangquang used a feint and flew up. But Chong Jing, who flew faster than him, kicked him down. "Zhu Zhangquang." Gong Sun Yu turned around in midair. Zhu Zhangquang stretched out his hand. "My lord, don't worry about me. Let's go. I can handle this brat." Gong Sun Yu gritted his teeth and left with his qinggong. Liao Chun chased after him. Zhu Zhangquang turned to look at Chongjing. I surrender. Chongjing was speechless. After Gong Sun Yu left the forest, he heard the sound of a horn from the West City Gate. The Yin Kingdom took back the West City Gate. Hu City couldn't be defended anymore. He fired the signal to retreat and knocked out a Yin soldier who came as reinforcements. He stole the soldier's horse. He planned to go to the East City Gate, but Liao Chan forced him to go to the South City Gate. Liao Chen also asked for a horse from the army that Tang Yueshan brought to Ghost Mountain. Tang Yueshan went behind a tree to relieve himself. With 2 horses missing, he was quite confused. Liao Chun chased after him closely. Gong Sun Yu tried to shake him off several times, but it was to no avail. Xian Yuan Zi's strength and perseverance were beyond his imagination. More than 10 years had passed. Not only did the Xian Yuan family not remain silent, but they also bided their time and became so powerful. If the Nether King didn't stab him, this brat wouldn't be his match. That despicable Nether King. Many years ago, Gong Sun Ling was defeated by him. Now, he had also suffered a loss in his hands. Once he got rid of Xian Yuan Zheng, he would kill the Nether King. The more Gong Sun Yu thought about it, the angrier he got. He was distracted for a moment. When he turned around, he saw that Liao Chan didn't follow him. Instead, he turned into an alley. He frowned and sped up. However, in the next moment, Liao Chun dashed out from another alley and charged at him. Liao Chun gathered all his strength for this attack. He didn't give Gong Sun Yu any chance to escape. Gong Sun Yu's eyes trembled. What was this brat trying to do? Was he going to die together with him? Liao Chun understood that with his current strength, it would be difficult to kill Gong Sun Yu even if he was injured. However, Gong Sun Yu had to die. If he didn't die, the Jin army would still have a chance to turn the tables in this battle. Even if he had to die together with Gong Sun Yu, he wouldn't hesitate. Gong Sun Yu was furious. You're crazy. You can't kill me. There was no fear in Liao Chen's eyes. But if I severely injure you, the next Yin army will definitely kill you. At this moment, Gong Sun Yu finally understood the meaning of Xuan Yuan's soul. It was never about one person's strength. It was about everyone's fighting spirit. Gong Sun Yu gripped the long sword in his hand and prepared to attack with all his strength. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The door of a closed shop on the street suddenly opened. A man in a dark blue Taoist robe walked out with a 4-year-old child. Their attack was too fast and fierce. There was no time for others to react. The adult and child would die under their inner strength. Gong Sun Yu didn't care. After all, he wasn't a citizen of Dajin. However, Liao Chen's expression changed. He couldn't withdraw his attack in time. He had no choice but to leap. Taoist Qing Feng looked up and saw Liao Chen charging at him. He frowned. Hey you, before he could finish, a huge wave of inner strength attacked Liao Chen's body. Liao Chen's body stiffened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Taoist Qing Feng's eyes darkened. He pushed Liao Chen away, but Gong Sun Yu had already taken the opportunity to speed up and leave. You don't have to save me. I can handle it myself, Taoist Qing Feng said. I didn't save you. I saved him. Liao Chen looked at the 4-year-old child and said. The child looked up at Taoist Qing Feng, puzzled. Oh, Taoist Qing Feng said. Liao Chen leaned against the wall and slid down weakly. He smiled and said weakly, Oxnose, I'm afraid it's going to be as you wish. Can you promise me one thing? Go kill Gong Sun Yu. All right, Taoist Qing Feng said. He said to the child, look after him. I'll be back soon. The child nodded obediently. Taoist Qing Feng used his Qing Gong to chase after Gong Sun Yu's horse. The southern city gate had been completely retaken by the Yin Kingdom. The Dark Shadow Division and the Black Wind Cavalry were arranging their troops on the city gate tower. Gong Sun Yu lowered the visor of his helmet. He had no choice but to charge out. He gripped the reins in his hand tightly and pulled out a long needle. He stabbed it into the horse's buttocks. The horse screamed in pain and charged forward like a madman. Who's there? Stop! The soldiers guarding the city drew their long swords. Gong Sun Yu killed the man with one strike. The title of Jin's most ferocious general was not undeserved. He galloped forward and charged through the heavily guarded city gate. What happened? Gu Jiao asked as she walked down the city gate tower. Someone just charged through, a soldier reported. Did you see who it was? Gu Jiao asked. The soldier shook his head. I didn't see clearly. I only know that he was wearing the Jin Army's armor. Jin Army. Gu Jiao looked at the man's back. Could it be Gong Sun Yu? Boss. The Black Wind King raised his front hooves and galloped over. Gu Jiao mounted her horse and grabbed her red-tasseled spear from Wen Rinchong. She then chased after him without hesitation. If that man was really Gong Sun Yu, then she must not let him return to the Jin nation alive. Gong Sun Yu's internal injuries were very serious. He did not stop to kill Gu Jiao. 2 hours had passed. 4 hours had passed. The night came, and the crescent moon climbed into the sky. Gu Jiao was still chasing after him. Although he was leading by quite a bit, his horse was not as fast as the Black Wind King. When they were about to reach the border city, the Black Wind King finally caught up. Gong Sun Yu crossed the wooden bridge and cut it in half with his sword. However, the Black Wind King did not stop. It leaped over as if it had the help of the gods. The distance between them was closing. Gong Sun Yu looked at the city and said, "Open the city gate." On the city gate tower, a Jin army soldier said excitedly, "It's the great general. The great general is back. Open the city gate quickly." Look, at the foot of the mountain about 3 miles away, there was a black mass of Black Wind cavalry. The cavalry of the Yin nation had arrived. They could not open the city gate. Their forces were all used to attack the Yin nation. If they really opened the city gate, they would not be able to hold on. "Release the rope," the general guarding the city said. The Jin army released a long rope. Gong Sun Yu endured the pain caused by his internal injuries. He gritted his teeth and used his Qin Gong to leap up and grab one end of the rope. The general guarding the city hurriedly said, "Quickly pull the general up." Everyone worked together to pull him up. The general guarding the city looked at the approaching Yin nation cavalry and said sternly, "Archers, get ready. Fire." Following his order, countless arrows rained down, covering the sky and covering the earth. Whooshing sounds could be heard in the darkness of the night. Clang! An arrow hit Gu Jiao's shoulder, but was blocked by her tough armor. Gu Jiao did not back down. She continued to gallop toward Gong Sun Yu. When she was only a few dozen steps away from the city gate tower, Gong Sun Yu was already halfway up. Since she did not know Qin Gong, there was no way she could pull Gong Sun Yu down. Gong Sun Yu lowered his head and smiled mockingly at Gu Jiao. "The new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry? You still can't kill me." The young man raised his head. His cheeks were still young, but his eyes were as calm as water. It was this calm gaze that made Gong Sun Yu frown. For some reason, an ominous premonition flashed through his heart. "Guess why I asked you to come back?" The young man's horse galloped through the rain of arrows without hesitation. "Impossible, he can't catch me. I have nothing to be afraid of." The young man raised the red-tasseled spear in his hand. Gong Sun Yu's heart skipped a beat. "No, goodbye, Gong Sun Yu." The young man's red-tasseled spear shot toward him like a gust of wind. It carried the anger of the Xianyuan family for more than a decade and carried the power of mountains and rivers. It pierced his heart without any explanation, nailing him to the city gate tower of Jin. Just one more step? Just one more step? I'm so close to home, but I can't go back. He looked at the young man in disbelief. He was terrifyingly calm under the rain of arrows. "You're not the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. You're not. Who exactly are you?" Chapter 881. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are available here. The Jin soldiers on the city gate tower were dumbfounded by this sudden change. They suspected that their eyes were playing tricks on them. How was it possible for a lone cavalryman of great Yin to penetrate through the rain of arrows, and with his own strength, pin their chief general to the top of the city wall with a single thrust of his spear? This was not real. The general's martial arts were unparalleled, and he was wearing an impenetrable armor. How could a Black Wind cavalryman hurt him? Soon, they realized that this was not an injury, but a death. Gu Jiao's success was not a coincidence. Marquis Xianping pierced through Gong Sun Yu's armor and injured him. Liao Chun used all his strength to perish together with Gong Sun Yu, causing Gong Sun Yu to suffer serious internal injuries. Of course, even under such circumstances, it was still very difficult to kill him in one strike. Gu Jiao's strength made the Jin soldiers tremble in fear. The general guarding the city gate lost his grip on the rope. He finally regained his senses and shouted, "General!" The general could no longer hear his shouts. The general who was guarding the city felt a strong sense of anger and sadness. The status of the Gongsun clan in Jin Nation was no less than that of the Xianyuan clan in Yan Nation. The old general had passed away, and Gong Sun Yu, who was a rare talent, had become the soul of the entire border. However, Gong Sun Yu had been shot to death by a Yin Kingdom cavalryman right under his nose. It was unacceptable. Gu Jiao calmly looked at the Jin soldiers who were in great sorrow. Was this unacceptable? Everything had just begun. The horns sounded, the war drums shook the sky, and the sound of horse hooves came. Under the ink-black night, the Black Wind cavalrymen and the Dark Shadow soldiers arrived at the city gate. Pu City was in chaos. Half of the soldiers were left to guard the south gate, while the rest chased Gu Jiao to the border between the two countries. They were not too far behind, which meant that the Black Wind King did not run at full speed. Their junior general had been following him at a distance, purposely letting Gong Sun Yu return here. If the young commander could kill him with a single shot, he could do the same on the road. In fact, it was even safer. However, the junior commander did not choose to make a move on the road. Instead, he took the risk of being shot to death by the Jin army and waited until the very last moment before Gong Sun Yu was dragged up the city gate tower before piercing through him with his spear. What kind of despairing death was this? This was a heavy blow to Gong Sun Yu and the entire Jin army at the border. But just as the young commander thought, everything was not over yet. The archers of the Black Wind cavalry drew their bowstrings. Zhang Shiyong shouted, "Fire!" Hundreds of arrows shot towards Gong Sun Yu in a domineering manner. This arrow was for the Grand Marshal. The soldiers of the Dark Shadow Division also drew their bowstrings. General Pang ordered, "Fire!" This arrow was for the Great General. Wenren Chong, Li Shun, and Zhao Dangfeng pulled their bows and knocked their arrows. This arrow was for Xianyuan Cheng, for Xianyuan Zi, for all the soldiers who died in your hands. No, no, Great General. The roars of the Jin army general that was on the verge of collapse spread out from the city tower. Did the Xianyuan army also cry out like this in the past? Did they also beg Gong Sun Yu to stop? Did they also beg you not to treat Xianyuan Cheng like this? Thousands of arrows pierced through his heart. What Xianyuan Cheng did in the past, today's Gong Sun Yu would only receive more. Perhaps it was because they were too sad or too shocked, but the rain of arrows from the Jin army on the city tower stopped. Their cries echoed throughout the city, but Gu Jiao's expression did not change in the slightest. There was no pity, and no smugness after taking revenge. Her expression was calm from start to finish. This calmness was the greatest humiliation to the Jin army. The general's eyes were red as he pointed at Gu Jiao below the city tower. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Kill him! Kill him! Avenge the great general!" Chariots. The rain of arrows might not be able to hurt you, but I don't believe that the rocks and crossbows from the chariots won't be able to pierce through you. The chariots and crossbows were far more powerful than swords and spears. No matter how hard the armor was, they could still break it. However, the moment the chariots and crossbows were pushed out, the siege weapons of the Yin Kingdom arrived with the army. The leader was Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan fearlessly ran to Gu Jiao's side and entered the effective attack range of the Jin army. He glanced at Gong Sun Yu on the city tower and clicked his tongue. "You're indeed my brother." He was getting more and more used to his identity as a henchman. "Why are you here? Don't you need to attack the city?" She remembered that Tang Yueshan went to attack the North Gate with Marquis Xianping. Tang Yueshan said, "The North Gate has been breached. The Yin Kingdom's army is still fighting." Old Xiao went to the Ghost Mountain. "I brought 10,000 men there to meet him. He only left 5,000 men behind and asked me to bring the rest back. He said they were going to chase after Gong Sun Yu." Gu Jiao rode on her horse and looked at the Jin army on the city tower. She said, "If that's the case, let's begin." Tang Yueshan glanced at her strangely. "You plan to?" Gu Jiao grunted. She said the most arrogant words in the calmest tone. "Let's attack the city now." The battle in Puching lasted for a day and a night. Though Gong Sun Yu had given the order to retreat, the 4 city gates were blocked by the Yin army. They couldn't retreat, even if they wanted to. Taoist Qing Feng returned to the street and pushed open the door of the shop. Liao Chen was sitting on the ground in the lobby, leaning against a pillar. One of his legs was stretched out on the ground, the other was bent casually, and one hand was resting on his knee. A 4-year-old child was sleeping soundly in his arms. Hearing the footsteps, his long eyelashes fluttered. He opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Taoist Qing Feng, who was walking against the moonlight. His face was pale, and his lips were bloodless. Taoist Qing Feng's murderous intent faded away. He said nonchalantly, "I won't take advantage of others. I'll take your life when the battle is over." Liao Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. He wiped it away and smiled. "As you wish. You're badly hurt." Taoist Qing Feng frowned. He walked over and knelt down on one knee. "Give me your hand." Liao Chen gave him his hand with a faint smile. Taoist Qing Feng felt his pulse. After a moment of silence, he took out a bottle of pills. "Take one." Liao Chen glanced at the tight cork and said weakly, "I don't have the strength. Can you feed me?" Taoist Qing Feng frowned. He found this demonic monk annoying, but he still pulled out the cork, poured out a brown pill, and fed it to Liao Chen. Liao Chen chewed it and swallowed it. Taoist Qing Feng's hand, which was about to untie the water bag at his waist, paused. That was good. It would save him some trouble. The pill wouldn't take effect so quickly. Liao Chen still leaned against the pillar after taking the pill. Thinking of the matter at hand, he asked, "Where's Gong Sun Yu?" Taoist Qing Feng said, "Someone was faster than me." Liao Chen asked, "That girl?" Taoist Qing Feng looked at him strangely. Liao Chen opened his mouth. "Ah, it slipped out of my mouth. You mean the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry is a woman?" Taoist Qing Feng fell in a deep thought. He had never thought of this possibility. First, he hadn't met many women and lacked experience. Second, no one would have guessed that a woman could have such courage. Liao Chen cleared his throat and awkwardly changed the topic. How come it didn't go the wrong way this time? He could understand why Liao Chen didn't get lost chasing Gong Sun Yu. After all, as long as he followed Gong Sun Yu, he wouldn't get lost. But he came back alone. Taoist Qing Feng said, "I rode a horse. An old horse knows the way and knows the way back." Liao Chen was speechless. Gong Sun Yu's death was a great blow to the Jin army. Their morale plummeted. They couldn't retreat even if they wanted to. The 20,000 men on Ghost Mountain were either captured or killed by Marquis Xianping and the 5,000 Yen soldiers. Chang Jing brought Zhu Zhangquang back. His face was full of resentment. Zhu Zhangquang knew his secret. He planned to kill Zhu Zhangquang to silence him. But Zhu Zhangquang surrendered. Marquis Xianping didn't kill surrendered soldiers. This was the rule set by Marquis Xianping. In the Battle of Pu City, the Jin army was ultimately defeated. About 60,000 men escaped from Pu City and returned to Jin Nation from another border city. At this time, Jin didn't know that their nightmare wasn't over. In the middle of the 10th month, the Gu army of Zhao would cross the Yin and reach the border of Jin. At the end of the 10th month, the Chun and Zhao armies would head west to Jin's 9 Jade Pass. Liang Guogang had suffered a loss and was injured. He didn't dare to act rashly. But the Turks in the north were dissatisfied with Jin. They would also join the ranks of the Jin army. Next, what awaited the Jin nation would be an unprecedented 5-nation punitive expedition. Pu City Lord Manor. Wang Man and the generals were reporting to the crown princess on the main seat about the war. The remnants of the Jin army in the city were arrested. The other city occupied by the Han family was also recaptured. The 4 sons of the Han family died in battle, and the rest were all captured. How are the casualties of the soldiers? Shang Wanyan asked. It's much better than expected. Wang Man said truthfully. He was arrogant, but he didn't lie about the war results. This time, The casualty ratio was the smallest in the war he had experienced. On the one hand, the soldiers were really brave. On the other hand, he had to admit that the medical officers' superb medical skills saved the lives of many soldiers. Shangwan Yin smiled and said, "About this, General Wang should be grateful to Commander Xiao. She was the one who took out the medicine and taught the medical officers how to treat external injuries." Hearing that it was that kid again, Wang Man snorted discontentedly. Shangwan Yin didn't have time to argue with him. "Qing, I had been unconscious for a few days." She had to see if he woke up. In fact, Shangwan Qing had already woken up. He already knew who the man who carried him in the tunnel was. Thinking of the sentence, "Brother Qing will protect you. If there's wine, we'll drink together. If there's a girl, we'll sleep together," he couldn't help but roar 3 times on the spot. "Knock, knock, knock." There was a soft knock on the door. "Qing, are you awake? I'm coming in." Shangwan Qing was kneeling on the bed, pounding his small chest and roaring silently. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, he pulled the quilt over and covered himself. He knelt on the bed and curled his body into a ball. His head was covered. A pair of feet were still exposed. His feet moved arrogantly at first, and then little by little, they went back into the quilt. Marquis Xianping. Chapter 882. Marquis Xianping clutched his chest. A sentence ran through his mind. What should I do if my son is too cute? Xiaoheng was also cute when he was young. As he grew up, he became more and more serious. His old father rarely saw his adorable side. Especially now that he was married, he didn't even cooperate when he wanted to tease him. Marquis Xianping stepped into the room. He was a martial artist. He could tell if a person was awake by listening to their breathing. Moreover, Shangwan Qing had contributed the most eye-catching acting skills in his life. Marquis Xianping had recovered from his initial nervousness and could face his son calmly. He cleared his throat and called out, "Qing." Shangwan Qing's IQ defected collectively. "He's not here." Marquis Xianping was speechless. Marquis Xianping couldn't help but laugh. The thought of teasing his son came up, and he began to talk nonsense again. "Oh, isn't this Brother Qing? Didn't you say you would protect me, drink together, and go to the brothel together? You're going back on your word so quickly?" Stop talking. Brother Qing has such a dark history since he was born. You've seen it all." Marquis Xianping laughed until his shoulders were trembling. Shangwan Qing, who was sweating under the quilt, heard his laughter and gritted his teeth in anger. "Don't laugh. Brother Qing's fist is very hard." Marquis Xianping stopped. After laughing enough, he cleared his throat and went to the bed to sit down on the edge of the bed. But seeing that his son obviously didn't know how to face him, he hesitated, took a step back, and pulled a chair over to sit down. This distance wasn't too distant, but it wasn't too close either. They were father and son by blood, but the 20 years of unfamiliarity and gap couldn't be crossed in an instant. They needed to get to know each other slowly. "Qing." Marquis Xianping called again. Shangwan Qing didn't say anything. He had been bored inside for a long time. Marquis Xianping was afraid that he would be bored. He sighed and said to him, "Well, you rest first. I'm leaving. I'll come to see you later." Under the quilt, Shangwan Qing was slightly stunned and pricked up his ears. He heard the sound of footsteps gradually fading away, and his mood began to become a little strange. Then, he heard the sound of the door being closed. His heart suddenly felt empty. Did she really leave just like that? She didn't even try to coax her. He pouted, feeling a little wronged. He grew up without a father. He had been poisoned since he was a child. However, he had always thought that the other children were also poisoned, but he had never thought that the other children were fatherless. It was as if he knew from birth that every child should have a mother and a father. Once when they were eating, he suddenly asked his mother while holding his bowl, "Where's my father?" That year, he was 5 years old. His mother didn't know how to answer him, and he never asked again. In the village, there were also children without fathers. Those children would often be bullied by their peers. He had also been bullied before. Of course, he would bully them back. He didn't tell his mother. More than once, he had wondered if his father was dead or alive. If he died, how did he die? If he wasn't dead, Why didn't he come looking for him? Did his father dislike him? Oomph. She really didn't like him. She left so soon. I don't want to like you either. Shang Qing felt wronged and angry. He lifted the blanket with a swoosh. However, when he turned his head, he saw Marquis Xian Ping sitting on the chair intact. He didn't even move a toe. Marquis Xian Ping smiled and looked at him. There was an uncontrollable doting smile in his eyes. The displeasure in his heart instantly disappeared. Marquis Xian Ping tilted his head slightly and leaned forward. He moved closer to him and asked with a smile, "You don't want to like anyone either?" Shang Qing choked and looked over. "Didn't you leave?" His tone was very calm. Marquis Xian Ping said, "Then I'll leave." Shang Qing put his hands on his hips and exploded. "Let's see if you can walk." Marquis Xian Ping laughed uncontrollably. In fact, when his face was pulled down, he wasn't so embarrassed anymore. In addition, Shang Qing was deeply taught by Marquis Xian Ping, so the embarrassment only lasted for a moment. Wasn't it just having another father? What was the big deal? They were all men. Shang Qing calmed down and no longer felt ashamed of his actions and dark history. "Let's talk," he said. "Okay, let's talk," Marquis Xian Ping said with a smile. Shang Qing opened his mouth. He fainted. Where should he start? He wasn't mentally prepared at all. Before coming to the border, no one told him that he would pick up a father. Seeing his bitter and vengeful look, Marquis Xian Ping decided to speak first. "Do you know your background?" Shang Qing nodded faintly. "And my mother told me." Marquis Xian Ping was not surprised. Shang Wanyan mentioned to him that Xiao Qing knew his background. "She told you?" he asked. This was nonsense. He was just trying to find a topic to talk about. Shang Qing grunted and raised his eyebrows. "I told you, my father is the Marquis of Zhao Country and my mother is the Princess of Zhao Country. There is also my poison and my younger brother, Xiao Hong." The reason why he mentioned Xiao Hong was because Xiao Hong was Shang Wanyan's flesh and blood. Shang Qing looked at him seriously. "You can't blame my mother." Marquis Xian Ping opened his mouth. "I don't blame her." He had no right to blame her, because whether it was Xiao Hong or Xiao Qing, they were both his sons. Whoever got the antidote, he would lose the other one. Shang Qing looked into his eyes without blinking. After making sure that he wasn't lying, he said, "My mother is very good to me. She has suffered a lot over the years. If she didn't have to detoxify me, her life would be much easier." Marquis Xian Ping sighed. "I know that you and your mother have had a hard time over the years. It's easy for me." Shang Qing spread his hands. With the state preceptor hall giving him the antidote, he only needed to eat, drink, and play. It was nothing more than a few days every month, but he had already gotten used to it. Marquis Xian Ping could see that he wasn't trying to find joy in suffering. He was really satisfied with his 20 years of life. Marquis Xian Ping's heart was somewhat comforted. He only hated that they met each other too late. Qinger only had less than 2 months left to live. "I'll find someone to cure you," he said. Shang Qing lay on the bed and said carelessly, "Well, a lot of people say that. That guy surnamed Xiao also said that." Surnamed Xiao? Marquis Xian Ping quickly realized that he was referring to Gu Jiao. Marquis Xian Ping said, "She is your sister-in-law." "What?" Shang Qing sat up in shock. He is a girl? Which girl was so cruel? She killed people without blinking an eye. She must be the one who killed people. How stupid was the younger brother that he had never met to marry such a little killing god. Also, he just came to the border to play. Why do you have to pick up his father and sister-in-law? Couldn't he just be a good ghost king? Marquis Xian Ping's gaze fell on Shang Qing's handsome face. "You don't have to disguise yourself here. Can you let me see your original appearance?" Shang Qing thought about it and agreed. He poured some warm tea and used a handkerchief to wash off the disguise on his face, revealing his own appearance. This was a face that was somewhat similar to Marquis Xian Ping's. The shape of the face and the bridge of the nose were almost a perfect replica, but the eyebrows and eyes were very similar to Princess Xinyang's. There was also a beautiful point on his forehead that was exactly the same as Princess Xinyang's. Marquis Xian Ping was in a daze. "You look really like your mother." Shang Qing was slightly taken aback. Marquis Xian Ping said, Your other mother. Shang Qing replied with an "oh" and asked, "The princess of the Zhao kingdom?" This unfamiliar name made him sigh. Marquis Xian Ping nodded. Her name is Qin Fengwan, and her title is Xinyang. She still doesn't know about you. If she did, she would be so happy that she would be silly. Shang Qing looked at him curiously. Marquis Xian Ping changed his words in a second. What do you mean? After the war, I'll take you to Zhao country to see her. If you don't want to go to Zhao country, I'll take her to Yin country to see you. Let's talk about it later. Shang Qing waved his hand casually, looking uninterested. Thinking of something, he asked, "Is my mother's son doing well?" This mother was referring to Shang Wanyan, and the son was referring to Xiao Hong. Marquis Xian Ping said, "Very well. Your mother has been raising him by her side and treating him as her own. She personally taught him to read and write." Shang Qing was dumbfounded. "Can learn to read? Aren't you a general? Why doesn't he practice martial arts?" Marquis Xian Ping said helplessly, "Your mother doesn't like him to practice martial arts. She wants him to sit quietly in school and study." Fortunately, he didn't disappoint your mother's expectations. At the age of 13, he became a young chancellor, and at the age of 18, he became the youngest top scorer in Zhao country. He's still the top scorer. Shang Qing secretly clenched his fists. "Even if you give me 8 lifetimes, I won't be able to become the top scorer." He coughed lightly, raised his chin, and sneered, "Bookworm." Thinking of something, he suddenly crossed his arms and sneered. "Wait until I see Bookworm. Let's see how I'll deal with him." Chapter 883. The novels that cannot be found online will all be available here. Shang Qing set his lofty goals and did not know in the slightest that his younger brother was actually a super black sesame stuffed glutinous rice ball. Thinking of how he bullied his younger brother until he cried, Shang Qing felt very cool. He began to hope that this day would quickly arrive. Marquis Xian Ping stayed in the room for a little under an hour. To say that there were no barriers between them in an instant, as if they had lived together for 20 years, that was impossible. But his son did not reject him. This allowed Marquis Xian Ping's heart to settle. He never worried about fighting, but he was filled with uncertainty about how to be a good father. He was a rough person, but Aheng was so smart and worked so hard. He recited poems that he did not understand and looked at him with admiration and expectation. How could he know how to match? But he did not want to admit defeat. Thus, he could only use bravado to hide the unease in his heart. "You're already so old, yet you don't even know how to ride a horse. You can't even pick up a knife. What's the point of reciting this?" Finally, he saw pain and grief in the child's eyes. He was clearly so shameless, yet he could not let go of his pride in front of his son. He spent 19 years before finally saying to Xiao Hong, "My greatest pride in this life is not my military achievements or my title of nobility. It's you." He wouldn't make the same mistake with Xiao Qing. He just hoped that it was not too late. Their relationship as father and son was not too short. He still wanted to work hard to make up for the regrets of these years. The injury on your shoulder is fine, right?" Shang Qing asked with an indifferent expression. Cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. He was the same as Aheng later on. Marquis Xian Ping swore to be a loving father, but he could not be serious for more than 3 seconds. Hearing his son care about him, his shoulder moved, and he gasped. Covering his wound, he leaned over. Shang Qing had completely fallen off the horse. However, he did not know his own father's character. His expression immediately changed. Hey, how are you?" Marquis Xian Ping said with a pained expression. "It hurts. That dagger was poisoned. I fear I won't make it. But if you call me father, I might be able to save myself." Shang Qing was speechless. Soon, it was time for dinner. In order to make it easier for Shang Qing to rest, dinner was served in his room. On the table was his favorite meal, but there was no fennel. As he ate the rice in his bowl, he looked at his parents on both sides. All these years, there had always been only him and his mother at the dining table. In the past, he didn't think much of it. But now that he thought about it, the imperial mausoleum seemed quite deserted. The situation in Pu City gradually stabilized, and there was no need for a large number of troops to be stationed there. Shangguan Yin transferred the main forces to the border and launched a crusade against the Jin state. In just 3 days, Great Yin had conquered the first border city of Great Jin, and the army of Great Jin retreated to Shi City. The vanguard of the attack on Creek City was the Dark Shadow Division and Black Wind Cavalry. The moment the hour passed, Gu Jiao gave the order to launch the first wave of attack on Creek City. As usual, they used the chariots and ladders of the Liang Kingdom. The soldiers rammed the city gates and climbed the city towers at all costs. When one fell, the other rushed up. The sky of Creek City was dyed red with blood. "Dogs, give me your lives!" Tang Yueshan rushed to the city tower in a spurt of energy. The city gate was cracked open, and a group of men of sacrifice of the Jin state rushed out. These men of sacrifice were well-trained and harder to deal with than ordinary soldiers. Soon, many of the Yin Kingdom's companions fell under their swords. Gu Jiao temporarily gave up on climbing the ladders and rushed to kill these men of sacrifice. They are more powerful than the men of sacrifice of the Liang Kingdom. No wonder the imperial court is supported by the Sword Hut. Gu Jiao fought back with all her strength. Her red-tasseled spear nailed Gong Sun Yu to the city tower. She used the silver spear she took from the Ghost Mountain, which was very hard and durable. But there were too many of them, and she was soon surrounded. She stabbed the men of sacrifice in front of her with her spear, and the men of sacrifice behind her chopped at her legs with their swords. There was no armor to protect her legs. Whoosh! An arrow hit the Death Warrior's chest. He screamed and fell down powerlessly. Gu Jiao looked back. Tang Yueshan had pulled the bowstring again. He stood high on the chariot and controlled the commanding position under the city tower. The marshal of the Zhao state's army was in full force. He said coldly, "I'm here to kill you." Gu Jiao nodded and left her back to Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan's arrows never missed. Under Tang Yueshan's cover, Gu Jiao successfully killed all the men of sacrifice. At the same time, the old duke came from behind. Tang Yueshan raised his eyebrows at him. "Old Gu, you're too late. We've killed them all." That was a blatant show-off. Look at your granddaughter. She's not close to you at all. She's more like a father-son soldier to me." What a tacit understanding. The old duke's face darkened. At the same time, Tang Yueshan, who had killed countless men of sacrifice, finally attracted the attention of the Jin army. Just as Tang Yueshan climbed the ladders to the city tower, the catapults launched an attack on him. The ladders were smashed in an instant. Tang Yueshan fell from high in the air, and the Tang bow on his back flew out. But it was not over yet. A Jin archer aimed at Tang Yueshan with his bow. The old duke planned to use his lightness skill to save him. Tang Yueshan yelled, "My bow! My bow! Say my bow!" The old duke staggered and almost choked to death. Fatty Tang. Was the bow more important or the person more important? But in fact, even if he caught Tang Yueshan, it would not help. The archer's attack could not be avoided. At the same time, Gu Jiao suddenly grabbed an arrow from a man of sacrifice, stepped on the chariot, and jumped up. The old duke looked at her, flew up, and landed at her feet. Gu Jiao stepped on the old duke's shoulder and had the strength to fly up. She grabbed the Tang bow with one hand and pulled the bowstring with the other. She shot the arrow through the Jin archer's chest. She did not know lightness skill, so sure you did not panic when falling rapidly. The Marquis caught Tang Yueshan and lashed out with his whip to catch the falling Gu Jiao. The three of them landed steadily on the chariot. Tang Yueshan breathed a long sigh of relief. He almost fell to his death. The old duke glanced at Tang Yueshan with disdain. Tang Yueshan said, "Old Gu, what's with your expression?" The old duke snorted. The three of them continued to kill the enemy. Tang Yueshan's bow could not play an advantage in close combat, but the old duke's whip was different. He was willing to take over the heavy responsibility of covering Gu Jiao, taking care of all the blind spots and dead angles. The two of them cooperated well and were impeccable. Tang Yueshan frowned. "Why do I feel that old Gu is showing off?" Among all his grandsons, the old duke had only taken Gu Changqing to battle. Gu Changqing was his best grandson and the young master of the Gu army. Gu Chongqing had performed exceptionally well in every battle. But now, the old duke was in a trance as he looked at the young man who was bravely fighting forward and bathed in blood. It was as if he was leading Gu Chongqing to battle, leading the most dazzling and outstanding offspring of the Gu family to battle. A wave of heat rolled through his chest, and the blood in his body boiled uncontrollably. The sky gradually darkened. The young man's body was glowing with an inspiring power. Even the old duke, who had countless battlefield experience, had to admit that this was a hardy battle. Unfortunately, the two of them did not cooperate for long before an unexpected situation occurred. Gu Jiao had just rushed onto the Jin chariot and killed the Jin general when she slipped and fell. The old duke waved his whip to catch her. Unexpectedly, a tall figure rushed from behind, faster than his whip. He held Gu Jiao firmly with both hands and landed on the open space beside them. The other person lowered his helmet, revealing only a pair of familiar eyes. Gu Jiao blinked. Gu Chongqing smiled and did not look back. He held her with one hand and stabbed his sword behind him, killing a Jin soldier who had sneaked up on him. "Yes, it's me," he said softly. He pulled back his sword and used his qinggong to carry Gu Jiao to the back of the camp. "You go back first. Leave this to me." Gu Jiao stood still and looked at him strangely. "Didn't you go to Zhao with old Master Meng?" Gu Chongqing said. "I went." The task of negotiating peace was completed. He did not need to stay in Zhao anymore, so he traveled day and night without stopping to the northwest border. There was a faint shade of black under his eyes, and his eyes were bloodshot from exhaustion. He touched Gu Jiao's helmet and said gently, "Go back and wait for me." Gu Jiao said, "Okay." Gu Chongqing returned to the battlefield with his sword. As he killed the enemy, he vaguely felt that the figure of the old general beside him was a little familiar. "Forget it. I'll kill them quickly and see my sister." The old duke was completely ignored. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "Very good. You don't even recognize your grandfather." The morale of the soldiers of Yin Kingdom was high. They had nothing to worry about since they had won the battle in Shi City. Gu Jiao thought for a while and went back to Tuyang City. It had been 5 days since Xianyuan Qi had taken the purple grass poison. She wanted to know how Xianyuan Qi was doing. Chapter 884. Gu Jiao and the Black Wind King traveled through the night and arrived at Tuyang City near dawn. Tuyang City was being rebuilt after the war, and the streets were already filled with people who came to help. Everyone had already remembered this little commander in red armor and black armor. Seeing her enter the city, they all saluted her. When she first arrived at Tuyang City, the people saw her and the Black Wind Cavalry as rebels and avoided them. But now, their view changed a lot. Gu Jiao had urgent matters to attend to, so she didn't stay for long. She nodded slightly and rode her horse. Did the little commander just come back from another battle? She's covered in blood. Is she injured? So pitiful. The people were distressed. One of the city guards had to stand up and refute the rumors. Commander Xiao is fine. That's the enemy's blood. Don't worry. Commander Xiao is powerful. She will definitely finish all the battles safely. These words were a bit exaggerated. But after the war, there were many things waiting to be done. She indeed needed this kind of belief to strengthen herself. Hearing that the little commander was fine, the people were relieved and continued to do the work at hand. Their morale was higher than before. Xianyuan Qi was placed in the wounded barracks of the Black Wind Cavalry, and Yi Qingyi was guarding him. When Gu Jiao got off her horse and came to the entrance of the tent, Yi Qing had just come out with a pile of gauze that had been changed. When the curtain was lifted, Yi Qing saw Gu Jiao walking towards him. At this time, the stars and moon were hidden. The sun had not risen, and the sky was gray. The fiery red battle suit brought out a touch of absolute beauty under the faint sunlight. She pushed up the mask of her helmet, revealing a young and tender face. Just by looking at this face, it was hard to associate her with the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry, who killed enemies like flies. No matter how many people she killed or how many battles she fought, her eyes always retained the purest clarity. Of course, she was calm enough. Yi Qing came back to his senses and greeted. You're back? I heard that you guys went to Jin Nation. How's the situation? Gu Jiao said, when I left, we were attacking Shi City. She did not say how the battle was going, but since she was able to come here, it meant that the situation at the front line was not difficult. Yi Qing put the gauze into a special basket nearby, turned around, and asked Gu Jiao, Are you here to see the general? Gu Jiao nodded. How is he? Yi Qing sighed, with a complicated expression. You know, after a person takes the purple grass poison, they will wake up at most 24 hours. If they don't wake up, then they're really dead. However, due to the unique toxicity of the purple grass poison, it can prevent the corpse from rotting for several months. So, it looks like... Gu Jiao frowned. You mean he hasn't woken up yet? Yi Qing couldn't bear it and turned his back. Go in and see for yourself. I tried my best. Gu Jiao's heart sank, and she opened the curtain. As a result, she saw Xianyuan sitting at the head of the bed, with one arm hanging around his neck and the other arm raised, grabbing a big frozen pear and putting it into his mouth. He took a very big bite. Gu Jiao came in suddenly and was shocked by the scene in front of her. He also paused. He just stared straight at Gu Jiao. Under Gu Jiao's incomparably stunned gaze, he slowly completed his bite. Crack! Crunch! Gu Jiao! Gu Jiao took a deep breath, turned around, and left the tent. Beside the Black Wind King, Yi Qing covered his stomach, and for the first time in his life, he couldn't stand up straight. Gu Jiao turned her wrist and said dangerously, Are you happy to be naughty? Yi Qing was usually not so naughty. He was a serious person. Today, even he didn't know what was going on, but he suddenly had the idea of teasing Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao decided to put Yi Qing in a gunny bag. However, Yi Qing probably looked at the almanac before going out today, and his luck was very good. Just as Gu Jiao was about to find the gunny bag, Marquis Xian Pingho came over. Marquis Xian Pingho came to find Gu Jiao. He wanted to know if Gu Jiao had a way to cure Shangguan Qing's poison. Gu Jiao fiercely stared at Yi Qing. Just you wait, I'll put you in a gunny bag next time. Wait a minute, I'll go in and see Xianyuan Qi. Gu Jiao said to Marquis Xian Pingho and entered the tent again. Xianyuan Qi had already eaten the frozen pear and fell asleep. This was one of the side effects of the purple grass poison in the early stage, drowsiness. Gu Jiao checked Xianyuan Qi and found that his internal injuries were much lighter than before. The broken meridians were also slowly healing, which meant that the purple grass poison was healing his body bit by bit. This was the first time that Gu Jiao had truly witnessed the miracle of the purple grass poison. Gu Changqing didn't count. His purple grass poison had expired, and his recovery was all due to hypnosis. He still firmly believed that he had become a death warrior. Gu Jiao exclaimed, The old injuries are also healing. This meant that once Xianyuan Qi recovered, he would no longer have to suffer the torture of internal injuries. He would become the same as a normal person, or even stronger than a normal person. He had really been reborn. Gu Jiao was very happy for Xianyuan Qi. Seeing that this bottle of medicine was contributed by Yi Qing, Gu Jiao decided to beat him lightly when putting him in a gunny bag. It was almost dawn. Seeing that his master had returned, Teacher who was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. He hurriedly asked about his well-being and went to the kitchen to bring breakfast. Gu Jiao, Marquis Xian Pingho, and Yi Qing all went to the commander's tent. Gu Jiao had been away for a few days, and Teacher, who had been cleaning carefully. It was very neat and tidy. The three of them sat around the small table, stepped on the cushions, and sat on the ground. Breakfast was millet porridge and steamed buns. The three of them quickly finished eating. Then Marquis Xian Pingho talked about Shangguan Qing's condition. I heard that he doesn't have much time left. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Qing on the side. The people in your state preceptor's palace said that. Yi Qing already knew that Shangguan Qing had come to Ghost Mountain. He also vaguely guessed the relationship between this General Shao, who was personally appointed by the Crown Princess, and the Emperor's grandson. Not for anything else, but for this face that was somewhat similar to the Emperor's grandson. Of course, there was also the way the Crown Princess looked at him inadvertently. He hesitated for a moment and sighed. It is indeed what my master said. The poison in His Highness Changsun is very powerful. It can only be suppressed for 20 years. It can't be more than that. Now, it was already October, and there were only 2 months left before the 20-year period. Marquis Xian Pingho asked, "Is it accurate to his birthday?" Yi Qing shook his head. "No, there's a certain error. It will only be brought forward, not delayed." The last sentence poured cold water on Marquis Xian Pingho's heart. Marquis Xian Pingho still held the last glimmer of hope and said, "But he looks no different from a normal person. He didn't look like he was about to die of poison." Yi Qing sighed. "It's the elixir refined by my master that has been suppressing his toxicity. He won't be in too much pain when he dies." This time, he really wasn't being naughty. The emperor's grandson's poison was really powerless. Marquis Xian Pingho's eyes fell on Gu Jiao's face. "Do you have a way?" Gu Jiao said, "I'm not good at detoxification. I sent a pigeon back to Chengdu a few days ago. There should be a reply from Madame Nance soon." Speak of the devil. The spy of the Black Wind Camp came over with a carrier pigeon from Xuyang City. "Young commander, there's a carrier pigeon flying back from Chengdu. Bring it in." Gu Jiao said. The spy presented the carrier pigeon. Gu Jiao took off the note tied to the pigeon's leg and took the carrier pigeon out to the spy. After reading the note, Gu Jiao lowered her eyes. Madame Nan said that she can't detoxify this kind of poison. Yi Qing asked, "Is the Madame Nan you mentioned a member of the Tang sect?" Gu Jiao said, "Yes." Yi Qing sighed. "Then it is indeed impossible to detoxify it." My master personally went to the Tang sect to ask for medicine, but the result was that he returned without success. A poison that even the Tang sect couldn't detoxify was basically hopeless. Gu Jiao frowned. Could it be that there's really no way? Gu Jiao looked at the large pile of bottles and jars on the table. One of them was the anti-inflammatory medicine that had just been taken out from the small medicine box. It was prepared for Xianyuan Qi. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. Purple grass. Yi Qing was stunned. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, "Purple grass poison is the strongest poison in the world. After taking it, there is an 80% to 90% chance of death. But if one survives, all injuries and injuries can be cured without medicine." Yi Qing said with a solemn expression, "But, so far, no one with a weak body has survived. Take fifth grandfather Han, for example. His physique was not weak, and he was a martial artist. There was no need to mention Xianyuan Qi. They first had a very strong physique, which produced a higher survival rate than ordinary people. The imperial grandson couldn't do it." Gu Jiao said, "How do you know if you don't try? If by that day you still can't find a way to cure him, then purple grass poison is the only hope." "I agree," Xian Pingho said. Yi Qing simply didn't know what to say. The poison of purple grass was too overbearing. It really wasn't something that anyone could survive. Besides, we don't have any more purple grass poison in our hands. The last bottle of purple grass poison was fed to Xianyuan Qi by his own initiative. Gu Jiao stood up. "The Han family has purple grass garden. Teacher Hu, send someone to the prison and bring third grandfather Han to me." In the Han family, third grandfather Han was the most spineless. The Han family was originally locked up in the prison of Xuyang City. Teacher Hu moved very quickly and soon brought third grandfather Han over. Third grandfather Han was really easily frightened. Gu Jiao didn't even torture him, and he already confessed. "Purple grass. Purple grass. Is it the kind of grass that it smells colorless and tasteless, but will die when eaten?" He knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Xian Pingho's eyes were cold. Gu Jiao was full of killing intent. He was even stuttering when he breathed. Yi Qing took out a pen and paper and drew a purple grass. Third grandfather Han was very stupid and couldn't recognize it just by looking at the outline. Yi Qing gave him a look, and third grandfather Han suddenly realized. "I've seen it before. I've seen it before," he said in a trembling voice. Our Han family found a purple grass in Niu County. We surrounded it and built a village. But the village is gone. The purple grass inside might also be gone. Yi Qing's face changed. What did you say? Third grandfather Han choked. The village was burned. When we were about to lose, my eldest brother said something, didn't want the black brave cavalry to fall into your hands. So he sent people to the village and destroyed the purple grass garden. Third grandfather Han's words were like a bolt from the blue to everyone. No one expected that just when they were about to save Shangwan Qing, the Han family would personally destroy all their hopes. Xian Pingho's face was frighteningly cold. His killing intent was about to overflow the entire tent. Third grandfather Han was so scared by this terrifying killing intent that he fainted. Xian Pingho didn't get angry easily, but right now, he crushed the cup in his hand. The broken porcelain pieces pierced his palm. He couldn't tell whether it was his hand or his heart that hurt more. He only saw his son after 20 years, but he only had 2 months left to live. Chang Jing didn't know what happened in the tent. He had just come from Puqing. He beat Zhu Zhangquang until he cried for his parents and swore to never reveal his identity. The girl in the soft fragrance pavilion said that a man's mouth was a liar. He wasn't so easily fooled. He fed Zhu Zhangquang poison. If Zhu Zhangquang dared to betray him, he would let Zhu Zhangquang die from the poison. Zhu Zhangquang was really honest now. His little disguise was saved. He didn't need to be captured back to Shadow Island. Chang Jing was very happy, but when he came in, he found that everyone was unhappy. If he didn't understand, he would ask. He asked, "What happened to you?" Xian Pingho was so angry that he couldn't speak. Gu Jiao didn't say anything either. The gentle and patient eldest disciple of the State Preceptor Hall, Yi Qing, said helplessly, "We're looking for a kind of purple grass. Unfortunately, we can't find it anymore." "What purple grass?" Chang Jing's gaze fell on Yi Qing's painting. Isn't this kind of purple grass everywhere?" Yi Qing choked. "Everywhere." Chang Jing said, "There's a lot in the back mountain of my house. It's all over the hillside." Everyone turned to look at him. Chang Jing, who had clearly resolved the crisis of his little disguise, suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Chapter 885. Are you sure you have this kind of grass in your mountain? Marquis Xianping asked. His tone was unprecedentedly serious. No, Chang Jing lied. Marquis Xianping nodded. Well, do you want to go back by yourself, or do you want me to take you back? Chang Jing said. I said no. Marquis Xianping continued with his plan. Or you can write a letter to your father and tell him that I kidnapped you and ask him to exchange the purple grass for you. Chang Jing said, I don't have it in my mountain. I was wrong. Marquis Xianping shook his head. Forget it. Dark Knight Island is remote. Normal spies can't find its entrance. I'll go there myself. Chang Jing was speechless. His little vest was dropped just like that. He had fed Zhu Zhangquang poison for nothing. Marquis Xianping said, Go pack your things. We'll leave tomorrow morning. Chang Jing went to the next room bitterly. Gu Jiao asked Marquis Xianping, What's wrong with Chang Jing? Do you know that he's the young master of the Dark Knight sect? Marquis Xianping said with a headache, I just found out. I heard it from Gong Sun Yu's swordsman. When I met him on the side of the road, he was dirty and hungry. I asked him where his home was, but he didn't tell me. I asked him to come with me, but he didn't want to. Later, I went a few rounds with him. Marquis Xianping didn't think that Chang Jing was an ordinary kid because he knew martial arts. However, he didn't say anything about his identity. Marquis Xianping thought that he was being chased by his enemies. Marquis Xianping asked Gu Jiao, You seem to know it already? She wasn't surprised to hear about the Dark Knight Island. Gu Jiao said honestly, When I first came to the Yin Kingdom, I followed Nangong Li to a pawn shop and overheard his conversation with his confidant. That's how I learned about Chang Jing's identity. Marquis Xianping looked at Yi Qing. The Dark Knight Island and the Yin Kingdom State Preceptor Palace seemed to have some connections. The master of the Dark Knight sect had even paid a personal visit to the State Preceptor's Palace and was received by the monarch of the Yin Kingdom. Yi Qing said, My master does have some friendship with the Dark Knight Island Lord. If General Shao doesn't mind, I'm willing to go to the Dark Knight Island with you. Marquis Xianping had abducted the other party's son. Now that he was here to ask for medicine, the other party would naturally not agree to it easily. With the help of the disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Hall, the conflict would be resolved by a lot. Chang Jing packed her things angrily. Marquis Xianping walked in, glanced at him, and asked faintly, "You don't want to go back?" Chang Jing felt stifled. It was not easy for him to run away from home, but when he returned, he would be locked up by his father again. Marquis Xianping said, "If your father bullies you, I will beat him up for you." Chang Jing said without hesitation, "That won't do." His father was a little annoying, but he couldn't let anyone bully his father. When Marquis Xianping heard this, he understood that Chang Jing had no conflicts with his family. He was just a rebellious youth. "Forget it, just beat him up." Chang Jing sighed and said, "You can't beat him anyway." Marquis Xianping. The matter of going to the Dark Knight Island was settled. In order to let Chang Jing lead the way willingly, Marquis Xianping finally bought him a box of glass marbles that he had been coveting for a long time. The road to the Dark Knight Island was not easy, especially when winter was coming. It was very likely that they would encounter a strong snowstorm when crossing the ice field. Chang Jing said, "After October, my father doesn't allow people on the island to go out. It was because it was too dangerous. Human strength was not worth mentioning in front of natural disasters. We have to cross the ice field in the north of the Yin Kingdom before the snowstorm arrives. If you bring your son, it will be too late." So Shangguan Qing could not go with them. Marquis Xianping agreed. "Okay," Chang Jing reminded him, "but it's also very dangerous to come back. Even if my father is willing to give you those weeds, you will be in November and December, when the snowstorm will sweep across the ice field." "I know." Marquis Xianping did not hesitate at all. "You and Yi Qing stay on the Dark Knight Island. I will come back first." Chang Jing was surprised. "You want to cross the ice field in a month? You can't cross it." In fact, even if many masters traveled together, they still could not resist the bad weather on the ice field. Marquis Xianping was not as serious as usual. He said firmly, "The antidote is in my hands. I can cross it." 20 years ago, he could not save Shaoqing. This time, even if he was smashed to pieces, he would bring the antidote back for his son. Chang Jing had already learned what had happened. She glanced at Marquis Xianping and said, "Didn't you say it might not be the antidote? He might have been poisoned to death. Was it worth it for an uncertain result?" Marquis Xianping went to say goodbye to Gu Jiao. "Take care of Qing Er." It was a pleading tone. "I will." Gu Jiao said, "Have you really decided to go?" Marquis Xianping said seriously, "We will leave tomorrow morning." He had made up his mind. Gu Jiao did not persuade him anymore. "Then I will pack some emergency medicine for you." Marquis Xianping did not refuse. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box, took out frostbite cream, anti-inflammatory drugs, iodophor, gauze, and other emergency medical supplies. She packed them in a bag and sent it to Yi Qing. "Remember to remove the stitches in 3 days," Gu Jiao said. Yi Qing was slightly stunned. "General Xiao is injured?" Gu Jiao said. "He was stabbed by Gong Sunyu. The wound was quite deep. He needed 4 stitches. Going to the Dark Knight Island like this, he really did not want to live." Yi Qing sighed and took the bag. "I will remember." Gu Jiao said, "Treat him well. He is my husband's father." "Oh." Yi Qing subconsciously responded. After responding, he suddenly realized something. "Your husband's father? Aren't you a man? How come you have a husband? What kind of joke is this?" Before dawn, Marquis Xianping and the other 2 set off. On the way to the Dark Knight Island, they would pass by Puqing. Marquis Xianping went to Shangguan Yin and Shangguan Qing to say goodbye. Shangguan Qing fell asleep, so Marquis Xianping did not wake him up. He only said a few words to Shangguan Yin. The 2 stood in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion and spoke softly. Shangguan Yin asked, "Are you going to find purple grass for Qing?" Marquis Xianping said, "Purple grass poison is the only way. Although it may not succeed, it is better than doing nothing." On this point, Shangguan Yin and Marquis Xianping had the same opinion. As long as there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, it was worth a try. Shangguan Yin looked at him without blinking. Where are you going to find it? Will it be dangerous? Marquis Xian Ping said lightly. There is no danger in the north. It is just a bit far. It is inconvenient to take Qing'er with me. Shangguan Yin was not easy to fool. Shangguan Qing was in danger. Who knows when he will fall down? It was the safest to take him to find the antidote. But Xiao Ji didn't take him with him, indicating that the danger on the road was fatal. Seeing her silent, Marquis Xian Ping smiled and said, If it's fast, I will be back next month. You tell Qing not to worry. Shangguan Yin looked at him deeply. Her lips moved slightly. But in the end, she only said, Take care on the road. Marquis Xian Ping nimbly mounted his horse. Shangguan Yin turned her head and turned her back. Shangguan Yin. Marquis Xian Ping suddenly spoke. Shangguan Yan's footsteps stopped. The two didn't look back. In the cold wind, she heard him sigh softly. It's not worth crying for a man like me. After Jin country lost 2 cities in a row, the 4th prince went out on behalf of the emperor and revived the morale of the Jin army. In another battle, the Jin army made a beautiful comeback and protected the 3rd border city that Wang Man led his troops to attack. Wang Man was shot in the shoulder by the Jin army and was seriously injured. Liao Chen only rested for a day and then went to battle again. He took over Wang Man's position and led the imperial army to continue to fight against the Jin army. Qing Feng also came to the front line. Before organizing the attack, Liao Chen threw him a set of armor. Wear it. Liao Chen said lightly, Didn't you want to kill me? Then you better not get hurt. Qing Feng frowned. I don't wear other people's armor. Liao Chen put his hands behind his back. His peach blossom eyes were light. It's new. No one has worn it. The old one was on Liao Chen. Liao Chen's armor was broken. He was taller than the average soldier. In the camp, there were old and new suits of armor suitable for him. Mid-October, Zhao country's 50,000 Gu army crossed the border from the Great Yin and arrived at the western border. They went straight to Jin country's Chuyang Pass. The arrival of Gu family's cavalry reduced the pressure on the Black Wind cavalry, who always rushed to the front line. Gu Changqing strongly urged his sister to retreat to Chuyang City and leave the siege to him. Gu Jiao led the Black Wind cavalry back to Chuyang camp after a month of continuous fighting. Shangguan Qing was also brought back by her. At the end of October, the allied army of Zhao country and Chun country arrived at Jin country's Weishui Pass. At the same time, the Tujue in the north of Jin country also became restless. Jin country was attacked from both front and back. The morale accumulated by the 4th prince, who represented the emperor, was almost exhausted. News of victory came from the front line one after another. The armies of the other countries had entered Jin country's hinterland and occupied Song country and Yun country. They would soon take Ji country. In November, Chuyang City welcomed the cold winter. Thick snow fell on the camp. Gu Jiao carried a wooden bucket to the well to fetch water. All the soldiers had been sent out. There was not enough manpower in the camp. She usually did these small things herself. Teacher Hu wanted to help her, but he was not as strong as Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao threw the wooden bucket into the well. When she was about to turn it back up after fetching water, she found that the axle was frozen. Footsteps in the snow came from behind her. At this time, only Teacher Hu would follow her. Gu Jiao reached out her hand. Give me a dagger. He handed her a very delicate dagger. Gu Jiao's brain was frozen. She did not pay attention to the outer shell of the dagger for a moment. There was a faint residual warmth on the dagger. It was so warm. With a click, she pried open the ice on the axle. Here, she returned the dagger to Teacher Hu. She turned the bucket around, and just as she was about to lift it, a slender, jade-like hand reached out and grabbed the handle of the wooden bucket before she could. This action made the other person suddenly very close to her. Her back was almost pressed against the other person's warm chest. A familiar fragrance and breath enveloped her. She turned around in a daze and was caught off guard by a pair of gentle eyes. He slightly raised the corner of his lips. His magnetic voice was low and clear. Gu Jiao Jiao, long time no see. Chapter 886. Gu Jiao's ears tingled, and her little heart skipped a beat. Xiao Hong was wearing a silver fox cloak. The soft fox fur swayed gently in the cold wind, brushing against his handsome face. After not seeing him for 2 months, he seemed to have grown a little. His face was more delicate and handsome, and his eyes had a bit more of the royal aura of a person in a high position, but there was no arrogance in them. The white snow behind him wrapped in silver, and the mountains and rivers were picturesque, but couldn't take away any of his elegance. Gu Jiao stared at him blankly. "Why are you here? Didn't you return to Sheng capital?" The news she received was that the emperor's grandson had finished his negotiations and was returning to the capital. Xiao Heng put the wooden bucket on the mouth of the well. He held the handle of the wooden bucket with one hand and gently rubbed her hair with the other. "If I don't say that, how can I give you a surprise?" Very good. Nowadays, he didn't have to be reserved when it came to flirting. He was getting bolder and bolder. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on his hand, holding the wooden handle. She saw very clearly just now that he lifted such a big bucket of water with ease. "Oh, you've become stronger too," Gu Jiao muttered to herself. His arm strength had the strength of an adult man, and even his breath and voice had changed, becoming more mature and steady. Xiao Hong gently pinched her delicate and cool chin. "You've lost weight again. Did you not eat well?" Gu Jiao said seriously. "I ate well. I eat a lot every day." This was the truth. In order to replenish her strength, she didn't treat herself harshly in terms of food. However, she was exhausted from fighting all day long, so she was still thinner than when she was in Sheng capital. Xiao Heng's lips curled up, and his fingertips gently stroked her chin. "Did you become haggard because of me, Gu Jiao?" "Gu Jiao? When did this guy suddenly become so flirtatious?" Gu Jiao pursed her lips and raised her eyebrows. "Didn't you lose weight too? Is that because you miss me too? Be shy, young man." Unexpectedly, Xiao Heng chuckled and looked at her deeply. "There's a beauty here I won't forget. I haven't seen you for a day, and I miss you like crazy." Gu Jiao's delicate body trembled. "Aya, how could his cultivation be so profound?" Xiao Heng looked at her shocked expression and couldn't help laughing in his heart. After all, she was about to get married. She couldn't be teased by her and blushed like before. He had grown up. He was going to be her man. He definitely did not secretly practice on the road. The winter wind was as cold as a knife. Gu Jiao's fingertips were cold. Xiao Hong took off his silver fox cloak and draped it over Gu Jiao's stiff body. His body heat and scent lingered on the cloak, making it warm and fragrant. Gu Jiao took a deep breath, and her whole body began to warm up. Xiao Hong raised his slender fingers and tied the ribbon of the cloak for her bit by bit. He then pulled the hood of the cloak over her little head that was frozen in a daze. Gu Jiao looked behind him and asked in confusion, "Where's Long Yi?" "He left," Xiao Hong said. On a snowy morning, he opened his eyes and found that Long Yi was no longer beside him. Long Yi had sent him to a safe place before leaving. Now, Long Yi had probably gone to find his memories and answers. "Oh." Gu Jiao lowered her eyes and was a little disappointed. Now, she could sense more and more emotions, and some of them made her sad. "Huh." She pressed her forehead against his sturdy chest. Xiao Hong raised a strong arm and gently hugged her in the cold wind. "It's okay. I believe that one day we will see Long Yi again." Gu Jiao, and as for Wenren Chong, Li Shun, and Zhao Dangfeng, these 3 people came to the side of the well to draw water. They saw 2 figures hugging each other from afar. One was clearly a man, and the other was covered by a cloak. However, from his military boots, they could see that he was a soldier of the camp. In broad daylight, 2 grown men were whispering sweet nothings to each other. What kind of scandal was this? This was simply the 3 people rolled up their sleeves and wanted to pull out the 2 people and punish them according to military law. However, Li Shun suddenly stopped and said, "Little commander?" Zhao Dangfeng and Wenren Chong stared at him. "Aya, that little face under the cloak. Wasn't that the little commander?" He, Wenren Chong stood in the middle of the 2 people. He was the first to raise his hand and cover the eyes of the 2 people. Almost at the same time, Li Shun and Zhao Dengfeng also raised their hands and covered Wenrin Chang's eyes. Gu Jiao felt warm in his bosom. Xiao Heng lowered his head slightly and whispered in her ear with a teasing smile. Your subordinates saw it. In the place where she couldn't see, his ears were slightly red. However, in just a moment, the cold wind calmed him down. Gu Jiao raised her head from his arms and looked around. She saw the three generals covering each other's eyes in a strange posture on the open space on the right. Oh! Gu Jiao straightened up without changing her expression. She looked at the three people and said, Li Shun, Wenrin Chang, Zhao Dengfeng, come and greet His Highness Zhang's son. The three people staggered and fell to the ground together. What was going on? The little commander's boyfriend was His Highness Zhang's son. The three of them stood up a few times before standing up from the snow. They walked over to Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng awkwardly. They just said that they were going to punish them according to military law. However, one was the little commander and the other was His Highness Zhang's son. The three people looked straight ahead and saluted. Li Shun greets His Highness Zhang's son. Wenrin Chong greets His Highness Zhang's son. Zhao Dengfeng greets His Highness Zhang's son. Xiao Heng looked at them calmly and said calmly, former subordinates of the Xianyuan family, I have seen your names in the library. The three people were flattered. Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao were extremely calm. They did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, it made the three of them wonder if their minds were impure and they had misunderstood. Maybe His Highness Zhang's son and the little commander were just brothers. The next second, His Highness Zhang's son took the little commander's hand and left in front of them. The three people were petrified. Bring the water here, Xiao Heng said. Yes. Zhao Dengfeng was the first to react. He answered and brought the bucket over. He put down the bucket and ran away immediately. He didn't dare to stay a moment longer. Zhao Dengfeng went back to the well and covered his beating heart. He sighed and said, The little commander is so pitiful. He actually likes men. Li Shin didn't disagree with him. He is also an unattainable man. Zhao Dengfeng shook his head. An unattainable man who doesn't have long to live. Achoo! In the mayor's mansion, Shangguan Qing sneezed hard. Xiao Heng used Shangguan Qing's identity to negotiate peace in Zhao State. Shangguan Qing couldn't use this identity anymore. Last time, he pretended to be His Highness Zhang's son in the tunnel to confuse Gong Sun Yu. Now that there was no more danger, Shangguan Qing used his original appearance and lived in the mayor's mansion as the little ghost king of Ghost Mountain. Gu Jiao went to see him once a day, but she didn't go today. The tent was dry and cold. To save ice and charcoal, Gu Jiao didn't burn charcoal when she was alone in the tent. It was only when Xiao Heng came that she went to light a pot of charcoal. Xiao Heng looked at the gradually burning charcoal. He couldn't help but think of the days in the village. At that time, their family was poor. They only had one charcoal pot. She couldn't bear to use it herself, so she brought it into the room for him. She only came to sit occasionally. He was engrossed in copying books, and she was quietly drying clothes that couldn't be dried in the winter over the fire. Xiao Heng looked at her slender and soft waist. He couldn't help but wonder how he could calm down to copy books at that time. Gu Jiao turned around and saw Xiao Heng looking at her with deep eyes. She said, It's almost done. Xiao Heng helped her up and let her sit in a chair. Sit down. I'll start the fire. Gu Jiao said, Okay. If people saw His Highness Zhang's son squatting on the ground to start a fire for her, they would be shocked. Gu Jiao looked at him with great interest. He was so handsome that he could do such a rough job as starting a fire, so pleasing to the eye. Having suffered in the countryside, his movements weren't clumsy. He finished the fire in a short while. He came to Gu Jiao's side and sat down. She didn't know if it was because of the brazier or because he came to her side. Gu Jiao felt that the winter in the northwest didn't seem so cold. The two of them were far away in the east and west. They only received military intelligence from the official relay stations. They rarely mentioned private matters. For example, Xiao Heng had heard about Xianyuan Qi and the Xianyuan Seven Sons on the way here. However, the Ministry of War's secret letter didn't mention the relationship between Xianyuan Zheng and Liao Chun. After hearing Gu Jiao's detailed explanation, Xiao Heng suddenly understood. So Liao Chun is Xianyuan Zheng. Right, where are they now? Gu Jiao said. General Xianyuan is recuperating in the city lord's residence. Liao Chun went to the front lines to attack Jin. The crown princess is in Puqing. She will come tonight, by tomorrow night at the latest. Xiao Heng nodded. Then I'll wait for her here. I'll go to the city lord's residence to pay a visit to the general. Gu Jiao said, Okay, I'll go with you. We'll also go see Shang Wanqing. Xiao Heng was shocked. Shang Wanqing is here too. His older brother? Speak of the devil. Outside the door, a little ghost soldier who acted as a eunuch shouted, The Ghost King has arrived. Xiao Heng was confused. The Ghost King. Gu Jiao explained, Your older brother. As soon as she finished speaking, the tense curtain was lifted. In an instant, countless images of his older brother flashed through Xiao Heng's mind. Since he was his mother's biological son, he should look a lot like Xinyan. Dignified, noble, refined, and scholarly. In the end, he saw a man carrying a gun. He swaggered in boldly and looked like a bandit. Xiao Heng. Chapter 887. Although Xiao Heng didn't announce it to anyone before he came, he entered the city early in the morning as the imperial grandson. General Xianyuan Qi was in charge of the city lord mansion, so the news of the imperial grandson's arrival was naturally sent over there as soon as possible. Shang Wanqing was also recuperating in the city lord mansion. He had been sick these days. When he heard that his bookworm brother had come, he immediately became energetic and brought his younger brother to show off. At this time, the sky was already bright. There was the reflection of the snow in the tent, the thin light from the sky, and the little flames from the burning charcoal. It was not too bright, but intertwined together, it was just enough to outline the clear outline of each person. The two brothers met in such a scene. The picture in Xiao Heng's mind cracked, and his action of peeling oranges for Gu Jiao stopped. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Shang Wanqing was very satisfied with Xiao Heng's dumbstruck reaction. His appearance was really shocking, and he shocked this little brother at once. Shang Wanqing waved his hand and motioned the ghost soldiers outside to retreat. After the show was over, it was time to officially meet. After Marquis Xianping exposed Gu Jiao's little disguise, he and Gu Jiao had already been honest with each other. He simply greeted her and turned his head to look at his bookworm brother's face. Ah, it's really like that, he whispered. He had disguised himself with this face for many years. How could he not recognize it? But looking at it from the bronze mirror or from the portrait was not as shocking as seeing it face to face. So I've been like this all these years. It's quite good looking. He didn't know whether he was praising himself or his younger brother. When he looked at Xiao Heng without hesitation, Xiao Heng also began to look at him seriously. Xiao Heng's appearance was 40% inherited from Marquis Xianping, 40% inherited from Shang Wanyan, and 20% inherited from the Xianyuan family. Shang Wanqing, on the other hand, was half like his biological father and half like his biological mother. His eyebrows, eyes, and forehead were all perfectly inherited from Princess Xinyan. Xiao Heng had been brought up by Princess Xinyan. The two of them had the same habits and the same demeanor, which made them look like mother and son. But that was because they had never seen Shang Wanqing. When the two brothers looked at each other, Gu Jiao was also observing them. After all, they were born from the same father. No matter how different their auras were, their facial features were still somewhat similar. In the past few days, a few old generals in the imperial court had said that the Ghost King from Ghost Mountain looked a bit like the emperor's grandson. However, there were so many similar people in the world. If they were similar, then so be it. No one would suspect anything. Are you Xiao Heng? As the elder brother, Shang Wanqing was the first to speak. He carried the gun and said arrogantly, Do you know who I am? Gu Jiao glanced at him. How dare you be so fierce to my husband? I'm afraid you'll be served in a sack. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Heng. Can I beat him? Xiao Heng took Gu Jiao's hand, put the peeled orange in her palm, and said softly, I'll go out and have a few words with His Highness the Ghost King. She couldn't beat him. Gu Jiao said regretfully. Oh. Xiao Hung looked at the arrogant and despotic Shangguan Qing with a smile. His Highness the Ghost King, please move. Do you think I'll move just because you say so? You're so rude. Shangguan Qing put on the airs of an elder brother. Come out with me. Xiao Hung suppressed the smile on his face and obediently followed Shangguan Qing out of the tent. They came to an empty drill ground. Shangguan Qing carried the big gun, looking mighty but not majestic. He stopped and looked at Xiao Hung fiercely, intending to show off his power as an elder brother. Xiao Hung said softly, Elder brother. The word elder brother directly blocked all the majestic power that Shangguan Qing was about to show off in his throat. Shangguan Qing widened his eyes in disbelief and embarrassment. In short, it was a very complicated feeling. What did you just call me? He asked seriously, staring at him. Xiao Hung said innocently, Elder brother. Aren't you my elder brother? Ah, why did this boy have such an expression? He looked like an innocent deer. How could he be bullied? And you call me elder brother so quickly. I didn't even scare you twice. Shangguan Qing coughed softly and tried to maintain his domineering persona. Of course I'm your elder brother. But how did you recognize me? Xiao Hung smiled slightly, showing a trace of innocent cleverness. Probably, it's the telepathy between brothers. It's because you look too much like your parents. Who would believe that you're not your biological son? And your arrogant aura is exactly the same as your biological father's. No matter what Xiao Hung thought in his heart, he looked very docile and well-behaved on the surface. On the way here, Shangguan Qing had imagined countless possibilities of meeting his younger brother. His younger brother was a bookworm, and there were many bookworms in the imperial court. They thought of themselves as noble and virtuous, and looked down on ignorant and incompetent people the most. Even generals were just boorish men in their eyes. People like him, who were neither literate nor martial arts, were even less attractive to these pedantic scholars. He had been laughed at behind his back. Because they didn't live long, no one made trouble in the imperial court. Otherwise, the memorials to impeach him for being the eldest grandson of the emperor would have circled the Yin kingdom long ago. He put on such a show today because he wanted to gain the initiative by striking first and overwhelming the other party with his aura. But why was this boy so obedient? He couldn't be bullied at all. Brother, what are you holding in your hand? Xiao Hung asked curiously. When he mentioned the weapon in his hand, Shangguan Qing's confidence soared, and his aura instantly became 8 meters tall. He held the gun in his hand and showed off to Xiao Hung. You haven't seen this thing in the Zhao Kingdom, right? It's called a gun, and it's very powerful. It's more powerful than those weapons. No expert can withstand it. But the range was seriously insufficient, and the accuracy was seriously insufficient. He couldn't say this, or else how could he show off? Xiao Hung looked like he didn't understand what was going on. Shangguan Qing looked around and saw that there was no one nearby. So he said to Xiao Hung, Come here. I'll show you. Okay. Xiao Hung readily followed him. Shangguan Qing called his ghost soldiers, piled a few big stones on the open ground, and put another stone at his feet. Shangguan Qing retreated 20 steps. He couldn't aim even if he took another step back. Look carefully. Shangguan Qing stepped on the stepping stone, held the gun up domineeringly, aimed at the stone, and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the stone was blasted away. The air was filled with the thick smell of black gunpowder. Xiao Hung almost understood what was going on. It was indeed a good invention. First of all, it was easy to frighten the enemy with its momentum. Moreover, the wounds caused by the black gunpowder were all open wounds. The visual impact was great, and it caused a lot of psychological pressure on the wounded soldiers, making it easy for them to collapse. However, this thing looked too clumsy and wasn't accurate enough. It was lethal at close range, but it had to be improved if he wanted to shoot it from a distance. Shangguan Qing turned around and smiled at his brother. How is it? Isn't it powerful? Xiao Heng's expression changed in a second, as if he was frightened by the gunshot. Shangguan Qing laughed 3 times. What kind of top scholar brother was this? So timid. You scholars are so cowardly. Shangguan Qing suddenly felt that he controlled his brother's dignity and said proudly, Learn from me in the future. Don't only know how to study. What's the use of being a bookworm? This time, I killed many masters in the war against the Jin kingdom. Have you heard of Xie? The #1 master under Gongsun Yu was killed by me, your brother, and those bastards from his sword hut. They were all killed by your brother. Brother, you're amazing, Xiao Hung said with eyes full of admiration. You're really my father's son. Even your words are exactly the same. Xiao Hung held back his laughter, and his eyes were full of shock and admiration for his brother. He was really like a younger brother. This made Shangguan Qing very happy. He put the gun on his back and said to Xiao Hung, "You just came and haven't eaten breakfast, right? Let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious." Xiao Hung said goodbye to Gu Jiao, and then sat in the carriage with Shangguan Qing. Shangguan Qing had a younger brother in the Yin kingdom, such as Prince Ming. However, Prince Ming was very annoying. He always said one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. He always slandered Shangguan Qing and bullied him, which ruined his good impression of his younger brother. He also had a few other younger brothers, but he was not very close to them. Shangguan Qing looked at Xiao Hung without blinking. Xiao Hung was very quiet, and there was no disgust for him at all. Those younger brothers were all afraid of him. They said that he was a sickly person, and that playing with him would also make them sick. Shangguan Qing crossed his arms and said warily, "Hey, do you know that playing with me will kill you?" "Who said that?" Xiao Hung asked. Shangguan Qing raised his eyebrows and said, "Anyway, that's what they said. Are they all top scorers?" Xiao Hung asked. "Well, no. Not to mention top scorers. They were not even top scorers. I am." Xiao Hung looked at Shangguan Qing seriously and said with great certainty, "I'm the top scorers. I'm smarter than them. Only smart people deserve to play with you. They don't deserve to." Shangguan Qing suddenly blushed. Ah, is this younger brother really stupid or pretending to be stupid? What he said is too childish. But what if it's really nice to listen to? No, I said I'll teach him a lesson. This is the rule of the Jianghu. I can't be soft-hearted. Chapter 888. The novel will be updated more quickly. Shangguan Qing calmed down the excitement in his heart and returned to his old self who didn't recognize anyone. Shangguan Qing was not much more familiar with Chu Yang and Xiao Hung, but his appetite was getting worse these days. In order to make him eat more, Gu Jiao asked teacher who to search for delicious food in the streets and alleys for him. He roughly remembered a few shops. The coachman was a local. After they told him the name of the shop, the coachman took them there with ease. It was a noodle shop opened by the people of Zhao, but it claimed to have the flavor of the 6 kingdoms. Shangguan Qing ordered 2 bowls of yangshan noodles, the specialty of the Zhao kingdom. Xiao Hung looked at the noodles in the bowl, thinking that it was not exactly similar to yangshan noodles. It had nothing to do with them. Xiao Hung tasted it. It was quite ordinary. Shang Guanqing, on the other hand, seemed to be eating with relish. He asked Xiao Hung, "How is it? Is it better than the ones in the Zhao kingdom?" Xiao Hung glanced at him and said, "Jiao Jiao's cooking is better than this." Shangguan Qing said in surprise, "That girl can cook." Xiao Heng's eyes flashed with gentleness. "Jiao Jiao's cooking is very good." Shangguan Qing curled his lips. Humph, he came here to eat noodles, not to eat dog food. Chuyang City was gradually restoring order, but because of the war, the prices had risen. Yangshan noodles usually cost 6 knife coins, but now it cost 20 knife coins. This was a small increase. The price of the meat was even more outrageous. A small bowl of donkey meat was sold for 2 taels of silver. Shangguan Qing glanced at Xiao Hung, who was eating noodles silently. He rolled his eyes and ordered 2 bowls of the most expensive donkey meat and a jar of 30-year-old wine. "By the way, you didn't bring any money when you went out, did you?" he asked seriously. "No." Xiao Hung shook his head blankly. He really didn't bring any money. There were eunuchs on the way to take care of food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation. The banknotes were in the military camp's luggage. Shangguan Qing patted his chest and said, "It's okay. I brought it. I'm treating you to a meal as your brother. How can I let you pay for it? There's a good osmanthus cake shop over there. I'll buy it for you." Xiao Hung said hurriedly, "I'll go." Shang Wanqing smiled and said, "No need, no need. I'm the elder brother. I'll go." Xiao Hung thought for a moment. "Okay then." Shang Wanqing reminded him. "By the way, remember not to expose your identity as the eldest imperial grandson. There are assassins from the Jin state in the city. You will be in danger." Xiao Hung nodded obediently. "Oh, got it." Shang Wanqing left with a smile. As soon as he left the shop, he pulled over the shop assistant at the door and casually said, "The person who came with me just now, he's paying the bill." The two of them were good-looking, and their clothes were extraordinary. One look, and one could tell that they were the young masters of a wealthy family. The shop assistant smiled politely and said, "Yes, sir." After Shang Wanqing walked to the opposite side, he turned around and sneered at Xiao Hung, who was eating noodles slowly in the shop. "Silly little brother. Just wait to be beaten up." Shang Wanqing really went to the shop that sold osmanthus cake. It was not for anything else, but because he could see the noodle shop directly across the street. He wanted to witness the dark history of the top scorer's little brother with his own eyes. He went up to the second floor and asked for a first-class room. He also ordered a pot of the most expensive tea, crossed his legs, and watched the show leisurely. He should be beaten out soon, right? When should he make a move? Would it be too cruel when he was beaten until he cried for his father and mother? Shang Wanqing waited for a long time, but he did not see any movement at the door of the noodle shop. What's going on? Could it be that he was beaten to death inside? Oh, I forgot that the shop has a backyard. If they're attacking the boy in the backyard, it will be terrible. Shang Wanqing just wanted to teach Xiao Hung a lesson. He did not intend to kill Xiao Hung. He hurried downstairs, intending to throw the money bag directly to the shopkeeper and keep the change. But his hand touched nothing. He was stunned and lowered his head to look around. Where's my money bag? When the shopkeeper saw this, his face immediately darkened. "Sir, did you lose your money bag? It was still with you when you showed up. I don't know how it disappeared." Shang Wanqing was puzzled. "How do you know?" The shopkeeper rolled up his sleeves. "Huh. I've heard this kind of excuse many times. You look like a dog. You're actually a swindler. Don't you know who owns the shop? How dare you swindle in my shop? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Guards, arrest him for me. Drag him to the backyard. If he doesn't hand over the money, break one of his legs." Shang Wanqing said in disbelief, "You're too black-hearted. Do you want to use a leg to pay for such a small amount of money? You have no respect for the law." The shopkeeper snorted coldly. "Law? This is the law of our Xiuyang city." There were many wars at the border. It seemed that the local laws had indeed changed. The shopkeeper said, "Arrest him." "Wait." Shang Wanqing stretched out his hand and made a stop gesture. "I'm the eldest grandson of the emperor." The shopkeeper took out a portrait from the counter and opened it. "Do you think I haven't seen the eldest grandson of the emperor? Boy, this is the eldest grandson of the emperor." Shang Wanqing looked at the man in the portrait who was so ugly that his facial features were disorderly. His body shook. Damn, has the image of the eldest grandson of the emperor been ruined like this? Or is it that in this day and age, a mole with a tear mark is the eldest grandson of the emperor? Shang Wanqing said seriously, "This is not the eldest grandson of the emperor." The shopkeeper said, "How do you know he's not?" Shang Wanqing said righteously, "Because I am. I've been the eldest grandson of the great Yin dynasty for 20 years. I know better than you what the eldest grandson of the emperor looks like." The shopkeeper said, "You don't have a tear mark on your face. You're not. He might not be the eldest grandson of the emperor with a tear mole, but he definitely wasn't without a tear mole." This was like a scholar meeting a soldier. He couldn't explain himself clearly. Shang Wanqing was fuming with anger. However, he couldn't really shoot them with a gun. After all, they were just doing business and didn't do anything bad. Just when Shang Wanqing was held down in embarrassment, Xiao Hung came over calmly. He looked at Shang Wanqing in the shop, and a touch of surprise appeared on his face. "Brother, you're really here?" Shang Wanqing looked back. How did you come out?" He wanted to say, "How did you come out?" But after thinking about it, he quickly changed the last word. He was so witty. Xiao Hung said, "Oh, I finished my noodles, so I came to find you. Shang Wanqing opened his mouth. Then did you pay for the meal? Yes, the total is 53 taels. Brother, the wine is so expensive. Xiao Hong frowned. Shang Wanqing asked in a daze, You didn't bring any money with you? Xiao Hong opened his eyes wide and said, Brother, did you forget? You left your purse to me. Shang Wanqing, Xiao Hong, it's on your bench. Fuck. I left my purse on the bench just now. So that 53 taels of silver, was it his money that was spent? Shang Wanqing took a breath of cold air. Don't be angry. It's only 53 taels. Brother, here you are. Xiao Hong returned the purse to Shang Wanqing. Shang Wanqing once suspected that this guy did it on purpose, but looking at Xiao Hong's innocent eyes, he felt that he was thinking too much. He took out the banknotes and paid the bill. The shopkeeper smiled and respectfully sent the two of them away. Shang Wanqing held his breath in his heart. The more he thought about it on the way back, the angrier he became. He wanted to see this guy embarrass himself. But how could he be laughed at by the other party? He had lived for 20 years, and he had never suffered such a setback. He had to get back at him. Stop the carriage, he ordered. The coachman stopped the carriage. Shang Wanqing got out of the carriage with Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong's eyes were filled with doubt as he asked, Brother, where are we going? The way he called him brother was really nice. Shang Wanqing's heart nearly softened. Fortunately, his heart was like steel, and he managed to stabilize himself in time. He said, We are meeting for the first time, and I am your older brother. I should prepare a greeting gift for you. I did not prepare one ahead of time, so I will buy one for you now. Xiao Hong slightly shook his head. No need, brother. I did not prepare one for you. Shang Wanqing heroically waved his hand and said, That's different. I am your older brother. I must give you a greeting gift. If you continue to be so courteous with me, I will get angry. Xiao Hong hesitated for a moment and said with difficulty, Since brother has said it like this, then A Hong will respectfully accept. Shang Wanqing hugged his shoulder and patted him, saying with a smile, That's more like it. Shang Wanqing brought Xiao Hong to an antique shop. In these troubled times, the nearby antique shops had closed one after another. This was the only one that was still open. Xiao Hong tugged at his sleeve and quietly said, Brother, the things here are too expensive. Let's go somewhere else. Zhao Du's young marquis. His mother was a princess, and his father was a marquis. He actually felt that a few antiques were expensive. Ah, right. This younger brother had wandered among the commoners for a few years and lived a hard life. Shang Wanqing's heart nearly softened, but fortunately, he was skilled. He smiled and said, Don't worry. I have saved up quite a bit of private money over the past few years. Pick whatever you like. There is no need to be courteous with brother. This time, Shang Wanqing learned to be obedient. He repeatedly checked that the money bag did not fall out. In truth, even if it fell out, there was no harm. The banknotes in the money bag were not enough to buy an antique. You look around first. I will go to the outhouse. Okay. Xiao Hong remained on the second floor to look at the antiques. Shang Wanqing went downstairs and picked up a few antiques in the main hall. Upstairs, my younger brother will pay the bill. This trick might not have worked if it was used by others, but the two of them looked like young masters of aristocratic families. Nobody suspected that Shang Wanqing was a swindler. Shang Wanqing took the antiques and ran. Stinky brat, let's see how you escape this time. Shang Wanqing looked up to the sky and laughed. He carried a bag of antiques back to the carriage. As soon as he opened the curtain, he was so scared that he almost fell down. Why are you here? Xiao Hong smiled slightly. I finished buying, so I got on the carriage and waited for my brother. Shang Wanqing was even more surprised. You finished buying? He looked at the big boxes of antiques in the carriage in shock. You bought all of them? Xiao Hong said innocently. My brother just picked these out for me and asked me to accept them. I did say that, but how did you pay the bill? Shang Wanqing touched the money bag. It was still there. Xiao Hong said with a smile. I said my brother was the eldest grandson of the emperor, and the shopkeeper said it didn't matter. He would go to the Castellan mansion to collect the bill from my brother later. Why did no one believe me when I said I was the eldest grandson of the emperor? But he believed me when I said I was the eldest grandson of the emperor. So many antiques. How much money would it cost? Your brother has saved money for more than 10 years. The little person in Shangwan Qing's heart knelt down on the ground and cried out loud. Chapter 889. Xiaoheng looked at him and asked in confusion, "Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Did Aheng do something wrong? Then Aheng doesn't want these things." What kind of joke was this? Things that had been given out were things that could not be taken back. Could be taken back? Where would he, the dignified ghost king, put his face? Shangwan Qing swallowed his broken teeth, feeling extremely aggrieved. On the way back, he did not want to say a single word to Xiaoheng. When they passed by a shop that sold dried meat, the carriage stopped. Shangwan Qing unhappily asked, "What are you doing?" Xiaoheng said, "When I entered the city this morning, I bought dried meat from this shop. At that time, it was not done roasting, so they told me to come back in 2 hours. It should be done now." Shangwan Qing raised an eyebrow. "How did you know that I like to eat dried meat?" Xiaoheng was stunned. I don't know. I bought it for Jiao Jiao." Caught off guard, he was stuffed with dog food once more. Shangwan Qing's face was dark, as he decided to ignore this younger brother for the rest of his life. Xiaoheng went to the shop to get dried meat, but he still had to wait a little longer. The inside of the carriage was very stuffy, and Shangwan Qing decided to get out of the carriage to get some fresh air. He stood in front of the shop for a while. The fragrance of the dried meat was very enticing, but he did not have much of an appetite these days. From time to time, there would be customers passing by, and he would slightly move to the side to let them pass. In the end, he had no choice but to enter the shop. This shop sold dried meat and other pastries. Customers could bring them out or eat inside. At this time, there were many people, and the lobby was crowded. Xiaoheng did not like lively scenes and went to the backyard to wait alone. Shangwan Qing indifferently looked at the noble and self-restrained Xiaoheng. The evil thoughts that he had suppressed once again emerged. He arrived behind Xiaoheng without leaving a trace. When Xiaoheng turned around to get dried meat, he stretched out his foot to trip him. The courtyard was covered with a thick layer of snow. Even if he fell, it wouldn't hurt. At most, it would just embarrass Xiaoheng. And Xiaoheng really didn't know that Shangwan Qing had come to play tricks. This move was supposed to succeed, but Shangwan Qing's stride was too big, and he lost his balance. He slipped and fell forward. He cried out in surprise. Xiaoheng turned around and almost instinctively reached out to grab Shangwan Qing. The inertia was too great, and the two brothers fell into the snow together. Coincidentally, at this time, the brothel madam across the street came in from the back door to buy dried meat. As soon as she entered the backyard, 2 young men fell under her skirt. The procuress. Shangwan Qing. Xiaoheng. The brothel keeper was startled at first, but then she was so excited that her whole body trembled and the makeup on her face fell. She put one hand on her fat waist and pointed at the two with a handkerchief in her other hand. She gritted her teeth and said, "Where did these brats come from? How dare you take advantage of me in broad daylight? You're indecent. See how I'll deal with you." As she spoke, she bent down and was about to pull the 2 brothers' ears. The 2 brothers exchanged a look. Shangwan Qing, run. The 2 brothers quickly stood up from the snow. Shangwan Qing grabbed Xiaoheng's wrist and rushed out from the back door in one breath. "You took advantage of me and then ran? Stop right there. I told you to stop. Do you hear me? Someone is coming. Capture those 2 brats for me." The 2 brothers' scalps tingled, and they ran forward as fast as they could. Over there, over there." Xiaoheng pointed to the alley on the right. "No, left. I'm the older brother. Listen to me." Shangwan Qing decisively pulled his brother into the alley on the left. It turned out that Shangwan Qing didn't lead them the wrong way. The 2 of them didn't know how long they ran. After making sure that the people of Spring Flower House didn't chase after them, they held the fence on the side and gasped for breath. This used to be a workshop for dyeing cloth. After the war, the people in the workshop left, and the things inside were also emptied, leaving only an empty yard. Shang Wanqing had no strength left, and he directly laid down in the snow. Xiao Hung glanced at him and lay down beside him. "How do you know to go left?" he asked. "Have you been here before?" "I haven't. It's just intuition," Shang Wanqing said. Xiao Hung pondered for a moment and felt that it shouldn't be intuition, but experience. Shang Wanqing wasn't a child who grew up in a house. He didn't like to study, but it didn't mean that he wasn't knowledgeable enough. Wasn't there a saying that reading 10,000 books was better than traveling 10,000 miles? It couldn't be more appropriate to describe Shang Wanqing. Which brother flirted with the brothel's auntie on the first day they met? Shang Wanqing habitually wanted to say girl, but when he thought of the brothel keeper's appearance, he decisively changed his words. Xiao Hung couldn't help laughing when he heard what he said. Yes, which brother was like the two of them? They fought all kinds of tricks when they met, and in the end, both of them were cheated. Shang Wanqing looked at the blue sky and white clouds and said, "Hey, shouldn't scholars be honest? Or is it that being the top scholar is different from being an ordinary scholar?" "What?" Xiao Hung didn't understand for a moment. He also looked at the sky and felt very strange. Shang Wanqing said carelessly, "You took my money pouch, didn't you? And those antiques, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" Without giving Xiao Hung a chance to quibble, he snorted and said, "I thought you were really a bookworm." Who would have thought that he was a thick-skinned little glutinous rice ball filled with black sesame? After being exposed, Xiao Hung didn't feel embarrassed at all. This was not in line with his character. He could be thick-skinned in front of outsiders, but he was not so thick-skinned in front of his own people. So, why did he get along with Shang Wanqing so naturally? Was it because he was his brother? He could let himself go and be himself with peace of mind, because he knew him as well as he knew him. They were like each other's other selves in the world. Xiao Hung put his right arm behind his head and said lightly, "My skills are not as profound as yours." He was thick-skinned. "I'm your brother. Of course I'm better than you." Although he said that, it was just now that he really came to his senses. The moment he laid down on the snowy ground, the thoughts in his mind suddenly opened up. He didn't need any evidence. It was more like a kind of brotherly connection. He suddenly understood that this guy was teasing him. He said lightly, "Hey, top scholar, recite a poem for me." Since the window paper had been opened, Xiao Hung no longer pretended to be an obedient younger brother. He refused very coldly. "No, you've shown your true colors, haven't you?" Shang Wanqing turned his head and glared at Xiao Hung coldly. He said sarcastically, "You're the younger brother. How dare you disobey your brother? Can't you have some self-awareness as a younger brother? If you want to recite it, do it yourself," Xiao Hung said lightly. He turned over in the snow and showed his back to Shang Wanqing. Shang Wanqing was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The little person in his heart jumped up. He picked up his stinky younger brother and beat him into the snow so hard that he couldn't be dug out. "Umph!" Shang Wanqing snorted. He didn't turn over, but he closed his eyes coldly. Xiao Hung opened his eyes and felt the heat on his body dissipate little by little. He also quietly looked at the scenery in the distance. The wind had stopped, and there were more pedestrians on the street. Occasionally, passers-by noticed them and looked at them as if they were fools. They hurriedly passed by. The two brothers' meeting was very sudden. Neither of them was mentally prepared. Maybe Shang Wanqing was a little bit, but only a little bit. From the moment they met until now, there were some topics that they had avoided mentioning. For example, should I give you back the identity of the eldest grandson of the emperor? For example, if I took the antidote that belonged to you, would you be angry? In fact, whether it was the young Duke of Zhaodu or the eldest grandson of the great Yin Emperor, both of their lives were not smooth sailing. It was hard to say who had suffered more. Xiao Hung didn't die, but the young Duke of Zhaodu died once. Shang Wanqing was still alive, but his life was coming to an end. A gust of cold wind blew, and Xiao Hang's body was cold. "It's time to get up," he said. "Don't lie down. You'll catch a cold." He sat up. Shang Wanqing behind him didn't respond. He looked at Shang Wanqing strangely. Shang Wanqing's face was pale, and his lips were bloodless. When he saw him in the camp in the morning His face was not as ruddy as normal people, but he was not as weak as he was now. Shangguanqing, what's wrong with you? Xiao Hung raised his hand and touched his forehead. It was not hot, but his breath was very weak. Xiao Hung patted his shoulder gently. Shangguanqing, Shangguanqing, Shangguanqing. Xiao Hung was not a doctor who had been ill for a long time, but he could still tell if a person was really weak. No wonder he hadn't moved since he lay down. It wasn't that he was too lazy to move, but that he couldn't move at all. Wake up! Didn't you want to hear me recite a poem? I'll recite it to you. Snow on a mountain in May, no flowers, only cold. Hearing the plucked willow and the flute, spring has not seen. Battle at dawn with the golden drum, sleep at night with the jade saddle. Willing to slay Lulon with the sword at my waist. It's unpleasant to hear. Shangguanqing slowly opened his heavy eyelids and glanced weakly at Xiao Hung. Xiao Hung corrected him. This poem is not unpleasant to hear. It's your voice. Shangguanqing rolled his eyes and said, How old are you? Xiao Hang's throat was a bit swollen and painful. His voice unconsciously carried a trace of choking that even he didn't notice. Xiao Hung let out a long breath. With just a little effort, his back was already drenched in sweat. You don't even call me brother, Shangguanqing complained. Xiao Hung laughed. Can you beat me in a fight or a test? Why should I call you brother? Shangguanqing grabbed the gun in the snow. I'll shoot you, brother. A wise man submits to circumstances. Shangguanqing snorted with satisfaction. The wind became stronger. Xiao Hung stretched out his hand. I'll help you up. Shangguanqing suddenly said, I can't wait for the antidote. Xiao Hang's hand paused. He took a deep breath and said slowly, No, Father will definitely bring the antidote back. Shangguanqing didn't answer. Instead, he looked at the distant sky and said, Is she well? He didn't say which he was referring to. It could even be, but Xiao Hung only froze for a moment before he understood who he was referring to. Without waiting for Xiao Hung to answer, Shangguanqing said in a low voice, Take me to see her. I want to see her one more time before I leave. Chapter 890. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all here. In November at the border, the wind was bitterly cold. At night, Shangguanyin came from Pu City and went to the military camp first. She only heard that the eldest imperial grandson had come when she entered the city. With her understanding of her two sons, one was looking for a wife, and the other was looking for a younger brother. At the moment, most of them were in the military camp. Sure enough, she saw Gu Jiao and the two brothers in Marquis Xianping's tent. Shangguanqing had already fallen asleep, and Gu Jiao was giving him an infusion. His appetite was not good these days, so Gu Jiao would give him a supplement from time to time. But tonight, the atmosphere in the tent seemed to be particularly dignified. Shangguanyan's face changed. What's wrong? Did something happen? Is Qing not well? Shangguanqing's situation was not good. He had been relying on the medicine of the state preceptor hall to suppress the poison, making him look no different from a normal person. In fact, his body had long been exhausted. Yi Qing said that he would not suffer too much, but he would become more and more sleepy. Maybe one day he would fall asleep and never wake up again. Xiao Hung told Shangguanqing's idea to Shangguanyin. Shangguanyin fell on the chair in a daze. He really decided to do this. Go to Zhao country. It meant that he had completely given up on the antidote. The journey to Zhao country was long, and no one could guarantee that he would not die of poison on the way. If he was poisoned, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Thinking that her son would die alone on the way back to Zhao country, Shangguanyan's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. She did not want to not see her son for the last time. Hung, I don't want to. At this moment, she was not the iron blood loyal crown princess. She was just an ordinary mother. But at the same time, she also understood that she did not have the right to stop Shangguanqing from seeing Princess Xianyang. The Marquis, Changjing, and Yi Qing are going north. I asked around. Dark Knight Island is in that direction. If the journey was easy, they would have brought Shangguanqing. If you didn't bring it, it means that this trip is a narrow escape. The extreme north had extremely bad weather. Snowstorms wreaked havoc on the ice plains, and along with the arrival of winter, even experts would not be able to pass through. Perhaps it was because Shangguan understood this that he decided to give up waiting for purple grass. He wanted to use the last moments of his life to return to his country and take a look at his home. She wanted to meet her mother. Shangguan Yin choked with sobs. When I took him away that year, I didn't ask him if he agreed or not. Now he had grown up. He couldn't decide his own birth, and he couldn't even choose his own life, but he hoped to be able to choose his own way of leaving. Life or death, it was up to him to choose. Even if he consumed the purple grass, there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. If he failed, he would not be able to return alive. It was up to him to decide whether he should take this gamble or risk his life to see his mother. Inside the tent, Shangguan Yin grabbed her son's hand and cried all night. This year's winter in Zhao country was especially cold. At the end of October, the capital had its first snowfall. In November, it snowed for half a month. After entering the 12th month, it was sunny for a few days. In a house on Vermilion Bird Avenue, Princess Xinyang sat quietly in front of the bed embroidering. In the past, there was only brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on her table. She didn't know when, but it had all been replaced with a variety of fabrics. She felt that the room was stuffy, so she called Yujin to open the window. A servant girl came in. The servant girl smiled and said, "Aunt Yujin went out. Princess, do you have any orders?" "Open the window," Princess Xinyang said. "But it's very cold outside." The servant girl was worried about her body. Princess Xinyang said lightly, "I'm hot." "Then just open it for a little while," the servant girl said. Princess Xinyang nodded. The servant girl went around the table and opened the window with a pole. The cold wind blew in with flying snow. Princess Xinyang felt a burst of coolness, and even her dizzy head cleared up a lot. The young maidservant shuddered. "So cold. It's snowing again." Princess Xinyang embroidered for a while in the cold wind. The servant girl didn't dare to let her stay in the cold for too long, so she took the risk of being kicked out and closed the window. Aunt Yujin said that you can't stand in the cold wind, can't eat cold food, can't. The servant girl lowered her head and said without confidence, "Enough. I didn't say I was going to punish you." Princess Xinyang didn't plan to argue with the servant girl, but she had been sitting in the room for 2 hours, so she really couldn't sit still. "Give me the cloak. I'll go out for a walk," she said. "Ah, yes." The servant girl took the cloak, trembling with fear, and put on Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang stood up and walked out of the room with swollen legs to the corridor. The snow in the courtyard had been swept clean, and the ground was covered with a non-slip straw mat. The servant girl held an umbrella for her. "Let's go to the flower room," Princess Xinyang said. "Yes." The servant girl complied and carefully supported her. The master and servant went to the flower room. This residence was originally quite big, but Princess Xinyang liked to raise flowers, so she used half of the residence as a flower room. Charcoal was burning in the flower room, so the temperature was very high. The servant girl understood that her princess wasn't going to admire the flowers. She wanted to see if the old clothes had dried. When the two arrived at the door of the flower room, they heard whispers coming from inside. "What do you think the princess is thinking? Why would she dig out the old clothes from so many years ago? She even wants us to wash and dry them." "Be quiet. Don't let people hear. If they hear, then they hear." "Do you think I'm the only one saying this? Everyone's secretly spreading it." "Spreading what?" "The princess actually has 2 sons." "What?" "Half of these children's clothes are the young duke's, and the other half is the young master's. It's a pity that the child's fate wasn't good, and he died before he was even a month old. Say it's fine if we wash the young duke's clothes, but why do we wash the child's? Washing the clothes of a dead person during the new year. How unlucky." The news that the young Duke of Zhaodu had returned alive had already spread throughout the capital. As for Xiao Qing's identity, although it hadn't spread outside, the servants who had come in behind closed doors had more or less heard some things while she and Yujin were tidying up the clothes. The servant girl didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She turned her head to look at Princess Xinyang. As expected, the princess's face was ice cold. The two servant girls felt the cold gaze behind them and turned their heads back in a daze. When they saw Princess Xinyang, the two were so frightened that they fell to their knees with a plop. Princess Xinyang quickly walked over. The servant girl was frightened. "Princess, slow down." Princess Xinyang came in front of the two and sternly shouted, "Get up! You've dirted my son's clothes." The servant girl who had spoken rudely just now happened to be holding a small piece of clothing that Xiaoqing had worn when he was born. The servant girl trembled as she handed the dirty clothes to Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang looked at her son's dirty clothes and didn't know why, but a wave of sadness came from her heart. "Princess." Yujin had returned from shopping. She heard that Princess Xinyang had gone to the flower room and hurried over to take a look. She didn't expect to see this scene. She didn't immediately ask the two servant girls what they had done. Instead, she directly ordered the servant girl, "Take them away first. I'll deal with them later." "Yes." The servant girl put away the umbrella in her hand and handed it to Yujin. Yujin took the oil paper umbrella and said softly to Princess Xinyang, who was on the verge of collapse, "Princess, Jing Kong has come to see you." Little Jing Kong often came to visit Princess Xinyang after returning to the capital. Yujin had just run into him at the door. Princess Xinyang liked Jing Kong very much. When she heard that he had come, she pulled herself out of her extreme emotions and personally took the dirty clothes back to her room. Little Jing Kong had been studying at the Imperial College for a month and had returned to his previous appearance. After this New Year's Eve, he would be 6 years old. However, he still looked like a 5-year-old. He was really worried. Princess Xinyang had someone cook a bowl of goat's milk for him. She added honey and red beans, and it was very delicious. Little Jing Kong gorged himself and drank the milk. He sat on a stool and chatted with Princess Xinyang. "Princess, you look good today. You're getting more and more beautiful." Princess Xinyang was amused by him. "Really? Of course." And little Jing Kong looked Princess Xinyang up and down. He opened his mouth and said, "You've also become more adorable." Princess Xinyang exposed him. "You obviously didn't intend to say that." "Ah." Little Jing Kong raised his two small hands and scratched his little head. "You also saw through that." "Fine, Jiao Jiao told me to say that." "Is Jiao Jiao back?" Princess Xinyang asked. Little Jing Kong shook his head and said seriously, "No, Jiao Jiao said that before. Jiao Jiao said that you can't say that girls are fat. When girls are fat, they're so cute that they become inflated." Yujin couldn't help but laugh. If you wanted to say that the princess was fat, then just say it. However, the princess wasn't fat. "What did you learn at the Imperial College today?" Princess Xinyang didn't continue the topic and changed the topic to his homework. "Today, I learned the classic of filial piety." Little Jing Kong recited the entire content of the lesson and explained it in his own words. Princess Xinyang nodded. Everything was correct. She touched his little head. "You're such a smart child." Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes. "Then, am I smart or is my brother-in-law smart?" Princess Xinyang was amused by him. "Both of you are smart." Little Jing Kong furrowed his brows bitterly. Why was his bad brother-in-law and he both smart? His bad brother-in-law always got the last place. In fact, he asked this question because he subconsciously admitted that his bad brother-in-law was very smart. It was just that he didn't realize it. He straightened his little body and said, "I'll be the top scorer earlier than my brother-in-law." Little Jing Kong didn't know that he was indeed the top scorer earlier than his bad brother-in-law, but he wasn't the top scorer in literature. "Jing Kong, it's time to go archery." Su Kanji's voice came from outside the door. "Oh, I forgot to make an appointment with them to go archery." Little Jing Kong jumped down from the stool and politely bowed to Princess Xinyang. "Princess, I'll be leaving first. I'll come to see you another day." "Okay." Princess Xinyang nodded with a gentle gaze and had Eugene send little Jing Kong to the carriage. When Eugene returned, Princess Xinyang was tidying up the small clothes that had been dirted by the maidservant. Jing Kong and Ahung are so alike when they were young. So when she saw Jing Kong, it was like seeing Ahung when she was young. Princess Xinyang missed it very much. Eugene smiled. "Isn't that so?" They're both smart, both like to get first place, and both are naughty. When Xiao Hong was young, he wasn't as obedient as he looked. If she didn't let him climb trees, he would climb them secretly. If she didn't let him eat candy, he would go into the kitchen with Long Yi. Occasionally, Princess Xinyang would get angry and beat him. He even knew to call Long Yi to take him away and wait for her anger to subside before returning. Thinking of Xiao Heng's childhood, Princess Xinyang felt it was funny at first. After laughing for a while, her expression became a bit sorrowful. She lowered her head and stroked the small clothes in her hand. She calmly said, "Say, if Qin was still alive, what would he be like? Would he be as naughty as A Hung? Would he be as smart as A Hung? Was she like A Hung, with so many wicked ideas that she could not hold them all? Would he be like a scholar? Or would he practice martial arts? Would he like to travel all over the place, or would he like to stay at her side?" Eugene worriedly looked at her. Princess Xinyang shook her head and endured the pain of losing her son. "I'm fine. It's just that I've been thinking of that child recently." Eugene looked at the small clothes in her hand. Seeing an object makes you think of the person. "Princess, I'll take the little prince's clothes and put them away." Princess Xinyang did not speak. She looked at the table and said, "Little Jing Kong's books were left here. In a moment, find someone to send them to buy Shui Alley." "Okay." Eugene complied. A light knock came from outside the door. "I'll go open the door," Eugene said. She went to the door and forcefully pulled it open. Eugene saw a familiar figure. His face was exquisite, and he was as elegant as jade. He had lost some of his youthful youth. Instead, he had gained some maturity, stability, and self-restraint. Eugene was extremely shocked. "Young Marquis, Princess, young Marquis has returned." "Ahung," Princess Xinyang rejoiced. Not bothering to put on her cloak, she quickly walked out of the room. In the snow-filled sky, she saw the sun that she thought of every day. Xiao Heng's body was covered in snow. It could be seen that he had been standing at the door for a while. He stepped over the threshold, but did not immediately reunite with Princess Xinyang. Instead, he turned around and looked behind him. "Come in, brother." Chapter 891. Half an hour ago, a carriage covered in snow stopped in front of the city gate. Shang Wanqing opened the curtain and poked his head out. He looked at the towering city tower and asked in surprise, "Is the capital in front?" "Yes." Xiao Hung nodded and opened the curtain a little. He looked at the endless crowd and said, "There are many people coming in and out of the capital in December. It's not so crowded on weekdays." "It's not bad," Shang Wanqing said. The Zhao Kingdom was a lower country. Although it was not as rich as the Yin Kingdom, the court was stable and the people lived and worked in peace. There were many praises for the court and the emperor. The emperor of the Yin Kingdom was a tyrant. Most of the people's opinions about him were negative. However, he was so powerful that no one dared to resist his tyranny. Xiao Hung smiled. The Zhao Kingdom was not strong enough now, but he believed that one day, the Zhao Kingdom would become a higher country. It required the efforts of many people, or even the efforts of several generations. But as long as they did not give up, there would be hope. "Do you want to rest for a while?" Xiao Hung asked Shang Wanqing. When Xiao Hung and Gu Jiao went from the Zhao Kingdom to the Yin Kingdom, they took the land route. There were many checkpoints and detours. Because they did not have the privilege of the royal family, many official roads could not be taken. The process was greatly delayed, and it took nearly 2 months to reach Chengdu. This time, they used the identity of the eldest imperial grandson to take the official road dedicated to the court and change to the water route in the second half of the journey. They were lucky. The water began to freeze when they reached the shore. From early November to early December, they walked for a whole month. "No, I'm not tired," Shang Wanqing said. He was lying. Even Xiao Hung was tired, let alone a sick person like him. But the two brothers knew that Shang Wanqing did not have much time left. It was a miracle that he could hold on until now. Every step he took was like stepping on the roof of the king of Hell's palace. He did not know when he would fall. The carriage entered the city. Although Shang Wanqing was tired, he did not let go of the opportunity to appreciate the capital. "There are so many Tonghulu sellers," he exclaimed. There were very few of them in the Yin kingdom. It was also very difficult to see a Tonghulu vendor on the street, but there were actually quite a few shops that specialized in selling Tonghulu. Xiaoheng asked the coachman to stop the carriage in front of a Tonghulu store and bought a bunch of each flavor. Here, he handed a handful of candied haws to Shangguan Qing. Candied haws are from Zhao Kingdom. Shangguan Qing picked a big and red one. Yin Kingdom didn't have it before. "So you like to eat candied haws because you miss your hometown?" Xiaoheng watched him eat in silence. Shangguan Qing actually didn't have much of an appetite, so he played with it a few times. "Why don't?" He paused and said, "I'll go later." "What's wrong?" Xiaoheng asked. Shangguan Qing looked at the candied haws in his hand and stammered. Xiaoheng laughed and asked, "Are you nervous?" "No." Shangguan Qing denied flatly. Xiaoheng smiled and said, "Don't worry. Mom will be very happy to see you." Shangguan Qing said in a low voice, "I'm not doing that. I don't know how to do that." The last two words of each of his sentences were vague and unclear. Xiaoheng could only make out the intonation, but Xiaoheng could still make out the four words through the telepathy between them. "I'm not the top scorer. I don't know how to study." Such a proud and arrogant brother actually had times when he was not confident. Sure enough, it was true that when you cared too much about someone's opinion, you would become worried about personal gains and losses. Xiaoheng smiled and said, "Mother will like you." Shangguan Qing curled his lips. "Look at you. I know what kind of son she likes." Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. "Is that why you secretly memorized poems?" Shangguan Qing's tiger-like body trembled, and his hair stood on end. "When did I recite a poem?" Xiaoheng burst into laughter. The two of them were really brothers. One of them exercised and strengthened his body behind his wife's back, while the other secretly memorized poems. Stupid sons had to meet their mothers eventually. The carriage arrived at Vermilion Bird Avenue near dusk. Shang Guanqing hesitated and refused to get off the carriage. When he finally got off the carriage, he leaned against the wall and stood in the alley, refusing to go over. Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't he quite thick-skinned? Why was he more shy than he was about meeting his mother? The two brothers stood in the alley diagonally opposite for a long time. Xiaoheng saw little Jing Kong leave, so Shang Guanqing slowly followed Xiaoheng. That was how the snowflakes on their shoulders came about. At first, Princess Xinyang didn't realize who she was calling, but when Shang Guanqing, who was wearing a white cloak and holding a stick of candied haws, crossed the threshold, Princess Xinyang suddenly stopped in her tracks. The wind around them seemed to have suddenly stopped, and the snowflakes fell in large patches. The whole courtyard was extremely quiet. Her gaze fell on a handsome face that was somewhat similar to Xiaoheng's. Her breathing stopped, and her heart skipped a beat. Calling him brother didn't prove anything. It wasn't like Xiaoheng didn't have a brother, but her heart suddenly began to ache. It hurt so much. Why did her heart hurt so much when she looked at this person? Her eyes couldn't help but heat up, and her throat swelled painfully. "Mother, brother is back," Xiaoheng said. Then, in the next second, he also froze. His gaze slid from Princess Xinyang's beautiful face to her bulging belly. Wait, he had only been gone for 9 months. What was going on? Shang Guanqing had long been so nervous that he was stunned. His brain was buzzing, and he couldn't think at all. Xiaoheng guessed right. When it came to meeting his mother, Shang Guanqing was definitely more nervous than Xiaoheng. All the face that he had given up all these years was now used up on Princess Xinyang. So shy. What should I do? Shang Guanqing belatedly realized that he was still holding a candied hawthorn in his hand. He blamed himself for being so nervous that he even forgot to put such a childish thing back in the carriage. What should he do? His mature and aloof image. Eugen was also extremely agitated. Who was this brother that the young duke had brought back? Judging from his age, he was about the same age as the young duke. Could it be? No way, right? Wasn't young master Xiao Qing already dead? Princess. She looked at Princess Xinyang in disbelief. Princess Xinyang was already a bit out of breath. Pregnancy had changed her body. Under the influence of hormones, tears came at will. She wasn't at all like her former aloof self. Xiao Hong pulled his stunned brother to Princess Xinyang and said softly, "Mother, let's talk inside." The mother and son trio entered the room. Yujin was also waiting on the side. Xiao Hong sat in the middle. Princess Xinyang and Shang Guanqing faced each other. Princess Xinyang looked at the child and couldn't stop her hot tears. Shang Guanqing wasn't sad at first, but when he saw her tears, he suddenly felt distressed. The two people's emotions fluctuated too much. Only Xiao Hong could explain what had happened. Xiao Hong started with Shangguan Yan's identity. The female slave of the Yin Kingdom was actually the crown princess of the Yin Kingdom. She was framed and sold to the underground martial arts arena. She was rescued by Marquis Xianping. Princess Xinyang knew what happened after that. But what Princess Xinyang didn't know was that the crown princess of the Yin Kingdom didn't kill Shang Guanqing. She just hid him. When she left, she secretly took Shang Guanqing with her. Shang Guanqing was poisoned. The Chun Kingdom's medical skills were brilliant. She first went to the Chun Kingdom to ask for medicine. The Chun Kingdom's doctor saved Shang Guanqing's life. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. In order to keep Shang Guanqing alive, she had to take him back to the Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den. After that, there was a series of upheavals in the Xinyuan family. Shangguan Yin was deposed from her position as the crown princess, but the emperor doted on Shang Guanqing very much. He still kept his status as the emperor's eldest grandson and let the state preceptor hall continue to provide treatment for him. However, as Shang Guanqing slowly grew up, his facial features gradually grew, and he became less and less like Shang Guanyin. Many people began to criticize Shang Guanyin, using Shang Guanqing's identity as an issue. They wrote memorials to impeach her for mixing up the royal bloodline. In desperation, Shang Guanyin had to secretly send people to the Zhao country to secretly draw a portrait of Xiao Hong and let Shang Guanqing disguise himself as Xiao Hong. And it was this move that exposed the existence of Xiao Hong to the Crown Prince's party. In order to save Xinyang's flesh and blood, Shang Guanyin exposed her own flesh and blood. Shang Guanyan's action of snatching the antidote that belonged to Shang Guanqing was hateful, but her heart to use the rest of her life to make up for it was not fake. Over the years, she treated Shang Guanqing as her own son, not only to make up for it. The mother-son relationship between them was real. Of course, Xiao Hong did not add his own opinion when he narrated the story. He only objectively stated all the facts. No one could forgive Shang Guanyin for Princess Xianyang, and no one could bear the pain of losing a son for her. Whether it was hatred, forgiveness, or something else, Princess Xianyang should have her own opinion. Shang Guanqing nervously looked at Princess Xianyang, as if waiting for her judgment. Hearing this, Princess Xianyang's mood calmed down. She looked at Shang Guanqing and bitterly said, "Actually, at that time, even if she did not snatch the antidote, you would not have survived. The previous emperor was on guard against your father. Marrying him was just a political bargaining chip. My dragon shadow guards were waiting to kill him at any time, and in order to prevent me from being soft-hearted, the dragon shadow guards would kill our child. If they did not succeed the first time, they would come a second time, until I completely lost you. I have also hurt Aheng deeply. Both of you are innocent. If I really want to blame someone, the first person I should blame is my father emperor. Second, blame me for being born into the imperial family. Finally, blame me as your mother for not protecting you well. Not you, but you too." Towards her two sons, she was filled with a deep sense of guilt. After she learned the false truth that Shang Guanyin was the one who killed her son, did she not vent her anger on the innocent Xiao Hong? What right did she have to blame Shang Guanyin? Xiao Hong gently held her hand. The matter of the young duke dying in the fire on New Year's Eve had already passed. The knot in his heart had been untied. He was not a child abandoned by his mother. At the last moment, his mother used her life to protect him. Princess Xianyang choked with sobs and laughed. "I'm very grateful to her for raising you. If it were not for her, I might have already lost you." Shang Guanqing's entire body relaxed a lot. He smiled and said, Lady Mother also said that she was very grateful to you for raising little brother. Because if the real imperial grandson returned to Yin country, it would be very difficult for him to grow up safely. Fate was a very mysterious thing, but doing good deeds was not good for the future. Lady Mother? Princess Xianyang was slightly stunned. Shang Guanqing awkwardly rubbed his nose. That is my mother. Princess Xianyang appreciated this form of address. She could feel that Shang Guanyin and Qing, Er's mother and son relationship, was very harmonious and natural. Xiao Hong said, since it's like this, let's not talk about the past. Princess Xianyang nodded. Shang Guanqing also did not object. Princess Xianyang looked at her lost and recovered son. She could not believe it was true. Hung, pinch me. Xiao Hung found it funny and said, it will be better if you pinch me. How could I bear to let you feel pain? Then Princess Xianyang really went to pinch him. Xiao Heng's pain made an emoji appear. Mother, you've changed. You were not able to do it before. Sure enough, I've fallen out of favor. Princess Xianyang awkwardly rubbed her son's red leg. Qing, Er's return was too unbelievable. She was immersed in great joy and was truly at a loss for what to do. Shang Guanqing looked on dumbfoundedly. He felt that Princess Xianyang did not seem so difficult to get close to. It's all because of his stinky younger brother. He always said that his mother was as cold as a fairy and did not eat the food of mortals. He was very worried that he would be disliked. He had thought too much. This mother was quite down to earth. But mother, what is the situation with you? Xiao Hung looked at her belly, which was about to hit the table. Is it my father's? When this was mentioned, Princess Xianyang became angry. She had clearly drunk the contraceptive soup. How could she still be pregnant? What was hateful was that she only reacted after 3 months. If she had known earlier, she would have drunk a few more bowls of contraceptive soup. She did not know if it was because it sensed its mother's dislike, but the little guy in her belly pitifully flipped over and kicked a few times, leaving its own footprints on its mother's belly. Princess Xianyang held her belly and sucked in a breath of cold air. This child really was noisy. Qing, was very well behaved in her belly. Xiao Hung nodded seriously. It seems that it is my father's. Aside from my father, I can't think of any other man that can make you grit your teeth like this. Chapter 892. Is it going to be due soon? Xiao Hung asked. Princess Xinyang looked down at her belly and sighed. It should have been due long ago, but it just won't come out. The delivery date was 10 days later than the mammy's calculation. Every day, the doctor would come to check her pulse, which was normal. Xiao Hung roughly understood why his great-aunt didn't mention his brother to his mother. It was not easy for his mother to have this baby. If she rushed over to find Shangwan Qing, the journey would be bumpy, and both the baby and the baby might die. People always needed a long time to digest bad news, but they could adapt to good news very quickly. To Xiao Hung and Shangwan Qing, this little brother or little sister that was about to be born was one. To Princess Xinyang, this son that she had lost and regained was also one. Xiao Hung knew that the two had a lot to talk about, so he stood up and said to Yujin, Aunt Yujin, there's still some luggage in the carriage. Yujin understood and said with a smile, Okay, I'll ask someone to move it. I'll go too. Xiao Hung and Yujin walked out together. The door of the room was open, and the feather-like snow was falling. The entire courtyard became white. Princess Xinyang was not used to being too close to men, but Shangwan Qing was her own flesh and blood. He was someone she wanted to be close to even if she had to overcome her psychological barrier. When Xiao Hung was in the room, she restrained herself from showing too much affection. Otherwise, if Xiao Hung felt that she favored one and discriminated against the other, she wouldn't be happy. In fact, she was confused because she cared too much. Shangwan Qing had suffered too much. Xiao Hung felt that it was right for anyone to dote on him. Princess Xinyang looked at Shangwan Qing, hesitated, and said, Mother, can I sit here? She was referring to the seat Xiao Hung had just sat. It was closer to Shangwan Qing. Okay. Shangwan Qing agreed blankly. Seeing that she couldn't move, he quickly reacted. Let me sit here. Princess Xinyang broke into a smile. Princess Xinyang was a beauty who had been treated well by the passage of time. The crown princess's beauty was aggressive and bright, while Princess Xinyang was more like a green lotus on top of the heavenly mountain. Elegant, calm, and graceful. On a whim, Shang Wanqing decided to find a wife like his mother in the future. However, it seemed that there was no chance. Princess Xinyang stared at her son. She couldn't get enough of him. She had a lot of things she wanted to say to her son, but she didn't know where to start. He was not the only one who was nervous. He was worried that Princess Xinyang wouldn't like a son like him. Princess Xinyang was also worried that he wouldn't like her, a mother who had never raised him for even a day. The Duke of Xinyang opened his mouth and tried to find a topic to talk about. Right. Why didn't Zhao Zhao come back with you? Shang Wanqing said, Jean State is still at war, so she can't come back for the time being. But don't worry, the most dangerous period has passed. Victory is within the grasp of the Imperial Court's army. Nothing will happen to her. Moreover, ever since the Gu army arrived, that Gu Chongqing didn't let the little girl go to the front lines anymore. She was mainly responsible for guarding Chuyang City and treating the wounded soldiers. Of course, this was also a very difficult task. After all, human lives are more important than anything. Every life was precious. Princess Xinyang relaxed a little. Then, did you run in along, Shang Wanqing said, I didn't run into him. Aheng said that he left after sending Aheng back to Yin country from a border. It seemed that Long Yi and Aheng had met. That was true. After being together for so many years, the one Long Yi couldn't let go of the most was Aheng. Before he went to find his answer, he would definitely say goodbye to Aheng. However, she had thought that Long Yi's answer was in Yin country. Now, it seemed that there was another place. Shang Wanqing didn't know much about Long Yi. He only knew that he was the princess hidden guard. He watched Xiao Heng grow up and seemed to have some background. Now he was going to find his past. Princess Xinyang asked again, are you married? This was a topic that all parents in the world couldn't avoid. That's not right. You asked everyone. Why didn't you ask my father? Shang Wanqing said truthfully, I am not married. Princess Xinyang thought about how he had been poisoned all these years. Presumably, he was not in the mood to get married. She did not continue this topic and asked, has your poison been cured? This was the most important thing. Earlier, she had only been focused on her son and had forgotten the most important thing. It has been cured, Shang Wanqing said with a smile. Princess Xinyang asked doubtfully, when was it cured? Wasn't there nothing that the Imperial Preceptor Hall could do? It had to be said that a mother's intuition was very strong. Shang Wanqing had anticipated that she would have such doubts and said according to the script he had prepared, there is a type of purple grass. Its roots can be refined into a very powerful poison. Out of 100 people, only one person can survive. For people like me who don't know martial arts, the chances of survival are even lower. But as long as one can endure, all pain and poison can be cured without any medicine. Hearing that this method was so powerful, Princess Xinyang's heart jumped. This type of purple grass is very rare. Fortunately, the Han family of Yin country planted a purple grass garden at the border. After the Imperial Army took over the Han family, their purple grass garden was confiscated. I thought that since I was going to die anyway, I might as well try it. I almost didn't make it back alive to see you. As he spoke, he grabbed Princess Xinyang's wrist, feeling wronged. The purple grass poison is very powerful. I was in so much pain those days. When there were more details in a matter, it could be more convincing. Truth and lies, truth and falsehood. Coupled with his coquettish behavior, it was easy to believe. Her son's sudden closeness made Princess Xinyang so happy that her mind went blank. Have you ever thought about what if Mother doesn't believe you? She's not that easy to fool. She's very smart. I have my ways. It seemed that he had achieved his goal. His mother was immersed in the joy of getting along with her son and lost her judgment and suspicion. But in fact, even he himself couldn't tell if he was getting close to his mother to achieve his goal or if he had always wanted to be close to her. Princess Xinyang raised her other hand and gripped her son's hand tightly. She had finally calmed down, but her heart ached at his misfortune. "You've suffered," she choked out. "In the future, Mother won't let you suffer anymore." He nodded and gently pressed his cheek against the back of Princess Xinyang's hand. "Mother still loves me the most. She's much better than stinky younger brother. Stinky younger brother only knows how to make me angry." Princess Xinyang's tears immediately began to flow. After night fell, mother and son ate dinner in the side hall. Princess Xinyang smiled and looked at Shangguanqing, saying, "Aheng said that you don't eat fennel, so I told the chefs not to use any spices. Have a taste and see if it suits your taste." Shangguanqing had lost all appetite for food long ago. These days, he had been forcing himself to eat. Otherwise, he would have the accompanying medical officer give him some fluids. But seeing the table full of delicious dishes, he still moved his chopsticks and tasted each dish. "Is it delicious?" Princess Xinyang asked with a smile, pretending not to see him forcefully swallow. "Delicious," Shangguanqing said. "It suits my taste better than Yin country's food." Princess Xinyang gently smiled. "Even if it's delicious, you can't eat too much. It's late at night. If you eat too much, it's easy to get indigestion." Shangguanqing's chopsticks paused, and the tip of his nose became sour. Something welled up in his heart, but his expression did not change. He snorted and said, "All right, if I eat a little, then I'll eat a little." He had long since lost his appetite. Every mouthful was torture. Xiaoheng looked at him, then looked at Princess Xinyang. He then said to Shangguanqing, "You just ate so much tonghalu. Do you still have a stomach? Don't stuff yourself to death." Princess Xinyang quickly said, "Why didn't you say that you ate tonghalu earlier? Then quickly stop eating." "Oh." Shangguanqing looked deeply at her, then lowered his gaze and put down his chopsticks. Xiaoheng said, "Elder brother still needs to return to Yin country." Princess Xinyang clenched her fists under her wide sleeves. She used a great deal of effort to resist the urge to cry. She looked at the two brothers and was slightly surprised. "Is that so? Qing'er will not remain in Zhao country." Xiaoheng sighed and continued to act with the two. "Elder brother and I have already discussed it. There is no need to change our identities." Princess Xinyang's swollen and painful throat moved a bit. She smiled and said, "When will you leave?" Xiaoheng said, "There is a war at the border, and the emperor of Yin country has just passed away. There is no one in the court to take charge of the situation. Elder brother has to go back as soon as possible. Perhaps in the next 2 days?" Princess Xinyang's right hand held the vegetables, and the nails of her left hand dug deeply into her palm. She looked at Shangguanqing reluctantly, her eyes unconsciously turning red. "Then will you still come back to see mother?" Shangguanqing smiled and said, "Of course I will, right, younger brother?" Xiaoheng, "Yes. I will dress up as you and come back to see mother." Princess Xinyang's tears fell with a pitter-patter. Shangguanqing looked at her with forbearance, wanting to say something but hesitating. Princess Xinyang wiped her tears and said with red and swollen eyes, "I didn't expect you to leave so soon after coming back. Mother will pack your things." "Yujin." "Yes." Yujin opened the curtain and entered, helping Princess Xinyang up from the chair. Princess Xinyang left the side hall and walked through a long corridor. After turning the corner, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore. In the wind and snow, she covered her face with both hands, trembling all over, and cried. Inside the room, Xiaoheng looked helplessly at Shangguanqing. Mother saw through it. Shangguanqing whispered, "I know." Xiaoheng asked, "Then do you still want to leave?" Shangguanqing's expression was very calm. Every step that he took was not a last-minute decision, but a decision that he had made from the beginning. "I cannot die in front of her. I hope that she will remember me the way I am when I am alive. A living son, not a corpse in her arms that can no longer be awakened. That will be a nightmare she will never be able to get rid of." Chapter 893. In November, it snowed heavily for 3 days at the border. The people's doors were frozen, and the streets were also frozen. It was impossible to go out. The soldiers of Black Wind Camp were sent out to clear the snow and remove the ice. Ching, and Ahang's luck is pretty good. It snowed just after they left. If they were delayed for one more day, they might not be able to leave the city. Pu City was also snowing heavily. Shangwan Yin stood outside the tent, looking in the direction of the official road and muttering to herself. Huan Er put a thick cloak on her and said, "It's still dark. Your Highness, why don't you go back and sleep for a while?" Shangwan Yin gathered the cloak and shook her head. "No, I can't sleep." Huan Er tied a ribbon for her and comforted her. "Heaven helps the two little highnesses. They will be fine." Shangwan Yin nodded. "I hope so." Huan Er, as a confidant, already knew the ins and outs of these people. She sighed and said, "Marquis has been gone for almost 20 days. I don't know if he got the antidote for the little highnesses." Half a month ago, Marquis Xianping and Changjing went all the way north along the Heavenly Mountain Pass and arrived at the northern border of the Yin Kingdom. After passing through the iron fence in front of them, they were no longer in the territory of the Yin Kingdom. "Let's stop the horses here," Changjing said. "After crossing the mountains at the end of the valley is the ice field. Ordinary horses can't walk on the ice, and there is no food for them. Of course, if they're used as food, they can still be brought along." Marquis Xianping looked at the fat and strong Black Wind Cavalry. He thought that if he killed the Black Wind Cavalry and ate it, his daughter-in-law would kill him. The three people gave the horses to the soldiers at the border. Under the leadership of Changjing, they passed through the valley, crossed the mountains, and arrived at the endless ice field. Yi Qing grew up in Chengdu and had never seen such a vast ice field. For a moment, he felt as small as a grain of sand. Marquis Xianping also came to the ice field in the extreme north for the first time. He couldn't help but slightly look at Changjing and asked, "You mean we have to walk?" "Of course not," Changjing coldly said. Marquis Xianping looked at a certain person in amusement. "You're still standing up in front of me." Changjing didn't say anything. She turned around and left. Yi Qing asked, "Is he angry?" "I won't," Marquis Xianping said lightly. Changjing didn't know where he went. He only returned after about an hour, and he didn't come back alone. Instead, he sat in a very strange. Yi Qing frowned. "Oh, what is this?" "And the one pulling the carriage seems to be a wolf?" Changjing stopped the snowmobile, jumped down, and said to the two, "They're dire wolves, specially used to pull snowmobiles." Yi Qing was surprised. "This is the first time I have seen a car without wheels." If Gu Jiao were here, she would definitely recognize that this snowmobile was similar to the sleigh she had in her previous life. It was not exactly the same, but the bottom was waxed, making it very easy to slide on the snow and ice. Changjing said, "This is a snowmobile hidden by our Dark Knight Island. Rumor has it that the Dark Knight Island and the Six Nations didn't have any dealings. That was only in the political sense. In reality, the people on the island also needed to go out to purchase supplies and do some other things." The three got on the snowmobile pulled by 20 direwolves. Changjing stood at the front, Marquis Xianping sat in the middle, and Yi Qing sat at the back. Changjing pulled the reins. "Sit tight, we're going." Yi Qing calmly replied, "Oh." The next second, he was blown out of the sad frog expression pack by the whistling cold wind. The speed of the snowmobile was too fast. The person was already far away, but the soul was still frozen in place. Even Marquis Xianping felt that this thing was too exciting. F***K. It was even more exciting than being carried by Long E. Changjing had played since childhood, so his expression was very calm. He drove the snowmobile and perfectly matched the speed of the direwolves. He didn't forget to remind the two, "Close your eyes. If you look at the snow for too long, you will easily get snow blindness." Yi Qing was already dying. "Are you sure it's a snowmobile and not a flying one? I'm afraid I won't be able to make it back alive." In order to pass through the ice field before the blizzard arrived, Changjing practically didn't rest. But direwolves needed to rest, so whenever they needed to recover their health, Changjing and Yi Qing would go hunting nearby. At night, they slept in a temporary tent. The temperature in the ice field was very cold, but since they were all martial artists, their physique was different from normal people, so they were able to withstand it. These days lasted for an entire 7 days. When night fell on the 7th day, they saw an island standing on a layer of light blue ice. "It's already frozen. Perfect," Chang Jing said to Marquis, Xian Ping, and Yi Qing. "Otherwise, we have to swim." Yi Qing's mouth twitched. "No boats," Chang Jing said. In order to prevent people from traveling during the cold winter, after entering October, all the nearby boats were withdrawn. The group of people sat on the snowmobile and slid across the thick ice layer. The ice layers seemed to have just formed, as there were some places that weren't thick enough. When the snowmobile passed by, it immediately cracked open. Marquis Xian Ping remembered that there seemed to be a lot of lakes on the way here. He didn't know if they were all frozen on the way back. If so, then he didn't need to go around, which could save a lot of time. When the snowmobiles stopped near the island, more than a dozen guards on the island cautiously rushed out, drawing their bows and aiming at them. The leader shouted, "Who dares to trespass on the Dark Night Island?" Yi Qing felt a strong pressure. These people were definitely not ordinary guards, as each of their aura was unbelievably strong. Chang Jing took off her hat, looked up at the other side, and said, "Uncle Ling, it's me, Little Jing." The middle-aged man called Uncle Ling was shocked. He put away his bow and looked deeply at Chang Jing. "Aya, it really is Little Jing. Little Jing, you're finally back. You've been gone for so many years. The sect master is worried sick. I'll let someone inform your father. He will be very happy to know you're back." Chang Jing looked down and sighed. Uncle Ling's movements were fast, but the sect master of the Dark Night Gate, Chang Kuin's speed was even faster. When Chang Jing and the other two just got on the island, Chang Kuin was like a flying dragon in the sky, majestically arriving. Chang Jing was Chang Kuin's old son. Chang Kuin was older than the old chancellor, but he was strong. Although he had white hair, he was hale and hardy. His internal force was unfathomable. He landed steadily in front of Chang Jing, looked at the young boy who was almost 18 years old, and clenched his fists fiercely. Yi Qing whispered to Marquis Xian Ping. Chang Jing ran away from home and didn't come back for 3 years. Will his father break his legs? His father looks very angry. Of course Chang Kuin was angry. His murderous aura was enough to destroy the world. Just when Yi Qing thought Chang Jing was going to be slapped away by his father, Chang Kuin hugged his son into his arms. "Father's little darling, you're finally back. Where have you been these years? Father has been looking for you so hard. Father thought he would never see you again." Chang Kuin burst into tears. Yi Qing, the father and son reunion drama wasn't over yet. 7 women who were as light as swallows flew over from the island. These people all had excellent qigong. The oldest was around 40, and the youngest was around 24 or 25. Their faces were all very delicate and pretty. The 7 people swarmed around the father and son, took out their handkerchiefs, and cried. "Little brother, where have you been all these years? Big sister missed you so much. Second sister also missed you so much. Third sister went to your room every day to clean, but didn't see you come back. Little brother, look, fourth sister is so hungry." Fourth sister cried and burped, then continued. Yi Qing's mouth twitched again. These 7 women were all Chang Jing's sisters? After Chang Jing was hugged by his father, he was also hugged by his 7 sisters. The sisters' crying skills were much better than his father's. Like a soulless puppet, he was hugged by his sisters. Chang Jing's mother passed away not long after giving birth to him. Although he didn't have a mother, the 7 sisters together were not to be trifled with. "Tell big sister, who took you away? You couldn't come back to see us for so many years." Big sister's reaction was the fastest. She didn't believe that her little brother had been wandering outside alone for 3 years. Marquis Xian Ping's heart thumped. No way. She could guess this? Chang Jing turned around and looked at Marquis Xian Ping. The 7 sisters and his father all looked at Marquis Xian Ping. Marquis Xian Ping sighed without changing his expression. The fairies guessed correctly. Chang Jing was indeed taken away. It was I who saved him halfway. I was worried that those people would come looking for him again, so I personally sent him home. Yi Qing was stunned. In terms of shamelessness, you're number one in the world. Chang Jing raised his eyebrows and curled his lips. Marquis Xianping, a box of marbles. Chang Jing, no, I want 2 boxes. 1 box of enamel, 1 box of glass. Marquis Xianping, that's the most expensive. And don't you already have a box of glass marbles? Just bought it. Chang Jing said to Chang Kuan, Father. Marquis Xianping painfully clenched his fist. His heart was bleeding, but there was a slight smile on his face. Deal. Yes, that's it. Chang Jing said to his father and sisters. Chang Kuan flew into a rage. Who dares to kidnap my son? Chang Jing looked at Marquis Xianping and raised his eyebrows. 5 boxes of marbles. I said it was the sword hut. Marquis Xianping, who never thought that one day he would be blackmailed by little Chang Jing. Chapter 894. Chang Jing, who extorted 7 boxes of marbles in one breath, finally felt proud. There were no marbles on the island. At first, there were, but when Chang Jing was 3 years old, he accidentally swallowed a marble and almost died. Chang Kuan and Chang Jing's 7 sisters never allowed him to touch this dangerous thing again. Even when Chang Jing grew up, the psychological shadow of these people still didn't disappear. Chang Kuan angrily said, Those bastards of the sword hut, I've long disliked them. Now they actually dare to bully my son. When the ice and snow melts, see how I deal with them. Chang Jing said to his father, I'm hungry. Chang Kuan put away his anger and said with a smile, Okay. Let's go home and eat. As he spoke, he made an inviting gesture to Xianping Ho and Yi Qing. 2 distinguished guests, this way please. The person who saved his son was the benefactor of the Dark Knight sect. He would treat them well. The group of people followed the old sect master back to the Dark Knight sect. The residents on the island were not all disciples of the sect. There were also former fishermen and partners who were married outside. Chang Kuan was both the sect master and the island master. As the only son, Chang Jing should inherit his mantle in the future. Chang Jing didn't want to be the island master at all. He looked at the 7 sisters around him. How come he had been gone for 3 years, and none of them became the young island master? Xianping Ho and Yi Qing lived in Chang Jing's courtyard. The servants went to clean up the house, and the kitchen prepared dinner. Chang Kuan and Xianping Ho chatted in the flower pavilion. Yi Qing asked if he could walk around. Chang Kuan told him to do as he pleased and to treat this place as his own home. Chang Jing was called by the 7 sisters to compete. Yi Qing heard the movement in the courtyard and curiously went to watch the battle. He had heard that Chang Jing was good at martial arts, but he had never really seen him fight. Brother, I'll use a sword to compete with you. Chang Jing sighed. Okay. The 2 siblings began to exchange blows in the spacious courtyard. Chang Jing's moves were infused with Marquis Xianping's fierce and domineering aura. Compared to 3 years ago, her strength was much stronger. 7th sister's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. After 10 moves, her treasured saber was sent flying by the long sword. Sister 6 is here to challenge you. 6th sister's weapon of choice was a long sword. After exchanging about 15 moves with Chang Jing, she was also defeated by Chang Jing. The other sisters also exchanged blows with Chang Jing one after another. The sparring between siblings was not so murderous. If the weapon left the hand, it would be considered a defeat. Chang Jing won 7 matches in a row. The eldest sister patted her brother's shoulder in satisfaction. That's right. It seems that you haven't neglected your martial arts in the past 3 years. All right, you're all sweaty. Hurry back to your room and change your clothes. Oh, Chang Jing sheathed her sword and obediently returned to her room. As soon as he left, the sisters let out a long sigh of relief. Sister 7 said, I gave him 2 moves just now. Sister 6 said, I gave him 3 moves. Sister 5 said, I only used 30% of my strength, but he also only used 50%. Sister 4 said, Brother still has some improvement. Before leaving the island, even if I gave him a chance, he still couldn't take 1 move. Today he took 5 moves. Listening to the conversation between Chang Jing and the other sisters, Yi Qing felt like he was about to start doubting his life. Chang Jing is already very good at fighting, yet you guys are even better than her. What kind of weirdos are you guys on this island? Yi Qing didn't come out aimlessly for a stroll. He brought a mission. Xian Ping Ho was in charge of making friends with the old sect master, while he was in charge of finding the purple grass. Although the purple grass was only a weed in the back mountain, if they said they were here for it, then wouldn't it be exposed? But where's the back mountain? Just when Yi Qing was thinking about whether or not to ask someone, Chang Jing's sisters came over. The eldest sister, Chang Ying, cupped her hands and said, "Hero Yi." The others also cupped their hands and greeted him. Jiang Hu's sons and daughters were all the same as men. Yi Qing cupped his hands and greeted back. Mississippi Chang Ying, as the eldest daughter, was looking for a son-in-law, but the servants still called her Mississippi. Her sisters were looking for a son-in-law, and some were getting married, but as long as they were in the sect, they were still called Mississippi. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Naturally, he didn't nitpick whether or not the title was reasonable. Chang Ying said, "Is Hero Yi bored staying in the house? Do you want to spar with us?" Yi Qing dryly laughed and thought to himself, "Forget it. If I spar with you guys, I'm afraid the sword has no eyes." He politely said, "I don't dare to embarrass myself in front of you ladies. I'm just casually strolling. Let's go sit in the pavilion." Chang Ying said, "Sister, go make a pot of flower tea. My sister's tea-making skills are superb." Yi Qing and the Chang family's daughters came to the pavilion. There were very few female disciples in the state teacher's palace, and those who could get close to him were even rarer. To be honest, it was his first time interacting with so many women. Fortunately, the several daughters were valiant and didn't care about trifles. They could make people temporarily forget the difference in status. There were only 4 stone stools beside the table. The 4th to 7th stood. The second sister, Chang Ling, quickly made the flower tea. She sat down beside the eldest sister and poured a cup of tea for Yi Qing. Yi Qing picked up the teacup and gently took a sip. Chang Ying said, "Hero Yi, my 7th sister is still unmarried. What do you think of my 7th sister?" Cough. Yi Qing choked. This direct? Isn't this topic a bit too sudden? 7th Miss Chang, you said. "Big sister, I don't like him like this." Chang Ying asked, "What do you like? Like Hero Xiao?" "Hero Xiao already has a wife." Yi Qing hurriedly said. Chang Yu curled her lips. "Then I don't care." Yi Qing didn't expect that coming out for a breath of fresh air would turn into a large-scale blind date. He was so embarrassed that he could use his toes to dig out a state teacher's palace. Chang Ying stared at her 7th sister. "You're just too picky. That's why you're still unmarried at 25. Chang Yu humphed. "I don't want to marry anyways." Yi Qing dryly laughed, drank tea. Fortunately, Chang Ying didn't continue this topic. She looked at Yi Qing and said, "Hero Yi, is this tea good?" Yi Qing paused and said, "The taste is quite novel. I've never had this kind of flower tea before. May I ask what flower is used?" 7th Miss Chang Yu was unhappy about being urged to get married. She immediately sold out her 2nd sister. In fact, it's just a wildflower in the back mountain. 2nd sister specifically used it to fool the outsiders. 2nd sister Chang Ling's hair stood up and wanted to beat her. Eldest sister Chang Ying frowned. 2nd sister, you're messing around again. How can you use a wildflower to entertain Hero Yi? Hero Yi is Hero Zhao's friend. Hero Xiao is my brother's savior. The two of them are my Dark Knight sex guests. Chang Ling wasn't young anymore, but her cute habit of teasing people didn't change at all. She curled her lips and unwillingly said, "Oh, I made a mistake. I didn't sincerely use a wildflower to fool the guests." 7th Miss Chang Yu quietly sneered, twisting words and forcing logic. Yi Qing's eyes lit up when he heard about the back mountain. He hurriedly said, No. This flower tea tastes very good. I don't know what kind of wildflower it is. Can I take a look?" When they reach the back mountain, they'll be able to see the purple grass, right? When the time comes, they'll pick up a few. 2nd sister, why aren't you going to pick it? Chang Ying wanted to punish her. She didn't order the youngest Chang Yu, but instead let her go personally. Chang Ling went with a black face. Not long after, She came back with a basket full of flowers. Looking at the flowers and plants in the basket, Yi Qing's eyes were straight. Aren't these the purple grass they've been searching for? The difference is these purple grass actually bloomed. Purple grass can bloom? Never heard of it. What's wrong, Hero Yi? Chang Ying caught his strange look. Yi Qing came back to his senses and suddenly realized that what he just drank was tea made from purple grass. Then he wouldn't be poisoned, right? Yi Qing calmed down, carefully considered his words, and said, "To be honest, I've seen this kind of purple grass in a book. Its roots are highly toxic, but it doesn't bloom." Chang Ling once again exploded. "What do you mean? You're suspecting me of poisoning you?" The third sister opened her mouth. "It's just diarrhea. How can you say it's highly toxic? That's a bit too much information. So you guys ate the roots of the purple grass, but the result was diarrhea?" Chang thought for a bit and said, "If the roots of this kind of grass are accidentally eaten, it's indeed easy to be mildly poisoned. Just diarrhea and poison, bam, bam, bam." Chang Ying ridiculed in her heart, but on the surface she said, "But you'll be fine after eating some of its fruits." Yi Qing was startled again. Not only does it bloom, it also bears fruit. As if seeing Yi Qing's doubts, Chang Ying explained, "This grass blooms in the cold winter and bears fruit when it's coldest. If it's not cold enough, then it's just a grass all year round." With that said, Yi Qing understood. The purple grass likes the cold, and cold places are best for it to grow. And because the temperature in other places of the 6 countries is not cold enough, it can't bloom and bear fruit. And listening to Chang Ying's words, the roots are poisonous, but its fruit can detoxify. Yi Qing looked at the 7 daughters of the Chang family in disbelief. The roots of this purple grass are highly toxic. Even experts will die if they eat it, but you guys are only mildly poisoned, Chang Ying murmured. "Will I die? I don't know if I've died before." Yi Qing, Chang Ying thoughtfully said, "Maybe it's because we ate a lot of its fruits." Chang Yu nodded. "And the fruits of the purple grass are very delicious. Then can you guys give me some of the purple grass?" Yi Qing didn't even have time to ask this sentence before his eyes rolled over, and he fell to the ground with a thump. The 7th Miss Chang Yu asked, "Huh? Big sister, what's wrong with him?" Chang Ying took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and looked at the 2nd Miss Chang Ling. "Second sister, how many times have I said, the wildflowers and weeds in the back mountain are not clean? You need to wash it a few more times." Yi Qing was lying on the ground, vomiting black blood. "Is this a matter of washing it a few more times? It's basically poison. You guys aren't even afraid of the purple grass poison. What kind of perverts are you guys? I've already washed it clean." The 2nd Miss Chang felt wrong. Chapter 895. Steaming hot food was quickly placed on the table. Chang Kuan called Marquis Xian Ping to the side hall to sit. Also waiting in the side hall were Chang Kuan's 6 sons-in-law. He introduced them to Marquis Xian Ping one by one. They all knew that this was Chang Jing's savior, so they treated Marquis Xian Ping very politely. Marquis Xian Ping looked at this full family and was a little unsure of what to say. "Great Hero Xiao, please sit," Chang Kuan said. Marquis Xian Ping sat to Chang Kuan's left. The daughters did not eat at the same table as men, so Chang Kuan's sons-in-law began to take their seats. To Marquis Xian Ping's side was Yi Qing's seat. They very considerately left it empty, and the seat to Chang Kuan's left was also empty. Marquis Xian Ping thought a little and should have left it for Chang Jing. It seemed that Chang Jing's position on the island was not low. After leaving for 3 years, he was still treated as the young master of the island. Not long later, Chang Jing came over. He had taken a bath and changed into dry clothes. His hairstyle had also changed. It was no longer tied into a single bun. Instead, he had braided his hair like the men on the island. The 7 older sisters had braided it. After 3 years, they could finally braid their younger brother's hair again. The 7 older sisters were very happy. "My wife has never braided my hair before." The 6 brothers-in-law expressed their jealousy. Marquis Xian Ping looked at Chang Jing and suddenly had the feeling that his son had grown up. Of course, Chang Jing was not his son, But Chongjing had appeared during the darkest days when he had lost Aheng. To say that Chongjing was Aheng's substitute was not enough, but Chongjing had indeed accompanied him through a very difficult time. Chongjing greeted his father and brothers-in-law one by one, then sat down next to Marquis Xianping. "The way you look at me is very strange." Marquis Xianping calmly retracted his gaze and asked in a normal tone, "Where is Yiqing?" "He was poisoned," Chongjing said. "How was he poisoned?" Marquis Xianping asked. Seeing Chongjing's appearance, he was not worried that he had been poisoned. Chongjing sighed and said, "It's all because you Outer Islanders are so delicate. You can get poisoned just by drinking 2 mouthfuls of flower tea. I've been drinking it since I was young, and I'm fine." Marquis Xianping. The food on the island was mainly fish. Chong Kun was worried that Marquis Xianping would not be used to it, so he specially invited a chef from another island to make a few side dishes. Marquis Xianping was not a picky eater. He had eaten the corpses of horses and grass during the war. He was satisfied to be able to eat a hot meal. Chong Kun smiled and said, "By the way, Hero Xiao, there will be a martial arts competition on our island in a few days. Would you like to come and watch?" Marquis Xianping smiled and said, "I would like to stay, but there are urgent matters at home. I have to go back as soon as possible." Chongjing's brother-in-law, who was beside her, said in surprise, "What? You want to leave the island in this weather? It was almost November. It's very likely that there's already a snowstorm on the ice field." Chong Kun said earnestly, "That's right, Hero Xiao. You haven't been to the island, so you might not know the terrible weather on the ice field. Even I don't dare to enter the ice field at this time." Chongjing lowered her head and ate without saying a word. "Do you think you can persuade him?" His son wanted the antidote. Even if he had to die, he would die on the way to deliver the medicine. Chongjing poked a piece of fish with her chopsticks. Her movement was so big that the plate broke into 2 halves. Chong Kun smiled and said, "You see, little Jing is angry. He wants you to stay." Marquis Xianping glanced at Chongjing and sighed, "I appreciate your good intentions. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely visit the island again." Since he had said so, Chong Kun and his sons-in-law didn't persuade him anymore. "When do you leave?" Chong Kun asked. "I'll ask someone to prepare things for you on the way." If it were any other season, Chong Kun would definitely ask someone to send Marquis Xianping across the ice field. But the ice field in winter was too dangerous. He couldn't let his clansmen take the risk. In fact, there was no point in taking the risk because they would definitely die on the ice field. Chong Kun regretted. Marquis Xianping said, "Tomorrow morning." After dinner, Marquis Xianping returned to his room. It took them 2 days to leave the border of the Great Yin from Chuyang City and 7 days to walk on the ice field. They didn't have a good rest. Marquis Xianping's body was covered with new and old injuries. He was very tired. Tonight, he had to conserve his energy to deal with the upcoming snowstorm. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Marquis Xianping had just untied his belt and was about to take a hot bath. Hearing the sound, he said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Chongjing walked in slowly. He was holding a small wooden box in his hand. He handed the small wooden box to Marquis Xianping and said indifferently, "Here, the weeds you wanted have been dug up. There are also flowers and fruits. If you accidentally eat the weeds, you'll be fine after eating 2 fruits." Everything in the world had a counter to each other. The reason why there was no antidote for the purple grass poison was that its only antidote was its own fruit. Can this fruit cure other poisons? Marquis Xianping asked. If it could, then wouldn't Qing not have to take such a big risk to eat the purple grass poison? Chongjing said, "I don't know. I haven't tried it. No one on the island has been poisoned." Marquis Xianping thought of the fallen Yiqing. "I doubt the truth that no one on your island has been poisoned." Marquis Xianping took the small box. "Speaking of which, why is there so much purple grass on your island?" Chongjing said, "It wasn't there from the beginning. It was planted by the first island master." Marquis Xianping looked at him. "The first island master? Your ancestor?" Chongjing said, "The first island master's surname wasn't Chong. He was a very mysterious person. His memorial tablet was placed in the innermost part of the ancestral hall. Only the previous sect masters were qualified to worship him. I'm not the sect master yet, so I don't know his name. That kind of weed was originally only on our island. Later, some people secretly dug them up. I don't understand. What's so good about weeds? So the weeds in the Six Nations. No, the purple grass all came from the Dark Knight Island? Chong Jing snorted coldly. It's useless to dig them up. This kind of weeds can only bloom and bear fruit on the Dark Knight Island. The first Island Master was a very powerful person. He created the Dark Knight sect, which was much more powerful than the Lord of Shadows. He didn't accept any rebuttal. In Puching, he always heard the people of the Shadow sect boasting about the first Lord of Shadows. Little Chong Jing was a little rebellious. Marquis Xianping didn't know the use of this information, but he still secretly remembered it. Then he looked at Chong Jing and saw that his face was very ugly. He raised his hand and rubbed his head. He said amusedly, "Who are you showing your bitter face to?" Chong Jing expressed his dissatisfaction with his behavior and said bitterly, "A man's head and a woman's waist can only be seen, not touched." Marquis Xianping laughed out loud. "A man? Is your hair all grown out?" Chong Jing looked up at the sky. In a moment, he turned his back, lowered his head, and opened his belt to take a look. Marquis Xianping was speechless. Before dawn, Marquis Xianping packed up his things and set off. The purple grass was the most important thing. He put a layer of wax on the outside of the wooden box and wrapped it tightly with a layer of cowhide. In this way, even if it was wet in the wind and snow, it wouldn't be soaked. In addition, there was some dry food to eat on the road, ropes for first aid, and so on. Chong Kuan ordered people to pack them in a sealable basket. There was a little space left in the basket, just enough to put the wooden box. With Chong Kuan and the seven sisters watching, Chong Jing definitely couldn't leave. Yi Qing was poisoned. Although he ate the fruit, he was still unconscious for several days. However, Marquis Xianping originally didn't plan to bring the two of them. He wanted to save his son. Chong Jing and Yi Qing were other people's sons. He set off alone without alerting anyone. Chong Jing was very sad. He sat in the room, hugging the glass marbles that he secretly brought back, and didn't sleep for the whole night. In the courtyard, Chong Ying glanced at her brother's closed door, frowned, and chased after him. At the place where they went ashore yesterday, there were already guards prepared a snowmobile. Marquis Xianping walked over. The guard saluted him. "Hero Xiao, this is the Island Master's snowmobile. It's the lightest material and the fastest. In addition, the dire wolf has also been changed." Marquis Xianping could see that whether it was the snowmobile or the dire wolf, they were much better than when they came. Marquis Xianping said, "Thank the Island Master for me." The guard said, "The Island Master said this is what he should do." Marquis Xianping prepared to set off. At this moment, a cold, murderous aura came from behind him. Marquis Xianping's eyes moved. He dodged, turned around, and hit the other side with a palm. The other side nimbly dodged and slashed at him with a knife. Marquis Xianping recognized the other side. It was Chong Jing's eldest sister, Chong Ying. Strange, why did she want to assassinate him? The two exchanged 10 moves. Marquis Xianping didn't use his true strength. The other side looked fierce, but in fact he didn't really kill. After another move, Chong Ying was repelled. She stepped on the ice 10 steps away from Marquis Xianping. She coldly looked at Marquis Xianping. "Sure enough, the person who kidnapped my brother was you." Chapter 896. Marquis Xianping squinted his eyes slightly. Chong Ying said lightly, "I've sparred with my brother. His swordsmanship has many moves that we don't have in the Dark Knight sect, and his body movement is similar to yours. I'm guessing that my brother has been by your side all these years, right? You came back to the Dark Knight Island this time just for the weeds in the back mountain, right?" Chong Jing went behind their backs to dig weeds. Does she really think that they didn't know? Marquis Xianping suddenly realized, "So that's how you exposed yourself." Chong Ying pointed her sword at him. "If you admit it, it means that you're very smart. If you quibbled just now, I would have ordered you to be killed." Marquis Xian Ping smiled. If I'm not smart, I can't become friends with the fairies, right? Chang Ying snorted and said, What kind of truth are you spouting? As long as the fairies were telling the truth, everything else was the truth. Chang Ying continued, Although you kidnapped my brother, from what I know about him, if you didn't treat him sincerely, he wouldn't have brought you back to the island. Do you know that there's only one kind of people who have set foot on our island these years? Who? Marquis Xian Ping asked. Lovers. Marquis Xian Ping. Chang Ying put away her sword. For my brother's sake, I won't tell my father about you. Marquis Xian Ping smiled. Thank you. Then, I'll take my leave. Stop. Chang Ying stopped him. Marquis Xian Ping asked politely, Fairy, do you have any other orders? Calling her a fairy really makes one's heart bloom with joy. Originally, I promised my younger sisters that I would let them beat you up one by one. Forget it, I'll forgive you. Chang Ying whistled. A snow-white direwolf with a flame mark on its head jumped down from the island. This direwolf's aura was different from other wolves, like an alpha. It came to Chang Ying's side, and Chang Ying knelt down on one knee. Stroking its head, she said to Xian Ping Ho, The Spirit King is the strongest wolf on our island. I only obtained it because I saw it injured by chance. I have never even lent it to my father, but today I will lend it to you. The Spirit King is extremely sensitive to snowstorms. In fact, all direwolves can sense the arrival of a snowstorm, but the Spirit King knows better than them how to avoid a snowstorm. As she spoke, she thought of something, and her expression turned solemn. She warned Marquis Xian Ping, Remember, if the Spirit King refuses to lead the way, then there's no way to avoid it. You must not force your way in. Marquis Xian Ping nodded, I understand. Then, how am I supposed to return it and the dire wolf to you after I cross the ice field? Chang Ying said, You don't have to worry about that. The Spirit King will bring them back. Marquis Xian Ping cupped his hands. Farewell, Fairy Chang. Even calling her a fairy sounded so serious. Who would suspect that it was fake? When it came to coaxing women, Marquis Xian Ping had never stumbled before, except for Princess Xingyang. Chang Ying placed the Spirit King at the head of the first row and fastened the reins for it. She then whispered a few words into its ear in a soft voice. It was a gentle reminder. Lead the way for the guest, but you must also take care of yourself. You must return to my side alive. After bidding farewell to Chang Ying, Marquis Xian Ping sat on the snowy carriage, put on his animal skin gloves, and grabbed the reins tightly. With a loud shout, the Spirit King led the direwolves and rushed out. On a high mountain slope, Chang Kuan and his son watched as Marquis Xian Ping and the direwolves gradually disappeared into the distance. Chang Jing was wearing thick leather and a hat that covered his ears. The braids that his sister had braided neatly hung over his shoulders. His eyes were clean and clear, but they were filled with sorrow. This was not a look that a 17 or 18-year-old boy should have. He was still too young and should not have such sorrow. Chang Kuan put his hands behind his back, using his large body to block the cold winter wind for his son. He sighed and said, Your sister lent the Spirit King to him. This is the most that we, the Dark Knight sect, can do for him. It is not that I am unwilling to lend it to others, but that it is meaningless. After seeing a natural disaster, one would know the insignificance of human strength. It was not something that martial arts could make up for. Chang Kuan could not bear to see his son's sorrowful eyes. He sighed and said, I promise you that after spring, I will destroy the sword hut. Chang Jing hugged a box of marbles and left without a word. The Zhao Kingdom. In the house on Vermilion Bird Avenue, after Princess Xingyang finished crying, she went to prepare clothes for Shang Wanqing. In the room, Princess Xingyang, who had collected her emotions, placed a large bundle on his table. Mother did not know that you were still alive. These clothes are your brother's. These clothes were all new. Xiaoheng had not worn them yet. Princess Xingyang could have lied and said that she had someone go to a shop to buy them for him, but she did not do so. Shang Wanqing did not need her to do so. You are not in a hurry to leave tonight? Princess Xingyang asked. Yes, we leave tomorrow morning. Xiaoheng heard his words from outside the door and frowned slightly. Didn't they say that they would stay for 3 days? Why did they leave tomorrow morning? Could it be? Yes, the poison in Shangguan Qing's body had begun to worsen rapidly. The medicine that the Imperial Preceptor Hall had prepared for him was gradually losing its effectiveness. He could not last for 3 days. He could take a large bottle in one go, but the price would be to fall into a coma. He would peacefully pass away in his sleep. This was the medicine's last mercy to him. But he did not want to eat. He did not want to sleep. He wanted to see his mother properly and be himself for once. He did not want to sleep in the last few hours of his life. He would rather endure the pain of being cut into pieces and leave this world clearly. Princess Xinyang's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She smiled slightly. Then, Mother will accompany you tonight, okay? He just couldn't bring himself to say no. He was going to die. Just let him be willful for once. He also wanted to lie by his mother's side. He wanted to be closer to her one last time. Both mother and son were reluctant to sleep. Princess Xinyang sat at the head of the bed and told him about the Zhao kingdom. Actually, she wanted to hear more about his life in the Yin kingdom. How he grew up, what he liked to do, what he did not like to do, and what he experienced. But she knew that he did not have any strength left. He was like a weak baby lying quietly by her side, holding her hand. He almost did not even have the strength to breathe. Mother likes to plant flowers. There are many peonies in the greenhouse. If you like, Mother will pick a few for you tomorrow morning. How could a boy like peonies? Her heart was in chaos. Tears wantonly swept across her heart. She could not tell what she was saying. What about my father? He suddenly weakly asked. What kind of person is he? Princess Xinyang's thoughts cleared up in a second. She pondered for a long time, but she really did not know how to describe that man. After a while, she quietly said, he is a good father. On the ice field, white snow covered the vast expanse. Marquis Xianping and the 11 direwolves were galloping in the cold wind. Marquis Xianping stood on the snow cart. Behind him, the dark clouds rolled, and the entire sky was gloomy. On the way here, the Spirit King had already led him and the rest of the direwolves to avoid 2 snowstorms and an avalanche. Even now, it was still running forward without sparing any effort. Under its lead, none of the direwolves fell due to exhaustion or cowardice. Marquis Xianping had to control the direction and balance of the snow cart, so he could not rest. The lake on the way back had already frozen. He thought that there was no need to go around, but because of the onslaught of the snowstorm, they still had to change course from time to time. They passed through the land and arrived on top of the ice layer of a lake. Marquis Xianping looked at the direwolf in front of him. His brows slightly furrowed as he said, the Spirit King is running so fast. Is there going to be another snowstorm? An ominous premonition rose from the bottom of his heart. He felt that the upcoming snowstorm would not be so simple. He pulled on the reins tightly. A loud rumble came from behind him. Not good. It was an avalanche. The Spirit King. He shouted loudly. The Spirit King seemed to have sensed something. It increased its speed again, and the direwolves also sped up with it. Marquis Xianping turned his head to look. He saw the snow on the snowy mountain collapsing in patches, like a flood of ice and snow sweeping in their direction. The Spirit King suddenly changed course, making a sharp turn to the right. The entire team of snow carts was led astray by it, turning to the right. They went from the land to the ice layer of the lake. Marquis Xianping's snow cart was at the very back of the team. They had almost been thrown out by this sharp turn. To think that he had originally thought that it was exciting to drive this thing. But now he felt that it was too dangerous. Chongjing was truly someone who had grown up playing snow carts. Her little heart was not ordinarily strong. Marquis Xianping was blown to the point that his face was paralyzed. Not long after they had made the turn, the flood of the avalanche had flooded the place they had just been. It spread all the way, and even the small mountain had been swallowed up. If the Spirit King had not made the sharp turn, the entire snow cart team would have been swallowed up by the avalanche. Marquis Xianping secretly let out a sigh of relief. But before he could finish his sigh of relief, a cracking sound came from the ice layer behind him. Marquis Xianping's eyebrows jumped. Crack! Crack, crack, crack. The muffled cracking sound came from under the ice. White cracks extended from the inside of the ice layer. The entire ice layer was like an ice-blue amber candy that was about to be smashed by someone. The water temperature under the ice layer was extremely low. After falling in, one would be completely numb. In this world, there was not a single expert that could swim in this low temperature. Crack. Chapter 897. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all here. The corner of Marquis Xian Ping's mouth twitched. How can we be so unlucky? We just avoided the avalanche, and now this. The Spirit King's speed had already reached its limit, but it had to break through its limit again. Otherwise, its companions, and that human would all be buried here. The Spirit King gritted its teeth, facing the wind and galloping. The ice on both sides was the first to break. It was unable to turn onto the shore from either side, so it could only bravely move forward. Boom! The ice under the snow cart finally could not hold on and completely cracked. Seeing that the snow cart was about to fall into the ice hole, the Spirit King suddenly accelerated. The snow cart whizzed past. The Spirit King led the direwolf in a mad dash, the ice behind the snow cart cracking. This was much more dangerous than fighting a war. Fighting a war was fighting with people and was controllable. This was fighting with the extreme weather of the entire ice field. The slightest carelessness would cause the entire army to be wiped out. Marquis Xian Ping's heart was in his throat. He had never experienced such a thrilling experience in his life. If it happened another 2 times, his heart would not be able to take it. Fortunately, they had finally reached the shore. A man and a row of direwolves were all lying in the snow, panting. Most of the time, the Wolf King would follow its master's orders. However, if it encountered danger, it would disobey its master's orders and find its own way. Marquis Xian Ping said in amusement, "Fortunately, it's not a simpleton. It's an experienced Wolf King." He took out dry rations and food and filled his stomach with the dire wolves, planning to continue on their journey. However, this time, the Spirit King refused to leave no matter what. Marquis Xian Ping walked down the snow cart and came to the front of the group, checking the Spirit King's reins and wolf claws. Everything was normal. "Spirit King, it's time to set off." Marquis Xian Ping patted its back that was filled with strength. The Spirit King remained unmoving. After a moment, it circled around the same spot a few times, its eyes faintly revealing a sense of unease. Marquis Xian Ping roughly understood that there was a snowstorm up ahead. Previously, when they encountered snowstorms, the Spirit King had chosen to lead the way and did not show any signs of unease. The snowstorm this time was more severe than they had imagined. The Spirit King let out a low cry of fear and retreated a few steps back. The entire pack of wolves felt the signal from the alpha wolf and became restless. Finally, the Spirit King turned around and ran back with the pack of wolves. The ice layer had already broken, so they couldn't go straight, so they took a detour to the east. In short, they could no longer advance recklessly toward Great Yen. They were already halfway there. If they returned to the Dark Night Island now, all their efforts would be in vain. Xian Pingho's intuition told him that this was his only and last chance to pass through the ice field. Once he missed it, the entire chilly winter forest would never be able to leave the ice field again. Remember, if the Spirit King refuses to lead the way, then there is no way to avoid it. You must not force your way in. Chong Ying's warning flashed through his mind, and Marquis Xian Ping's eyes darkened. Qing was still waiting for him to retrieve the purple grass. Even if he had to go through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, even if he had to go through the underworld, he still had to charge through. His gaze landed on the direwolf, and after a moment, he pulled out his long blade. "Go back, direwolf. Your mission is complete. I will walk the rest of the way by myself." He raised his blade and cut off all the reins on the direwolves. There was no need to carry any weight, and the wolves immediately ran far away. The Spirit King stopped in time and turned around to look at Marquis Xian Ping. The blizzard was coming, and this human would die. He felt the human's kindness, but he had to bring his wolves back alive. Marquis Xian Ping grabbed the basket on the snow cart and resolutely charged into the coming blizzard. Marquis Xian Ping didn't remember how many days he had walked in the blizzard. His face had long lost feeling, and he couldn't even close his mouth. His hands and feet were numb from the cold, and his body was extremely stiff. He was like a walking corpse, moving forward step by step. His legs went soft, and he staggered and fell, kneeling on one knee on the ground. His long saber stabbed into the hard layer of ice to support his body that was on the verge of collapsing. He couldn't fall here. Ching was still waiting for him. He had to go back. His palm was frozen and cracked, and under the ice layer, it left a shocking bloody handprint. His body temperature continued to drop, and he couldn't find a place to shelter himself from the wind and rain. He seemed to be lost, and he didn't even know how long it would take for him to reach the end. Finally, his strength couldn't support him, and he fell head first onto the cold and hard ice. When he woke up, the blood flowing down from his forehead had already dried. He moved his body that was almost petrified and climbed up with great difficulty. He picked up the long blade on the ice, and using the blade as a crutch, he continued to walk towards his destination. His strength was gradually exhausted, and when a glacier collapsed in front of him, he didn't have the strength to escape. His first reaction was not to save himself, but to throw out the basket on his back. With a loud boom, his entire body was pressed under the glacier. The basket was broken, and the things inside tumbled out. The leather covering the small box was also cut open by the sharp ice. A gust of wind blew. Marquis Xian Ping's expression changed, and his hoarse voice almost couldn't make a sound. Don't plop. The leather was blown open by the wind, and the small box fell into the hole in the ice. The small box floated away with the water under the ice. Marquis Xian Ping's heart was filled with great sorrow. He raised his hand and forcefully pushed away the glacier on his body. His dantian was damaged, and he couldn't use any internal energy. His fingers were bloody from clawing, but he couldn't move the glacier on his body at all. Don't go! Don't go! He looked at the small box floating away under the ice, and he was so anxious that the red veins in his eyes exploded one by one. What floated away under the ice was not a small box, but his son's life. He let out an angry and compassionate roar and used the power of his life to push the glacier on his body. Bang! While he was pushing the glacier on his end, he also increased the pressure on the other end of the glacier. The ice on the lake cracked open. A series of small pieces of ice fell into the ice hole and flowed down, hitting the small box. The small box was pushed further and further away. If this continued, he would lose it. Marquis Xian Ping looked at the gray sky and felt a deep sense of despair. He wasn't afraid of death. He was only afraid that if he died, no one would be able to bring the purple grass back. Why did he have to do this to him? 20 years ago, he wasn't able to save Qing. Could it be that this time he would also end up in failure? He turned his head to look for the small box under the ice, but suddenly caught a glimpse of a tall figure in the biting cold wind and snow. Was it an illusion? Here! How could there be someone? The other person walked towards him step by step. It was a man wrapped in thick fur, wearing a fox skin cloak, and the hood of the cloak covered his appearance. There was a long sword at his waist that was emitting a threatening cold aura, which complemented his lonely and cold aura. Beside him was a dire wolf that looked like a spirit king. When he got closer, Marquis Xian Ping finally recognized him. Long E. Chapter 898. Novels with connotations that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. Xian Ping Ho completely did not expect to run into Long Yi here. Long Yi was wearing that mask which he had never taken off since entering the princess mansion. Maybe he had also changed it. Merely it was the same every time. Strange, didn't Long Yi follow Aheng to the northeast to negotiate with Qinghua? When he left Xiyang City to look for medicine, Xiaoheng had not yet arrived at the northwest border. Naturally, he did not know that Long Yi had already separated from Xiaoheng. He subconsciously looked behind Long Yi. In the endless wind and snow, he did not see a second figure. This was even more strange. Long Yi had appeared here alone. In addition, the feeling Long Yi gave him seemed to be different. Xian Pingho's brain had already been frozen long ago. He could only think so much. Very quickly, he remembered the proper business. He opened his mouth with a hoarse voice which was difficult to distinguish, but he discovered that all his voice was drowned out by the whistling wind and snow. He was not sure if Long Yi had recognized him. After all, he had been wasted by the blizzard for many days. He was already in a difficult situation, and even he could not recognize himself. Long Yi stood on a piece of intact ice layer and did not immediately come over. The dire wolf beside him also seemed to have the intention to stop Long Yi. It stood on the edge of the ice layer and used its nose to sniff the faintly discernible crack. I can't go over. I can't even take a single step. Bang! Xian Pingho also heard the cracking sound of the ice layer below him. This ice layer was about to be unable to bear the weight of the glacier. Before long, he and this glacier would sink into the ice-cold water. He had already lost all feeling below his waist. He raised his head and gasped for breath, recovering a bit of strength. He no longer struggled and tried to stabilize the ice layer below him. Long Yi, he finally had the strength to call out, "Why did you come? Are you alone?" Long Yi answered. This was the answer to his second question. He was nearby and heard the voice of Xian Pingho, so he came over to take a look. Xian Pingho weakly replied, and in a flash his eyes trembled. Wait a minute, just now Long Yi spoke? He spoke? Marquis Xian Ping had seen Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao. He had already learned some things about Long Yi from them and knew that he was actually not the shadow dragon guard left behind by the late emperor for Qin Fengwan. He had lost his memory. However, he thought of himself as the dragon shadow guard and became speechless. Long Yi's gaze fell on Marquis Xian Ping and that glacier, as if he was thinking about how to save Marquis Xian Ping. He took off the leather glove on his right hand, and his well-defined hand pressed on the sword at his waist. Marquis Xian Ping understood what he wanted to do. He wanted to split the glacier with his sword and use his qin gong to save him. With Long Yi's ability, he naturally could do it. However, the power of this attack was too great. It would cause the water to surge rapidly, and countless ice shards would rush into the water, washing away the small box completely. He didn't have time to go back and forth to the Dark Knight Island. Long, don't worry about me. Go and find that small box. Long Yi's gaze swept around. He saw a small box slowly floating under the layer of ice. The small box was surrounded by red paraffin wax, which was very eye-catching. If he wanted to catch the small box, he had to break the layer of ice, and the layer of ice in this area was already in danger. Once it was broken, Marquis Xian Ping would be pressed into the water by the glacier, and even Long Yi wouldn't be able to pick him up. There was no hesitation or fear in the eyes of Marquis Xian Ping. He smiled and said, "Give the small box to Jiao Jiao. She knows what to do." He was not Long Yi's master, nor was he Long Yi's partner. Long Yi could refuse to listen to him. Long Yi. He looked at Long Yi. As proud as he was, he had never begged anyone in his life. However, his tone was definitely not commanding. He suddenly laughed at himself. In any case, your master doesn't like me, so it doesn't matter whether I die or not. Inside the box is the medicine for her son, and her son is gone. Your master should be sad. In November, Ziyang City was covered in pure white snow. Several days had passed since Xiaoheng and Shangguanqing set out. It's the middle of the month. Gu Jiao said. Marquis Xian Ping set out early in the morning of October 16th. It had been almost a month, and she didn't know whether he had obtained the purple grass or not. Although Shangguanqing gave up waiting for the antidote, she didn't give up on this side. She was calculating the final deadline in her heart. She looked at the map in her hand and sighed. If I can't get the antidote tonight, then I really won't be able to catch up. Tonight, Marquis Xian Ping didn't return. In the morning, Gu Jiao woke up early as usual. She planned to feed Black Wind King, then go to the wounded barracks to check the wards. Just when she got out of bed, her right leg kicked something. She looked down and saw that it was a small box covered in red wax. There was a layer of thin ice on the wax. Who put it here? I clearly didn't see this box last night. Did someone come in at night? A series of question marks flashed through the mind of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao picked up the small box, and surprisingly, she saw a familiar charcoal pencil. It was Long. He was the one who put the box here. Gu Jiao carried the small box out of the tent and bumped into Teacher, who had come to bring her hot water. Teacher, who hurriedly retreated, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Seeing that they were about to bump into each other, Gu Jiao nimbly moved to the side. Teacher, who staggered a few steps, but in any case, he steadied his body. He looked back at Gu Jiao, who had suddenly rushed out of the tent, and asked with lingering fear, "My lady, do you have something urgent? Did you see a person? This place is full of people this tall." Gu Jiao gestured, wearing a mask and a long sword at his waist. Teacher, who shook his head, "No. Are you talking about an assassin?" He had a mask and a sword, and he was so tall and big. Just thinking about it made people feel afraid. Forget it. He didn't even wake me up. Presumably he didn't want to alarm anyone. Gu Jiao lowered her eyes and returned to the tent with the small box. Teacher, who scratched his head, "Why do I feel that my lady's mood is a little low?" Gu Jiao sat down beside the small table and placed the small box and the charcoal pencil on the carpet on the table. Only then did she notice that there was a piece of paper sealed in a layer of ice at the top of the small box. She broke the layer of ice, carefully took out the paper, and slowly spread it on the table. It was a picture drawn with a charcoal pencil. From the moment Xiao Hong decided to help Long Yi recall his memories, he began to teach Long Yi how to speak and read. However, according to Xiao Hong, Long Yi preferred to draw. In the picture was a man who was pressed under a glacier in a snowstorm. The layer of ice under the man's body cracked, and a small red box floated under the layer of ice in the distance. Near the origin ice was an endless mountain range. That was Great Yan's Biling Pass. Seeing this, Gu Jiao understood everything. The man who was pressed under the glacier was Marquis Xianping. He walked through the harsh origin ice, and when he was about to reach the border of Yan country, he encountered the glacier breaking. Perhaps he himself didn't know that he had already reached the border. He was only 1 li away from the shore. He was the first person to cross the origin ice in the extreme winter weather, and he created an unimaginable miracle. Unfortunately, he gave all the miracles to his son and didn't leave himself a chance to live. Long, he should have just happened to pass by there, and Marquis Xianping gave up his life. In the cold winter, he was pressed under the glacier, and even his corpse couldn't be salvaged. The small box on the table suddenly became very heavy. If A Hung heard this news, would she be very sad? Last time it was a landslide, and this time it was a glacier. Why did she dream of it last time, but not this time? Gu Jiao couldn't figure out, but no matter what, she couldn't wallow in the emotions brought about by this matter. This was something that Marquis Xianping brought back with his life. She couldn't let Marquis Xianping sacrifice his life in vain. Gu Jiao peeled off the wax on the outside and opened the small box. She found that aside from whole stalks of purple grass, there was also a box of purple flowers and a box of white fruits. Each fruit was about the size of a marble. There was a letter in the top layer of the box. It was a letter personally written by Marquis Xianping. On it, he recorded the information he had learned about the purple grass from Dark Night Island. Purple grass roots were very poisonous, and purple grass flowers were also poisonous, but the toxicity was not as good as the roots. Purple grass fruits could cure the poison of purple grass, but whether or not purple grass fruits had any effect on other poisons, it was unknown. In addition, purple grass fruits were completely non-toxic and had no side effects, unlike purple grass, which was very dangerous. Gu Jiao said, "If it can cure Shang Wanqing's poison, that would be the best. If it can't, he will still need to take purple grass." She couldn't let go of any opportunity. Gu Jiao hurried to the alchemy room, grabbed a handful of purple grass, and extracted the poison from its roots. Then she boiled it into pills in the stove. She sealed the pills and called Wen Ren Chong. "I'm going out. Wenrin Chong smelled the faint medicinal fragrance on her body and almost understood what was going on. Are you going to chase His Highness Zhang-sun? I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up with him. This morning, the people of the Ennying Division sent a pigeon to us. The waterway that His Highness Zhang-sun took froze last night. Chapter 899. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. This ice is not as thick as the ice on the ice field. It can be passed from above. Gu Jiao frowned. Then we can only go by land. But can we make in time? Whatever. We have to go whether we can make in time or not. She paused and said, Ask someone from the Shadow Division to come here. Yes. Wenrin Chong answered. Most of the members of the Shadow Division went to the Jin Kingdom with Liaochen, so there were not many people left in the camp. The shadow guard called by Wenrin Chong was Xinyang. He was specially arranged by Liaochen in the camp so that Gu Jiao could contact him. Xinyang bowed to Gu Jiao. Young commander. Everyone in the camp called her young commander. At first, she didn't understand and thought it was a problem with the accent. Later, when she found out, it was too late to change it. So she just let them be. Gu Jiao asked, The Shadow Division has been in the Zhao Kingdom. Are there any hidden sentries along the way? Yes, there are people from the Shadow Division near every post station. Young commander, do you want to find out something? I want to send something to the capital of the Zhao Kingdom as soon as possible. The capital of the Zhao Kingdom? Xinyang came to the table and looked at the map on the table. He pointed and said, The fastest way is to go by water from the port of the Tong continent. Unfortunately, the Bay of the Tong continent froze last night. We can only go by Yinzhou. The Bay of Yinzhou hasn't frozen yet, but judging by the weather, it will freeze soon. Gu Jiao murmured, You mean we have to get on the ship before the Bay of Yinzhou freezes? Xinyang nodded. Yes, the water near the port is shallow and slow, so it's easy to freeze. It's not so fast in the center of the river. Gu Jiao said seriously, I know. I'll go to Yinzhou now. It was 300 miles from here to Yinzhou. In such bad weather, it would be more difficult to travel. She had to choose the most suitable horse. The Black Wind King seemed to have sensed something and came to the entrance of the tent without hesitation. However, she could not ride the Black Wind King anymore. Ever since the Black Wind King came to the border, it had been through many battles, big and little sure. Especially in the battle to take down the south gate of Pu City, it was severely injured. After that, it did not immediately rest. Instead, it fought alongside her for a long time. She could not risk it again. Gu Jiao went to the stable. The Black Wind Cavalry was the earliest and most elite force in the Xianyuan army. However, before the reinforcements arrived, this force had fought too many battles and was covered in wounds. A war horse in its prime needed rest. But the moment Gu Jiao walked in, all the war horses immediately went into battle mode. They could still fight. Gu Jiao clenched her fists. Young commander, Wenrin Chong brought over a 10-year-old war horse. Let's choose this one. It only fought in a battle and suffered some minor injuries. But it has already recovered. Gu Jiao asked, Are there any horses that have not been injured? Wenrin Chong said, Yes, they have all gone to the front line. Otherwise, there are the young Black Wind Cavalry who are transporting the provisions. At this moment, a 3-year-old Black Wind Cavalry galloped over. It jumped in front of Gu Jiao a few times, as if it was showing off its strength to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao recognized it. It was the Black Wind Cavalry that fell into the waterfall when crossing the mountain range. The Black Wind King saved it in time, but the provisions on its back were gone. It was depressed until Gu Jiao put the herb she picked on its back. It seems to have grown a lot in just 2 months. Gu Jiao checked its body and found that it was very strong. Although it was only 3 years old, its muscles were full of explosive strength. Little Black Wind Cavalry, it's up to you whether we can send the antidote to the ship before the ice freezes. The 300 miles to Yinzhou, the Black Wind Cavalry ran as fast as it could. The winter was very cold. It was snowing everywhere. The road was dangerous and difficult. The Black Wind Cavalry almost split several times. Its hair was standing on end, but it was not afraid. It did not flinch. It did not even slow down. Facing the whistling cold wind, it galloped on the endless official road as if it was about to fly. In terms of quality, it was not the best. The best quality horses that Gu Jiao had seen so far were the Black Wind King and Little Shi. However, this Black Wind cavalry had an unyielding will and an unyielding fighting spirit. Along the way, both of them fell. Without saying anything, the Black Wind cavalry got up and continued. It carried Gu Jiao and continued to gallop. In the wind and snow, it was its king. Even if the Black Wind King was not injured, it would still be a bit difficult to run for 300 miles in the wind and snow. The Black Wind cavalry's physical strength was gradually exhausted. Gu Jiao's hands were already frozen stiff. Her cheeks and lips were numb. She could not even speak clearly. Little Black Wind cavalry, hold on a little longer. We're almost at Yinzhou. The Black Wind cavalry panted and gritted its teeth. It stood up and ran to the gate tower of Yinzhou like an arrow. On the 10th day of the 12th lunar month, it snowed all night in the capital of Zhao country. When Eugene got up before dawn, she almost could not open the door. Why is the snow so heavy? It's blocking the door. Someone, she called. A servant came over with a shovel. She shoveled the ice and snow in front of her door and opened the door for her. I was just about to shovel the snow. I didn't expect you to get up so early. Eugene did not mean to blame her. It was true that she got up early. She looked at the direction of the south and asked softly, "Is the young master up?" The servant said, "I don't think so. I didn't hear anything." Eugene nodded. "I know. Go do your thing." Okay. The servant went to sweep the snow in the yard. Her movements were very light and did not disturb anyone. In the south room, Shangguan Qing woke up early. Last night, the mother and son talked until late into the night. After midnight, Princess Xinyang could not resist the sleepiness of pregnancy and fell asleep. Shangguan Qing did not take the antidote from the state preceptor hall. Suffering from the poison in his body, he could not close his eyes for even a moment. Of course, he did not want to close his eyes. He quietly looked at Princess Xinyang beside him. This was his mother, the woman who had brought him to this world after being pregnant for 10 months and walking through the gates of hell. She was very gentle. Although she might be very strict, he did not have the chance to feel it, did he? It was almost dawn. His increasingly uncomfortable body reminded him that he had to leave here as soon as possible. It's faster than I thought. On the way here, he thought there were 3 more days. At dinner, he faintly felt that there was only 1 day left. But now he covered his heart. It was going to explode. He could not breathe. "Brother." Xiaoheng's low voice came from outside the door. Shangguan Qing wanted to answer him, but he was afraid to wake Princess Xinyang. "I'm coming in," Xiaoheng said. The door was pushed open and Xiaoheng walked in. He saw Shangguan Qing sitting at the head of the bed in a cold sweat. His face was unbelievably pale, his lips were black, and his whole body was trembling. Xiaoheng's eyes darkened. He strode forward and hugged Shangguan Qing, who was falling from the head of the bed. Shangguan Qing lay in his arms and said weakly, "Take me away." Xiaoheng held him and looked at Princess Xinyang, who was lying on the bed with her eyes open and biting her fingers to prevent herself from crying out loud. His throat moved with difficulty. "Okay, I'll take you away." Xiaoheng helped Shangguan Qing up and put his hand on his neck. He walked step by step toward the door. The moment he crossed the threshold, Shangguan Qing's body went soft, and he slid down. Xiaoheng hurriedly hugged him. "Brother." Qing all of Princess Xinyang's strength was shattered by this fall. She could no longer agree to his request. She didn't want him to die outside. She didn't want him to become a cold corpse in a deserted place. She rushed over and knelt on the ground to hug Shangguan Qing, who was lifeless like a puppet. "Qing, don't go. Don't leave, mother. Don't. Hot tears splashed on his cheeks and fell into his eyes. A tear slid down from his eye. "Mother, I'm sorry. I can't be your son anymore. I don't regret being born by you. Thank you for bringing me into this world. The human world is so good. I like it very much." Princess Xinyang hugged her son tightly. She felt that she was losing him. Her heart was broken, and her tears fell uncontrollably. "Qing, Qing Xiao Hung turned around. His eyes were red and swollen. Yujin stood outside the door. She covered her mouth tightly, but she couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes. Why? Why was God so cruel? The princess had only been reunited with the young master for a day, but she lost him again. How many times did the princess have to go through the pain of losing her son? Yujin cried sorrowfully. The servants in the courtyard all turned their faces away to secretly wipe their tears. There was nothing crueler in the world than this clang. The door of the courtyard was kicked open. Because the force was too great, the whole door fell on the bonsai planted by Princess Xinyan. Just as the servants were about to shout, the travel-worn man walked in. Your Highness Zhang's son, Ami, taunts orders Xiao Little, Commander SEO Medicine, to deliver my life. All the servants were stunned. What? What was this? The Shadow Division expert cleared his throat. Wrong. I'm here to deliver you the medicine under the orders of Commander Xiao. I was anxious and spoke carelessly. Get to me quickly. Xiao Hung understood. He couldn't wait for the other party to deliver the medicine and walked over himself. The Shadow Division expert had seen his portrait and handed the medicine to him. There were a total of 2 bottles of medicine and a note. The note said, feed him the white fruit in the white jade bottle first. If he doesn't get better, feed him the brown pill in the jade bottle. The fruit is purple grass fruit, non-toxic. The brown pill comes from the roots of purple grass, highly toxic. It was Gu Jiao's note. Xiao Hung didn't have any doubts or hesitation. He rushed into the room, pried open his brother's mouth, and fed him the white fruit. Xiao Hung looked serious. He can't eat it. Let me do it. The Shadow Division expert rushed over and slapped Shangguan Qing's chest. The fruit slid smoothly into his stomach. Princess Xinyan looked at the Shadow Division expert in surprise and then turned to Xiao Hung. She asked in a daze, what did you feed your brother? Xiao Hung replied, Jiao Jiao sent someone to deliver medicine. It couldn't be called an antidote because it might not work. If it didn't work, then Shangguan Qing would still have to take the purple grass poison. What 9 deaths? It should be 10,000 deaths. And who knew what side effect would happen to those who survived? Shangguan Qing, you must get better. When you're well, I'll call you brother as many times as I want. The person in Princess Xinyan's arms didn't respond. Xiao Hung picked up the jade bottle with trembling hands. Next, he could only try the purple grass poison. Hey. Knock, look. The Shadow Division expert pointed at Shangguan Qing's finger. He moved. Both mother and son looked at his fingertip. Although it was very weak, he did move. The Shadow Division expert stared at his face and said, his glabella isn't as black as it used to be. Princess Xinyan looked at Xiao Hung with tears in her eyes. She sobbed and said, I don't understand what he said. Xiao Hung smiled for the first time in a month, as if relieved of a burden. He said that brother's glabella isn't black anymore. This is a sign that the poison in his body is gradually getting better. The purple grass fruit worked. He doesn't have to take the purple grass poison anymore. His emotions were tumbling in his chest. They were even more stormy than when Shangguan Qing was dying. It was endless suppressed sadness, like an iceberg that couldn't be melted under the sun. At this moment, the iceberg cracked, and joy spurted out from the ground like lava. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were burning. It's really, he fell on the ground and raised his hand to wipe his red eyes, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The glabella stopped moving after it had faded to a certain extent. What's going on? Princess Xinyan's eyes were red, like a frightened child. And why hasn't Qing woken up yet? Not so fast. The Shadow Division expert said, the poison is too deep. It needs to be removed slowly. Do you have many fruits? Xiao Hung looked at the big bottle full of fruits. Yes, the Shadow Division expert said. That's enough. If I feed him this every day, Zone will wake up. Xiao Hung carried Shangguan Qing back to the bed. If he doesn't wake up, I'll need more purple grass poison, he thought. An hour later, Shangguan Qing's breathing was smoother than before. His face was still pale, but his brows, which had been tightly knitted because of the pain, had relaxed a lot. This meant that his discomfort had been greatly alleviated. Xiao Hong guessed that he was still unconscious, not because the poison in his body hadn't been removed, but because he had been tortured by the poison for too long and hadn't been able to sleep well. Now that he wasn't feeling so bad anymore, he fell asleep peacefully. Xiao Hong said to Princess Xinyang, who was sitting by the bed with difficulty, "Mother, don't worry. This fruit is very effective. Brother will definitely recover." Yes. Princess Xinyang nodded with tears in her eyes. She could feel that Qing was returning to her side. The joy of regaining what she had lost was indescribable. She had already lost Qing once. If she lost him a second time, she knew that she wouldn't be able to live. Her throat was hoarse from crying, and her eyes were swollen. She was in a terrible state. It was inevitable that she would be rude to receive a guest like this. She said to Xiao Hong, "Go thank that expert on behalf of Mother. Just now, Mother only cared about being sad and neglected his injuries. His face seems to have been disfigured. In a while, the imperial physician will come and take a look at him." Okay, his mother was really meticulous. She was so sad, but her observation skills weren't affected. She just couldn't react at that time. When she calmed down, she could sense that something was wrong. This was a very rare and valuable ability. The master of the Shadow Division was waiting in the corridor. He had to go back to report in a while and needed to know Shangguan Qing's specific condition. Xiao Hong went out of the room and saluted him. "Thank you very much for today. I haven't asked your name yet." The master of the Shadow Division scratched his head. "I'm sorry for breaking your door," Xiao Hong smiled. "It's okay. You're injured. Go to the flower hall first. The imperial physician will be here soon." Yujin had already gone to invite the imperial physician. First, to check on Shangguan Qing's recovery. Second, to check on the guest's injuries. The master of the Shadow Division waved his hand. "I'm fine. My name is Gao Chong. Gao Chong, as in martial arts. Your Highness, about the patient's condition, I have to report back." Gu Jiao didn't say who he was delivering the medicine to. The people of the Shadow Division were only responsible for carrying out the task and wouldn't ask about it. He said seriously, "You called him brother." "I didn't hear it." Xiao Hong smiled. It didn't matter if he heard it. After going through so many things, he suddenly felt that it didn't matter whether he hid the identity of the two brothers or not. He said, "Why don't you wait for the imperial physician to come first? After hearing his specific diagnosis, you can go back to report." Gao Chong thought about it seriously and nodded. "Yes." Xiao Hong looked out of the courtyard and asked, "By the way, didn't my father come back with you? You have a father?" Gao Chong thought that the eldest grandson of the Yin dynasty had a father. He hadn't heard of it for so many years. He answered, "Not at all. I came here alone. Before me, there was also a person who brought you here. I didn't see you, father." Strange, the antidote is such an important thing. Why would he ask someone else to do it? The more Xiao Hong thought about it, the stranger he felt. It wasn't that the people of the Shadow Division were unreliable, but this didn't conform to his father's temperament. Inside the room, Princess Xinyang was wiping the sweat on Shangguan Qing's forehead with a handkerchief. When she heard this, her movements paused. Gao Chong suddenly slapped himself on the forehead. "Ah, I remember. Thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, I would have forgotten. There was also a letter that came with you." He took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong originally thought that it was a letter from Gu Jiao, but when he opened it, he found that it was Long Yi's handwriting. Long Yi used a charcoal pen to draw a glacier. Under the glacier was a man whose hands were full of blood and whose bones were visible. Xiao Hong's heart was suddenly grasped by a big hand. What happened? Princess Xinyang walked out. Xiao Hong stealthily hid the drawing behind his back. Looking at his haggard mother who was about to give birth, he clenched his fists and endured. Nothing. Princess Xinyang looked at Gao Chong. Gao Chong didn't understand and honestly said, "Oh, it's the person who went to Originize to look for you, medicine. He died and can't come back." Princess Xinyang's expression stiffened. Chapter 900. "What did you say? Who died?" she asked calmly. Gao Chong was about to speak when he suddenly noticed that the atmosphere was not right. He scratched his head in a daze. Did I say something wrong? What do you think? Xiao Hung knew that with his mother's intelligence, there was an 80% chance that he wouldn't be able to hide it anymore. He looked at his mother's bulging belly that could give birth at any time and was really worried that it would affect the fetus. He said earnestly, I haven't figured it out yet. I'll deal with it. Mother, go inside and rest for a while. I'll tell you after I've sorted it out. Princess Xinyang sternly said, No, I'm fine. You guys go ahead. This. Gao Chong scratched his head, leaned close to Xiao Hung, and whispered, Should I say it or not? Xiao Hung let out a long sigh. You say it. At this point, there was no point in keeping his mouth shut any longer. Oh, Gao Chong said, then asked embarrassedly, What do I want to say? Who died? Princess Xinyang reminded him. Gao Chong suddenly realized, yes. For his talking about four, General Xiao is dead. Where did you hear the news? Xiao Hung asked. Although he already had Long Yi's painting, Xiao Hung still prayed that there would be a trace of a miracle. Perhaps there was a mistake. That person might not be his father. Gao Chong explained the ins and outs of the matter. Marquis Xian Ping sneaked into the Yin country. He didn't have a proper Yin country travel permit. In order to avoid unnecessary disputes and misunderstandings, Marquis Xian Ping, Tang Yueshan, and the old Marquis used the identity of the Crown Princess's aide. Among them, Marquis Xian Ping was also appointed as a general by Shang Wanyan. His sudden disappearance naturally made some people suspicious. Shang Wanyan announced that he went to look for medicine for His Highness Ghost King in Ghost Mountain. The Ghost Army was an army formed by the people. They protected many local people from the Jin Army. Everyone was very friendly to the leader of the Ghost Army. Hearing that he was looking for medicine for him, everyone was looking forward to General Zhao's early return. Who would have thought that after a month, there was still no news of General Zhao's safe return? Instead, the junior commander of the Black Wind Cavalry sent the masters of the Shadow Division to the ice field to salvage the corpses. It was said that General Xiao had successfully brought the medicine back from the other side of the ice field and handed it to his companions. However, he did not manage to leave the ice field alive. Hearing this, both mother and son fell silent. No one had expected such an outcome. A living person had suddenly disappeared from their lives. No one dared to believe that this was true. Gao Chong asked, That person just now? His Highness, the fourth Ghost King, right? As he spoke, he glanced at the mother and son and hurriedly said, I didn't ask anything. Don't ask anything. Xiao Hung felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly by a big hand. He wanted Shangwan Qing to live, but he didn't want his father to sacrifice his life for this. In the past, the father and son did not know how to get along with each other. When they finally understood, they did not have a chance anymore. He clenched his fists and his eyes turned red. Why did it turn out like this? Gao Chong panicked. I don't know why it turned out like this. If I had known, I wouldn't have said so much. Was it too late to regret now? Why did he feel that he had made a big mistake? Would his master punish him when he returned? He would lose his monthly allowance for this month again. Then, Gao Chong felt that he had to disappear immediately. Otherwise, he might not be able to leave alive. At this moment, the craftsman who repaired the door came over. His eyes lit up. I'll repair the door that I broke. I'll fix it myself. After running 2 steps, he turned back and said resentfully, Young, my condolences. The feeling of losing his father was not much better than losing his brother. Xiao Hung controlled his tears and did not let them fall. He had lost his father. Unlike his angry words in the past, this time he had really lost his father. When Eugene invited the imperial physician over, Gao Chong was helping the craftsman repair the courtyard door that he had kicked down. Xiao Hung was no longer there. Eugene sensitively sensed that the atmosphere in the residence was not right. She wanted to ask what had happened, but the servants all avoided her gaze. She looked at Gao Chong. This time, Gao Chong did not dare to speak carelessly. He avoided her gaze and waved his hand. Don't ask me, I won't say. I don't know anything. She muttered. Did something happen to the young master? Her first reaction was that Shang Wanqing's condition had worsened. After all, Other than this, she could not think of anything else that could make everyone panic like this. She hurriedly led the imperial physician to Shang Wanqing's room. The furnishings in the room had not changed, but the moment she stepped in, the atmosphere inside was so heavy that it was suffocating. Eugene frowned and unconsciously tightened her grip on the handkerchief in her hand. She stepped over the threshold and walked towards Shang Wanqing's bed. Princess. Princess Xinyang sat on the stool in front of the bed with her back facing the door. Her back was as straight as ever, but her back looked somewhat sorrowful. Could it be that something had really happened to the young master? Imperial physician. She turned around and urged the imperial physician. The imperial physician carried his medicine box and stepped over the threshold. He arrived behind Princess Xinyang and first bowed to her. This lowly official greets the princess. Princess Xinyang responded indifferently after a long while. Take Qing Er's pulse. Eugene looked worriedly at the expressionless princess and moved to the side to make it easier for the imperial physician to take his pulse. The imperial physician carefully examined Shang Wanqing and bowed. Princess, the young master seems to have been poisoned, but from his pulse, his life is not in danger for the time being. If his life was not in danger, then the antidote had taken effect. Why did the princess still look unhappy? The imperial physician did not dare to ask who the young man who was so cherished by Princess Xinyang was. He only vaguely felt that the other party's appearance was somewhat familiar. He said, "The young master can continue to take the antidote. I will prescribe a nourishing prescription for him." "Thank you for your trouble," Princess Xinyang said. The imperial physician took his medicine box and retreated. Eugene left the door ajar and returned to the side of Princess Xinyang. She asked strangely, "Princess, what happened? Why is everyone so strange?" "Xiao Ji is dead," Princess Xinyang said. Her tone was very calm, as if she was talking about something unrelated to herself. But whether her heart was as still as water or not, only she knew. Having heard this, Eugene was startled. "Princess, who did you hear this from? Did you make a mistake? Didn't Marquis go to find the antidote for the young master? He even found the antidote. He can't come back," Princess Xinyang said. She had already seen Long Yi's painting. She was familiar with the geography of various countries. Naturally, she knew what kind of place Origin Ice was. The cold winter Origin Ice was a purgatory of icebergs. It was a natural mode of death that no one could cross. She could not imagine what kind of willpower he used to bring the antidote back from the blizzard. Eugene squatted down and held the hand of Princess Xinyang. She looked up at her and said, Princess Xinyang muttered, "I once wanted to get rid of this man, but I didn't think it would be in this manner." Eugene's nose twitched. Princess Xinyang was very calm. Birth, old age, illness, and death are common, but he died too quickly. Eugene gripped her master's hand in distress. "Princess, if you are sad, just cry it out. Crying will make you feel better." Princess Xinyang said, "I am not sad for myself. I am sad for the 3 children. When I was raising Aheng, I always felt that there was no difference whether Aheng had a father or not. Either way, he was in the military all year round and never came back. Wasn't that because you didn't let him come to the Princess Manor?" Eugene choked with sobs. "I saw Marquis ride past the Princess Manor many times." Princess Xinyang did not deny that she did not like Marquis Xianping, but she had her reasons. He always made Aheng cry. The number of times Aheng saw him each month could be counted on one hand. "I often felt that this father was dispensable. But when this person really was gone, only then did I know it was different," Eugene said sadly. "In the past, Marquis did not appear in front of you, but he did not go far. He was always secretly protecting you and the young Marquis. As long as you and the young Marquis turn around, he was always there, but this time, he really is no longer there. No matter how many times she turned around, that man would no longer wait for her in the same place. When His Majesty said that he would be betrothing me to him, I thought that my nightmare had come. You know that his reputation is not good. His martial arts are high, and his personality is strong. I don't care about his reputation. I am just a chess piece to win over powerful officials. Does it not matter who I marry? But I cannot get close to men. If it was someone else, perhaps it would be easier to control. But Marquis Xianping, that young man in bright clothes and riding on a horse, had achieved great military achievements at a young age. He was so powerful that the entire imperial family feared him. Although I am a princess, how can I not allow my husband to touch me on the night of my wedding? I was prepared to be humiliated by him. I was young at that time, and my personality was not like it is now. I even had the impulsiveness of a young man. Because of this, I even thought that if I really could not take the humiliation, I would just kill myself. The dagger that was pressed against his chest was originally prepared for herself. She did not think that he would compromise. He returned to the room with the smell of alcohol. He walked unsteadily, but once the door was closed, he was completely sober. He softly said to her, "I'm not drunk. Don't be afraid." She tightly gripped the dagger in her wide sleeve. He picked up the jade ruby on the table and lifted her veil. She clearly remembered his eyes at that time. They were filled with the purity and beauty of a young man. It did not seem to have anything to do with the rumored romantic and unruly. He was wearing a bright red wedding robe. His face was as delicate as jade, with the shyness and joy of a newlywed. He bent down and smiled at her. But what greeted him was a cold dagger that almost pierced his chest. "Don't touch me, otherwise I will kill you. The imperial order cannot be disobeyed. I have never thought of marrying you. We just need to maintain our status on the surface. There is no need to be husband and wife in reality. You can take in as many concubines as you want. I will not interfere. Of course, you should not interfere in my affairs. In the future, if you don't have my summons, you are not allowed to step into the princess's residence." She saw his clean and beautiful smile stiffen bit by bit, like a piece of finished jade that was completely shattered by her own hands. She felt the cold air on his body. She thought that he would take away her dagger and then humiliate her. He did not. He only asked, "Qin Fengwan, are you serious?" After receiving an affirmative answer, he sneered and straightened up. He threw away the jade ruby in his hand, tore off the ribbon and red flowers on his body, and left the bridal room that was covered with the word happiness without looking back. Their relationship as husband and wife had come to an end. She thought that this was also quite good. It was raining cats and dogs. Her carriage broke down halfway, and she was drenched. His army happened to pass by on the street. She turned around and did not look at him. She also did not want him to see her sorry state. But he still saw it. She thought that he would definitely ridicule her to get back at her from their wedding night. But he still did not. The young general got off the horse, took off his raincoat, and handed it to her. She did not take it. She did not dare to touch anything that belonged to a man. He tilted his head and looked at her with a frown. He walked over and draped the raincoat over her body. That was the first time she was so close to a man since she grew up. Her face turned pale, and she even held her breath. "Go away. Don't touch me." She turned her face away and said coldly. She threw away the raincoat he draped over her. He was stunned for a moment, and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. Soon, he bent down and picked up the raincoat that was dirty in the mud. He got on the horse and left without saying a word. It was raining heavily, and Long E and the others were not here. The bodyguards repaired the carriage slowly, and she was almost frozen. Not long after, a brand new carriage came from the heavy rain and stopped in front of her. The coachman handed over an umbrella. "Madam, just now a young master asked us to pick you up." She always tried her best to avoid this man, but she always couldn't avoid bumping into him. Moreover, it was always in one of the few moments when she was in a sorry state. She took Xiao Hung to buy refreshments on the street. For a year old, Xiao Hung got into trouble, so she acted like a spoiled child and asked Long E to take him away to take refuge. She took Eugene and walked on the crowded street. Because of the Triennial Lantern Festival, people from all over the country gathered in the capital city. She and Eugene were separated. She was pushed to the side and knocked over an old lady's stall. The old lady cried and shouted for her to compensate, but all the money was with Eugene. The old lady hugged her leg, and all the people around her cried. She stood there at a loss of what to do. She didn't know that her hair bun and clothing were already in a mess. Xiaolang, who is she? Upstairs, in soft fragrance pavilion, a gorgeously dressed woman was nestled up to him, calmly watching her make a fool of herself. My wife, he said. The woman was startled. She then covered her face with a fan and laughed. Is she that princess that you left in the cold in your residence? She doesn't seem to be much. She lowered her head and found that her clothing was a bit messy. She looked at the crowd rushing towards her. Seeing the malicious gazes of those men, she suddenly fell ill. Suddenly, a cloak tightly covered her. Someone pulled her hand and brought her out of the crowd. There are some things that one would not notice if one did not think about it carefully. Only after carefully thinking about it did one realize that they were not completely unrelated. She had seen his appearance when he practiced swordsmanship. She had seen his heroic appearance on horseback. He had also seen her most difficult situation that she could not tell others about. They met in the residence, on the street, and in the imperial palace. But they were strangers, ignoring each other. Princess Xanyang faintly said, after King Liang died, my illness seemed to have gotten better. Eugene was shocked with tears in her eyes. Princess, she held her stomach and stood up. Aheng is going to prepare for the funeral. You should also go prepare. Yes. Eugene wiped her tears and sadly retreated. The princess was too pitiful. She had become a widow at such a young age. What about the young duke? What about the young master? And what about the child that was about to be born? Eugene returned to the Marquis Manor to prepare for her Marquis funeral. The gate to the courtyard was repaired, and Gao Chong bid her farewell. She nodded and thanked him, telling him to take care of himself on the way. Snow began to fall from the sky once more. Large snowflakes silently fell. In this world, even grief was silent. The courtyard was extremely quiet. She walked in the snow, her shoes making squeaking sounds. Dong! Something slammed heavily against the courtyard door. She slightly furrowed her brow. The servants were all busy in the backyard. Nobody went to open the gate. She frowned and looked at the tightly shut gate. Hesitating for a moment, she still walked over. She pulled open the vermilion gate. The sound of wind suddenly came from the snowflakes. Goose feather-like snow flew toward her face. She subconsciously raised her hand to block it. When she looked towards the gate again, she did not see anything. Just as she was about to close the gate, she paused. She stepped over the threshold and looked towards West Street. There was still no one. Just then, a low laugh came from behind her. She turned around in a daze. In the midst of the snowstorm, a tall, travel-worn man was leaning lazily against the cold wall behind him with his arms crossed. His slender legs stepped on the snow in a cool manner. His body was covered in dry blood. His face was pale, and his breathing was weak. He tilted his head to look at her. His pale and handsome face was against the snow, and his bloodless lips pulled into an unruly smile. Qin Fengwan, you look really ugly when you cry. Chapter 901. The light reflected off the snow illuminated the cold winter night. Behind him, there was a sudden warmth of reunion in the wind and snow. Princess Xinyang stared at him in a daze, momentarily forgetting to speak, until he chuckled again and said, What? Are you so happy to see me that you can't speak? Princess Xinyang restrained her surprise and frowned seriously, refuting his previous words. I didn't cry. She had cried in the morning, but that was for Qing. She thought Qing was going to die. When she heard that he wouldn't come back, she didn't shed a single tear. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows and pointed at her heart, saying, You cried in your heart. I heard it. Princess Xinyang's face darkened. She was finally sure that the person in front of her was real. He wasn't a ghost that couldn't disperse, nor was he someone's substitute. He was him, guaranteed to be the real deal. Marquis Xianping, Xiaoji. Princess Xinyang turned her face away and whispered, He's still asking for a beating. She shouldn't have felt sad for him. If the child didn't have a father, then so be it. Who would want such an indecent father? The baby in her belly moved. Princess Xinyang calmly tightened her cloak around herself. "Didn't you?" Princess Xingyang wanted to say, "Didn't you die?" But when the words reached her lips, she felt that it wasn't very auspicious to talk about death on New Year's Eve. So she changed her words, "Didn't you fall into the ice lake? How did you come back so quickly? You even know about this?" Marquis Xianping looked at her meaningfully. "You specially sent people to the border of Yin Kingdom to inquire about me?" Princess Xinyang's fist suddenly felt itchy. Marquis Xianping was frantically probing the edge of death. He said carelessly, "How long have I been gone? You're already so impatient." Princess Xinyang touched her belly, which was covered by the large cloak, and took a deep breath. "Can I beat him to death?" Honestly speaking, what happened that day was indeed dangerous. Half of his body was crushed under the collapsed glacier. The ice layer under his body could not withstand the pressure and cracked little by little. The small box fell into the ice hole and was taken away by the turbulent water. He told Long Yi that the thing in the small box could save Qin from Wan's son's life. He didn't say which son it was, but Long Yi most likely thought that it was Xiao Hong. He believed that Long Yi would choose Xiao Hong, but he seemed to have forgotten that only children make choices. Long Yi was a lord. Moreover, his strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Under his command, the dire wolf beside him jumped into the ice hole. After that, the dire wolf chased after the small case, and Long Yi split open the glacier. It was not easy to accomplish this. First of all, that ice-field wolf had to withstand the sword chi of Long Yi. Secondly, that ice-field wolf had to deal with many dangers underwater. It was a dire wolf that was even more powerful than the Spirit King of the Dark Night Island. She really didn't know where Long Yi had obtained it. At that time, he was seriously injured. After falling into the water, he quickly fainted. When he woke up, he was no longer in Origin Ice, but lying on a merchant ship heading to Zhao Country. Long Yi was gone, and the small box was also gone. But he didn't panic. He believed that Long Yi had smoothly handed that thing to Gu Jiao. As for the matter of Long Yi drawing, he knew nothing about it. "You mean, Long Yi knew you were fine, but deliberately said you were dead?" Princess Xinyang expressed her disbelief. "Long Yi was not so naughty." Marquis Xianping's situation was not good. His injuries were not good, and after getting off the ship, he madly rushed back. He was not sure whether the antidote was effective on his son or not. He prepared for the worst. If it was not effective, then no matter what, he had to rush back to see his son for the last time. "Qin Fengwan, is Qin all right?" he asked with his usual tone, trying his best to hide his weakness. "The antidote seems to be effective. The imperial doctor said there is no danger to his life, but he still hasn't woken up." Princess Xinyang said this, then paused. "If you are worried, you can go in and take a look yourself." Marquis Xianping smiled. "Okay, you go in first. I'll come in a moment." Princess Xinyang grabbed her cloak and turned around. She had just taken 2 steps when she stopped again. She turned back and looked at Marquis Xianping. "You can't walk anymore, right?" Marquis Xianping smiled. "What? You want to help me?" Princess Xinyang rolled her eyes. "Who wants to help you? I'll go call someone." Just as she said this, she remembered something. In order to protect the safety of the unborn child in her belly, she had sent the dragon shadow guard to the fief. Gao Chang and the carpenter had already left, so there was no male in the residence. Aheng was also not there. Princess Xinyang hesitated for a moment, then called out to the rear courtyard. "Chuer, Granny Zhang, come over here." "Yes, Princess." The maidservant Chui, and the housekeeper Granny Zhang quickly walked over. When the two saw Marquis Xianping covered in blood, they both screamed in fear, "Ghost!" Soon after, how could the two still care about the princess's orders, and ran away in a panic. The candles and paper money in their hands fell to the ground. There was also a white lantern with the word funeral written on it. The corner of Marquis Xianping's mouth twitched. Qin Fengwan, you aren't planning a funeral for this Marquis, right? Did he come back in time for his own funeral? If he came back a little later, the coffin would have been prepared for him, and he would have just laid down in it. Wouldn't he have saved his clothes? Who knew that you were still alive? Princess Xinyang quietly muttered. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She told herself that he was the father of 3 children. She could not truly let him die here. She walked over and calmly reached out her hand. After hesitating for a moment, she moved her fingers and braced herself to support his arm. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to approach a man in a completely sober state. It still required a great deal of courage, and she was still not used to it, but she was not as scared as before. Marquis Xianping watched as she used 2 fingers to pinch the cloth on his arm. She was clearly very nervous, but still emboldened herself. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qin Fengwan, shut up, Princess Xinyang said sternly. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't help you. Marquis Xianping, you're not helping me. The 2 fingers only grabbed the material of his clothes and didn't even touch the flesh of his arm. Princess Xinyang, who thought she had helped him, gave him a cold glare as if to say, I've already helped you. Why aren't you leaving? Men are so unreasonable. Thinking of her illness, Marquis Xianping also knew that it was not easy for her to take this step. Thus, he stopped being unreasonable. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He straightened his stiff body and moved his almost numbed feet, walking step by step toward the entrance of the courtyard. The moment he crossed the threshold, a gust of cold wind blew and blew Princess Xinyang's cloak away. Marquis Xianping subconsciously glanced at her from the corner of his eye. In the end, he saw a bulging stomach. He was shocked, and his gaze landed on her stomach. Qin Fengwan. Princess Xinyang looked at her cloak and sucked in a breath of cold air. Marquis Xianping didn't leave. He narrowed his eyes and looked at her meaningfully. You're pregnant? What happened that time? It wasn't his fault that he didn't know. After their one-night stand, Princess Xinyang returned to live in this residence. At first, she went to Jadewater Alley to visit Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao. Later, the 2 went to the Yin Kingdom, so she stopped going to Jadewater Alley. He also moved back to Marquis Xianping's estate. She kept the news of her pregnancy a secret. He came to see her once during the war, but she refused to see him. Yujin said that the princess was in a bad mood because of Gue Shui. Gue Shui. Princess Xinyang didn't want to admit it and stubbornly turned her face away. She also didn't understand what kind of luck she had. She used him as an antidote twice and fell for it both times. Marquis Xianping glanced at her with a faint smile. That's true. It was the whole night. Princess Xinyang's face flushed red. How could he say such shameless words? She knew he would be so shameless, so she didn't want to tell him. You really put in a lot of effort to get pregnant with my child. If he dared to say that, she would throw him out. Fortunately, Marquis Xianping didn't draw too much blood this time. He looked at her deeply, a hint of danger flashing through his eyes. Qin Fengwan, if I didn't come back in time, were you going to give birth to this child behind my back? Princess Xinyang's eyes flickered, and she raised her chin seriously. I see that you're very strong right now. You don't need me to help you. After saying that, she pulled her hand back and ignored Marquis Xianping. She walked toward her own room, but she had just taken a step when a strong contraction came from her stomach. She bent down and held her stomach, crying out in pain. Marquis Xianping's expression changed. Qin Fengwan, what's wrong? Could it be that I stimulated the fetus? Princess Xinyang had given birth before, so she wasn't unfamiliar with this feeling. She raised her hand and tightly grabbed his arm. I think I'm going to give birth. Chapter 902. It didn't happen earlier or later, but it just had to happen now. This child really knew how to make it in time. Princess Xinyang silently cursed in her heart. The immense pain drowned her, to the point that she didn't even have time to worry about her illness. Marquis Xianping did not ask for a beating at this critical juncture. He looked at her pained expression and forced himself to stay alert. He did not want to collapse at this crucial moment. When the previous children were born, he had been at the military camp. He only rushed back the next day after receiving the news. This was the first time he had encountered a woman in labor. Truthfully speaking, he had just returned and arrived at his own funeral. He had also arrived at Xianyang's pregnancy. Fortunately, she was about to give birth. Even crossing the icy plains was not as exciting. He muttered, "What did you say?" Princess Xianyang's mind was a mess from the pain. She did not clearly hear what he said. "In nothing," he said. "How did a woman give birth?" "Where's Eugene?" he asked. "Not here. She went to take care of your funeral." "And Ahung?" "Not here either. She also went to take care of your funeral." Even some of the capable old grannies and maidservants had been sent out to purchase the items needed for the morning hall. Those that remained in the courtyard were all novices. Otherwise, they would not have run away in fear upon seeing Marquis Xianping's ghost. "All right, I'm fine." Princess Xianyang let out a long sigh. Marquis Xianping was stunned once more. "You're not giving birth?" Princess Xianyang glared at him. What did he mean by not giving birth? It was just that the contractions had passed. The contractions came in waves. It was not like the pain was constant. "I'm going back to my room." She let go of his arm and calmly said, "I don't need you to support me. I can walk on my own." "Oh." Marquis Xianping faintly withdrew his hand. Princess Xianyang looked at him and chuckled. "You seem to be very disappointed." Marquis Xianping. "When other people's wives give birth, they find someone to carry them in. At worst, they need to be supported in. My wife is giving birth, and I need to walk in on my own." Princess Xinyang snorted and walked towards the north wing of the rear wing. That was the delivery room that had been prepared beforehand. Just as she walked up the steps, she stopped moving. Marquis Xianping tilted his head and looked at her. Princess Xinyang gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. "Come here." Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows and asked, "What is it now? Didn't you want to leave by yourself? You don't need my help, do you?" Princess Xinyang could guess what he was thinking even with her toes. Her outburst must have made him angry. Unfortunately, there was nothing here that could help her. She stood stiffly on the steps, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. "My water broke," she said. The midwife repeatedly warned her not to move around after her water broke. She didn't know if all pregnant women were like this, or if it was because she was a princess that the midwife was extra careful. She didn't have that much experience, so she could only listen to the midwife. "I can't leave. Go to the backyard and get someone." Before she could finish her words, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her back and knees, lifting her up horizontally. She was caught off guard, and her head bumped into his sturdy chest. She froze slightly. The sky was filled with snow, and the night was long. Was this the feeling of being protected? "Qin Fengwan, you've gained weight." Princess Xinyang's face darkened. No, this was the feeling of wanting to beat him to death. The contractions came again, even more intense than before. Princess Xinyang was in so much pain that she grabbed the front of his clothes. Marquis Xianping gasped. Now, she knows how to pinch his flesh. "But Qin Fengwan, where are you pinching? Although I don't need to feed the child, isn't pinching here a bit too much?" Hiss, another pinch, and Marquis Xianping almost fell down from the pain. Princess Xinyang didn't know that she was pinching the wrong place. She was in so much pain. Her stomach hurt, her back hurt, and her waist hurt. She wasn't young anymore and wasn't as healthy as before. Marquis Xianping didn't know that there was a delivery room for women, so he carried her back to her room. Princess Xinyang gritted her teeth. "Not this room. It's the north wing of the rear wing." Marquis Xianping chuckled. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You just wanted me to." Princess Xinyang's hair stood on end, and she said fiercely, "Shut up." Marquis Xianping glanced at her stomach and obediently shut his mouth. After entering the delivery room, Marquis Xianping gently placed her on the bed. "I'll go get the doctor and midwife." Princess Xinyang grabbed the mattress under her and said, "The midwife and wet nurse live on this street. Go out and walk east. You'll see the house with the ginkgo tree at the door." When she was only 8 months pregnant, Eugen had already found the midwife and wet nurse. They were all people who knew her well. "Got it," Marquis Xianping answered. "You." Princess Xinyang looked at him covered in blood and hesitated. She wanted to ask someone else to come over, but she had arranged for all the capable servants to prepare for his funeral. The remaining 2 servants were also scared away by him. Marquis Xianping stared at her. She turned her face away and changed her words. Don't be careless and mess things up. It's not my first time being a father. Do you think I'm nervous? You're still careless, huh? After he finished speaking, he sneered mockingly and walked out with his hands and feet. Just as he stepped over the threshold, he tripped and fell flat on his face. Princess Xinyang. In the end, Marquis Xianping managed to get the midwife and wet nurse. After Granny Zhang and Shui regained their senses, they returned dejectedly. Some of them boiled water, some of them boiled ginseng soup, and some of them delivered the baby. Marquis Xuanping's physical strength was almost exhausted on the way here, and he used all his remaining strength to act cool in the snow. Princess Xinyang heard a heavy thud. It was the sound of him falling against the door due to his lack of physical strength. But later, he forced himself up and leaned against the wall as if nothing had happened. He thought that after seeing Qin Fengwan and his son, he could fall down. But now, a new little life was about to arrive. He stood in the cold snow, and goose feather-like snow silently fell on his shoulders. He heard Qin Fengwan's painful cries coming from the delivery room. She was a strong and proud woman. For her to cry like this, he didn't know how painful it must be. Princess Xinyang gave birth in the delivery room for an entire night. Marquis Xianping stood guard in the snow for an entire night. At 3 a.m, a baby's cry came from the delivery room, cutting through the silent sky and startling the silent, flying snow. Marquis Xianping, who was almost frozen to stone, walked up the stairs. When the baby was just born, the umbilical cord had to be cut, weighed, and swaddled before the baby could be carried out. Marquis Xianping didn't wait that long. He directly burst through the door and gave the midwife, who was weighing the baby, a big fright. Io, why did the Marquis come in? The delivery room was a filthy place. It wasn't a place a man should enter. She moved very quickly. After weighing the baby, she wrapped him up and carried him out from behind the screen. She didn't know about Marquis Xuanping's death and only felt that Marquis Xuanping's blood-soaked appearance was a little scary. But thinking that he was a general who had fought on the battlefield, she felt that it was nothing. Is the princess well? Marquis Xianping asked. The midwife was startled. She hadn't expected him to be concerned about an adult first. She smiled and said, Don't worry, Marquis. The delivery process was very smooth. The princess is just a little tired. Everything else is fine. As she spoke, she smiled and handed the baby to Marquis Xianping. Congratulations, Marquis. It's a daughter. A daughter? Marquis Xianping was stunned. He had too many sons. He had thought that this baby would also be a boy. Marquis Xianping suddenly didn't know what to do. He was even more nervous than the first time he saw Shang Wanqing. Crying so loudly. Is it a girl? The midwife smiled happily. Yes, the little girl's crying was really loud. After being a midwife for so many years, even a boy's voice wasn't as loud as hers. Marquis Xianping carefully took the baby wrapped in swaddling clothes. The crying baby stopped crying as soon as he was in his arms. He opened his eyes wide and quietly looked at him. Newborns didn't know how to see things, but the midwife inexplicably felt that the baby was looking at her father very seriously. She had delivered so many babies, but this was really the most beautiful one. Marquis Xianping looked at the baby in his arms, and endless emotions suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart. After fighting on the battlefield for so many years, even if he didn't fight, he would always inadvertently be tainted with a trace of murderous aura. He used his finger to touch the baby's little fist, and the baby squeezed it. His iron-blooded determination instantly melted into softness. It actually felt different from holding his son. He carried the baby around the screen and came to the bed. He looked at the sweaty and pale Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang also looked at him. She felt that she was too tired, so much so that she had an illusion. What she saw wasn't the unruly, murderous, and smiling tiger of Marquis Xianping. Instead, it was the young Xiao Ji who had lifted her veil with cleanliness and beauty on their wedding night. He held the baby in his arms, bent down, and whispered in her ear, Qin Fengwan, it's been hard on you. Chapter 903. At 3 in the morning, the sky was still dark. The capital of Zhao country was shrouded in the light of the snow. Xiao Hung spent the entire night preparing for his father's funeral. First, he went into the palace to inform his grandaunt, uncle, and auntie. He was pulled by his auntie and wept bitterly for a long time. After that, he went to Jade Water Alley to inform his father and Yao Shi of his father's death. Then there was the matter of setting up the mourning hall. Where to set up the mourning hall, and how to quickly gather the items needed for the mourning hall. Although he could not salvage his father's body, he still needed a coffin. In the end, he went to a coffin shop and carefully selected a high-quality coffin. Great sorrow engulfed him. He was physically and mentally exhausted. Dragging his numb steps, he slowly returned home like a puppet that had lost its soul. Aunt Eugene also went out, right? She also worked the entire night, right? After all, the funeral of the #1 Marquis of Zhao country was not a small matter. On the other side, the #1 Marquis of Zhao country held the little fellow. He waited until Princess Xinyang was helped back to her room by the servants. After the mother and daughter both slept peacefully, he finally walked out of the room. All of his energy had been used up. He really couldn't move a single step. The father and son met without warning. One stood in the corridor, the other in the courtyard, facing each other, looking at each other from a distance. The sky was dark. The white lantern under the corridor had not been removed in time. Marquis Xian Ping stood under his own white lantern. His body was covered in blood and his face was deathly pale. Xiao Hung looked at his father in a daze. It's not even the 7th day yet, and you've already recovered your soul? Marquis Xian Ping. Laozi is not dead. Marquis Xian Ping's eyes went black and he fell down, plopping into the snow. He finally fell down. It was unknown whether he fainted from exhaustion or from anger at his son. In the end, Xiao Hung knew that it was not his father's ghost. After all, ghosts were not so weak. After all, with his father's personality, even if he became a ghost, he would be a cool, handsome, domineering, and the most beautiful ghost. That way, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. As for why his father had appeared here, he had no clue for the time being. His mother had fallen asleep, and his brother had never woken up, so he didn't know. Nanny Zhang and the others didn't know the ins and outs of the matter. They only knew that the Marquis came back at night. Not long after he returned, the princess went into labor. Nanny Zhang added her own compliments and thoughts. Miss has been unwilling to come out all this time. It turns out that she is waiting for her father. Xiao Hung carried his father to his room and helped him change into his own clothes. Then he went to visit his elder brother, his mother, and his newborn little sister. To be honest, Xiao Hung was also greatly affected. In a short period of 1 day and 1 night, he'd experienced the pain of losing his brother, the joy of regaining what he'd lost, the pain of losing his father, and the joy of regaining what he'd lost again. His mood rose and fell greatly, and it almost caused him to collapse. More importantly, his mother was in labor, just as he was about to attend his father's funeral. In other words, the moment he returned, he had a father and a younger sister. Is there such a huge difference? He looked at the baby girl sleeping soundly in the swaddling clothes and held his head with both hands, suddenly doubting life. In the 12th lunar month at the border, the war between the 5 kingdoms against the state of Jin intensified. Even the state of Liang was forced to join in, because if they did not help to attack the state of Jin, the 4 kingdoms of Yin, Zhao, and Shun would attack them together. After losing Chu Feipeng, Liang lost its most powerful arm and had no choice but to cooperate with the 4 countries. As the hegemon of the 6 nations, Jin state had unshakable national strength and military strength. It was arrogant, domineering, and insufferably arrogant. Apart from roping in the state of Liang to be its pawn, it had also caused a lot of trouble to the other nations. To this day, it refused to acknowledge the status of the Turks and still referred to them as a small barbarian race. Little did it know that the Turks didn't care about status at all. They attacked Jin purely because they didn't like Jin and didn't have enough resources during the winter. So they took advantage of the situation. After losing Gong Sunyu, Jin was still able to resist for so long. It had to be said that they were indeed strong. However, no matter how strong they couldn't resist the military strength of the 6 countries. Ironically, when they attacked the hinterland of the Jin state, the vanguard was actually the army of the state of Liang. Seeing their former ally bearing his fangs at them, Jin's soldiers were so angry that their faces turned green. The Jin state, the Yin state, and the Liang state formed a triangle. Any alliance between the 2 states could cause a fatal blow to the other state. When choosing who to ally with, the Jin state had thought it through carefully. The reason why they chose the Liang nation was because the Jin nation disliked the Yin nation from the bottom of their hearts. As for the reason, it was because they were afraid of the Yin nation. They tried their best to suppress Yin, but in the end, the nightmare still happened. Jin tried to persuade Liang, saying that with the military strength of the 2 countries, they might be able to resist them. Liang was already scared by the Black Wind cavalry, so how could he dare to play tricks behind their backs? It was the 12th lunar month at the border. This was their first new year at the border. In the barracks, pigs and goats were slaughtered and dumplings were made. Shangguan Yin, Gu Jiao, and the soldiers spent New Year's Eve in the flames of war. We'll set off in 3 days. Outside the tent, Shangguan Yin drank some wine and was slightly drunk. Her cheeks were flushed as she stood in the cold wind. Her mind was very clear. When she said this, her eyes fell on the soldiers who were celebrating the new year around the bonfire. Gu Jiao came to her side, followed her gaze, and said, "Do you really want to go personally?" Shangguan Yan's eyes were cold as she said, "I want to take revenge for the blood feud of the Xianyuan family with my own hands. I must personally invade Shangjing and drag the Jin country's monarch down from his throne." Gong Sunyu killed many soldiers of the Xianyuan family because of his own selfishness and desire for war, but also because of the ambition of Jin's royal family. None of them were innocent. She wouldn't let any of them go. 3 days later, Chang Wei received the order to come back and defend Puqing. Gu Jiao exchanged positions with him. After that, Gu Jiao led the 30,000 Black Wind cavalry that had rested and reorganized. They rode on the Black Wind King, who had just recovered from his serious injuries, and rushed to the front line with Shangguan Yin to kill their way into Jin. It was worth mentioning that on New Year's Eve, there was a rebellion in Jin's imperial palace. The monarch's imperial army and King Liao's army fought, which undoubtedly made Jin's situation worse. After King Liao was defeated, he had the idea of destroying what he couldn't get. He opened all kinds of checkpoints along the way to make it easier for the troops of other countries to enter. At the end of February, the Black Wind Cavalry and Gu family's Iron Cavalry attacked Shangjing of Jin. Black Wind King broke through the imperial palace's gate and slaughtered a bloody path through the imperial army. Shangguan Yin held a long sword and chopped down with her saber, splashing the enemy's blood all over her body. She killed all the way to the throne room. Their movements were so fast that the ministers in the morning court had no time to evacuate. The gate was tightly shut. Outside the room, there were sounds of fighting, weapons clashing, and screams. If one listened carefully, most of them came from the Jin army in the imperial palace. Inside the hall, all the ministers and generals began to tremble. Even the monarch of Jin, who was sitting on the dragon throne, had a change of expression. With a loud bang, the gate of the throne room was kicked open. The huge door couldn't withstand the pressure and heavily hit the ground. The entire throne room shook 3 times. The ministers were in a state of panic. Shangguan Yin held a bloody long sword. The blood on the sword's edge dripped all the way. Her eyes were cold and determined to take revenge. She glanced at the ministers and generals. Those who surrender will not be killed. A palace expert flew from the monarch's side and suddenly attacked Shangguan Yin. In the blink of an eye, behind Shangguan Yin came a whistling sound. A red tasseled spear with a cold glint flashed through the air. The spear pierced the heart of the palace's expert, sending him flying to the steps below the monarch's feet. Gu Jiao walked over step by step. Her eyes didn't have too much coldness and hostility. On the contrary, she was very calm, as if the person who attacked just now wasn't her. But in the flames of war, emotions were not terrible. Calmness was what was really frightening. Another person rushed up. This time, he attacked Shanghuan Yin from the back. Gu Jiao turned around and kicked the man down the high steps. Those who touched the crown princess died. Outside the hall, more and more experts rushed up. However, before they could get close, they were blocked by 4 figures from the sky. On the left was Gu Changqing and the old marquis. On the right was Liaochen and Qingfeng. Tang Yueshan and Wang Su, who had retreated from Chishui Pass, also arrived. The two of them led hundreds of archers and surrounded the throne room so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. At the end of February, the monarch of Jin State died and was succeeded by concubine Lu's 7th prince. The new monarch submitted a letter of surrender to the Great Yin. He also gave 2 mineral veins, 5 cities, 100,000 taels of gold, and 20 beauties to show his sincerity. The beauties were all men. They were mainly used to please Shanghuan Yin and fill her harem. Of course, the other countries couldn't return empty-handed. They didn't get as many benefits as the Yin state. After all, the main force of the war against the Jin state was the Yin army. In addition, the Zhao state also contributed a lot and got a lot of things. After this war, the Jin state was almost emptied and couldn't recover its blood for decades. In the spring of March, the army returned to the capital. The Yin state won a beautiful victory. The people along the way welcomed them and shouted, "Long live the crown princess! Black Wind Cavalry and Xianyuan army, follow me to the capital." After returning to the Yin state, Shanghuan Yin ordered in the tent. The Xianyuan army referred to the Shadow Division in Liaochen's hands. Although Wang Su and Wang Man didn't know why the crown princess wanted to go first, they didn't dare to disobey the crown princess's order. What's more, Black Wind Cavalry and Xianyuan army were mostly cavalry. It seemed reasonable to go back to the capital first. Shanghuan Yin didn't go back to report. "Uncle!" Outside the tent, Shanghuan Yin looked at Xianyuan Qi, who was holding the 3-foot Qingfeng sword. "I'm ready." Xianyuan Qi looked at his little niece with relief. He touched her head as an uncle and then knelt down on one knee as a subject. The 3-foot Qingfeng sword was heavily inserted into the ground. This humble subject swears to follow the crown princess. On a big tree outside the camp, Liaochen's slender fingers grabbed the wine bag. He raised his head and took a sip lazily. He smiled and said, "You don't have to go. Go back to Xingdu with General Wang." Under the big tree, Daoist Qingfeng looked at him seriously. "You want to leave me?" Chapter 904. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Liaochen looked at him playfully. "What do you mean this poor monk will leave you behind? You and I are not the same kind of people. Could it be that after being with this poor monk for so many days, you gradually have feelings for this poor monk?" Daoist Qingfeng glanced at him faintly. "I'm afraid that if you run away, I won't know where to find you if I want to kill you in the future." Liaochen hooked up her bright red lips, and her charming peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed. She landed under the tree and said with a smile, "I'll wait for you in Chengdu. It's a deal." In April, the Black Wind Cavalry and the Dark Shadow Army surrounded the Great Yin Imperial Palace. In the monarch's bedroom, the fake monarch, Gu Chengfeng, completed the task with glory. The real monarch was lying on the bright yellow dragon bed. His stroke was much better and he could get out of bed. When he heard that the crown princess and Xianyuan army had returned victorious, he was very happy and planned to go out of the palace to welcome them personally. Unexpectedly, the crown princess and Xianyuan Qi came to his bedroom early. Although the battle report from the front line had mentioned that Xianyuan Qi came back alive, the monarch still couldn't believe it when he saw it with his own eyes. Xianyuan Qi didn't greet him as a monarch, nor did he exchange greetings with him. He just stood beside Shanghuan Yin with a cold face. "It's solved," Xianyuan Qi said to Shanghuan Yin. The monarch frowned. "Solved what?" He shouldn't have come, he yelled. No expert came over. The monarch finally understood what Xian Yuanqi had solved. He frowned and looked at Shang Yin. What are you going to do? Shang Yin clapped her hands, and a little eunuch came forward with a tray. On the tray were a writing brush, an inkstone, and a blank imperial edict. The monarch had an ominous premonition in his heart. Shang Yin, are you going to usurp the throne? Shang Yin's father-daughter relationship had been exhausted during the years in the imperial mausoleum. She looked at the father she used to admire, and there was no longer a trace of emotion in her heart. Imperial father, what are you talking about? I am a crown princess that you personally conferred. After you die, the throne will be mine. How can I usurp the throne? Father, you are already old, and you haven't recovered from your stroke, so you feel that you are powerless to govern the court. For the sake of great Yan's rivers and mountains, you have decided to make me the emperor, and you will be an idle, retired emperor in this palace. The king trembled with anger. How dare you? I am your father. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens for threatening me like this? Shang Yan's face sank. Imperial mother died. The Xianyuan clan was exterminated. I was publicly whipped in the throne room, and my martial arts were crippled. Even my two sons experienced life and death situations several times. I have already suffered the wrath of the heavens. What am I afraid of? This was the first time that Shang Yin was so angry in front of the monarch. More than 10 years ago, when the Xianyuan clan was annihilated, she was still young and inexperienced. Now, the monarch really realized that his daughter had grown up. She had become so unfamiliar, not at all like the person in his memory. I loved you so much in vain. I really loved you. Among so many imperial heirs, he loved her the most. Shang Yin's mood calmed down little by little. She no longer quarreled with him, but very coldly said, "The person you love the most is yourself. Rest assured and be the retired emperor. The rivers and mountains of great Yin have nothing to do with you." The monarch coldly said, "What if I don't make a decree?" Shang Yin sneered. "If you die, I will inherit the throne, and it will be a matter of course." The monarch suddenly froze. From the beginning, you have planned all this, haven't you? You said that you are willing to restore the identity of the crown princess, and as the crown princess, you will go to war on behalf of me, just for this day, right? Yes. Shang Yin admitted without hesitation. The monarch clenched his fists. "I didn't say that I won't give you the throne. Why are you so anxious?" Shang Yin excitedly said, "Do I have to hold everyone's life and death in your hands? Who is the one who established me and crippled me? As long as you are on the throne, the Xianyuan family will not be able to be rehabilitated. My son will not be able to openly walk in front of others. Qing, it was like this. Aheng is also like this." The monarch opened his mouth. Shang Yin sarcastically said, "Have you thought about repenting? I don't believe it. Yin come to Father Emperor." Father Emperor. The 3-year-old crown princess hopped and jumped over to him. "Did you go climb a tree again? Why are you so dirty?" There was a small bird. It fell from its nest, so I wanted to put it back up. Yenner really is a kind-hearted child. I am. The crown princess nodded seriously. "Father Emperor, you are injured. Does your finger hurt a lot?" "Yeah, we'll blow on it for you." Huff, huff, huff. The little girl who was reluctant to hurt a small bird, the little girl who would be nervous for a long time when his finger was injured at some unknown time, had a vicious heart that wanted to kill the monarch and kill her father. The monarch stared blankly at the departing Shang Yin, not daring to believe that this was his daughter. Shang Yin stopped in front of the threshold and slightly turned her head. Looking at the shiny floor, she calmly said, "It was you who lost me." After Gu Jiao returned to Chengdu, she hid her achievements and reputation and gave the job of receiving the support of the people to Luchun. She herself returned to the Duke's manor. Seeing her, Manager Zheng was moved to tears. "Young master, young man, you finally came back." Gu Jiao dismounted and handed him the red-tasseled spear. Manager Zheng was immediately pressed to the ground. Young master, the spear is a bit heavy. Where is my adoptive father? Gu Jiao asked. Manager Zheng waved his hand to the servants, and 2 servants came forward. Working together, they carried the red tasseled spear away. Only then did he stand up and say to Gu Jiao, "The Duke went to the Imperial Tutors Hall. After successfully sending his great-aunt and others into the Zhao country, and Guogong returned home with Wang Su. He stayed in Chengdu, while Wang Su went to the border." "Oh," Gu Jiao nodded. "Just in time, I'm also going to the Imperial Tutors Hall." In the purple bamboo forest, and Guogong was sitting in a wheelchair, playing chess with the Imperial Tutor. He was helping to sweep the fallen petals in the yard. When he saw Gu Jiao, his eyes lit up. "Lulang, you're back." "Yuhi." Gu Jiao greeted him. Yuhi looked behind her. "Huh? Why don't I see my eldest brother? Didn't he also go to the border? Didn't he come back with you?" Gu Jiao had received a letter from the Zhao country. The letter talked about the recent situation in Bai, Shui Alley, and Zhuke Street, and also about Marquis Xianping's experience on the island. She hesitated for a moment and didn't tell Yuhi about Yi Qing's poisoning. She only said, "Your eldest brother is a guest on the Dark Night Island." "That's right, it's so strange. The Dark Night Island is frozen until February at most. It's already April. Why hasn't Yi Qing come back yet? Could it be that he's too handsome and was left on the island to be the husband of the fortress? The Dark Night Island of the Dark Knight sect? My brother went there." Yuhi was shocked. Gu Jiao smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and went to the corridor. She opened the curtain and entered the room. The 2 people in the room had already heard her voice and were waiting for her to come. She left in August, and now it's already April. They haven't seen each other for more than half a year, and she has changed a lot. She's a little taller, and her facial features have grown a lot. She fought all day, was exposed to the sun and rain, and was tempered by the wind and sand. Her originally white skin turned into a light wheat color, which made her more heroic. At the border, many girls secretly admired the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. "Father, Imperial Tutor," she happily greeted the 2 of them, and Guogong looked at her and couldn't move his eyes away. Even if she came back safely, but thinking of what she went through at the border, he couldn't help but feel distressed. "Come here, let me take a look." And Guogong waved at Gu Jiao. "Huh?" Gu Jiao was slightly surprised, and Guogong smiled. "I'm recovering very well. I can talk, and I can also lift my arms." He said it casually, but in order to give her a surprise, he almost desperately tried to recover for the past 8 months. The process was painful and torturous, but compared to her hard work, his was not worth mentioning. Gu Jiao came to his side, squatted down, and looked up at him. "You look good." Then she checked his pulse and the strength of his muscles. "Wow, this is very surprising. It was much more powerful than expected. Soon, you might be able to walk again. You worked very hard. I praise you." She said it very seriously, but in Guogong's eyes, it was like a child saying adult words seriously. And Guogong was very happy. He rubbed the top of her head and asked, "Are you hurt?" "No." Gu Jiao shook her head decisively. And Guogong said helplessly, "You are just like your mother, always reporting the good news and not the bad." "Huh? Her mother?" And Guogong smiled. "Ah, I mean your foster mother." "Oh." She almost thought that he knew that she used to be Jing Yinin. The state preceptor cleared his throat to emphasize his presence. Gu Jiao looked at the Imperial Tutor carefully. "Huh? Imperial Tutor, had you been overworked recently? You look." He had aged quite a bit. The misunderstanding between Guogong and the Imperial Tutor had been resolved, so he came to the Imperial Tutor's hall when he had nothing to do. He also found that the Imperial Tutor had been aging quickly recently, and half of his white hair had turned white. Alas, already looked old, but now he looked even older. Gu Jiao sighed exaggeratedly. "It's my fault, my fault. I shouldn't have left all the responsibilities to you when I left." The Imperial Tutor glanced at her. "It's not like you to admit your mistakes so quickly." "Gu Jiao, I'm in a good mood." The Imperial Tutor, "Get to the point." Gu Jiao looked at her fingers and rolled her eyes. I heard that Jean offered a batch of high-quality weapons and sent it to the Imperial Tutor's hall. Sure enough, father is the biological child, and I was picked up. The imperial tutor muttered in a low voice and said lightly, "It hasn't arrived yet. It's on the way. When it arrives, I'll pick one for you as your wedding gift." And Guogong's face instantly darkened. "You're touching a sore spot." Marquis Xianping's operation was too flashy. Just last month, the envoy of Zhao country arrived and sent a betrothal gift to the young Marquis of Zhaodu to marry the young master of the Guogong family. Did foster father agree? Gu Jiao blinked and looked at him. Her face said, "Agreed, agreed, agreed." And Guogong refused to answer this question. At first, he did not want to agree, but Marquis Xianping's second flashy operation came. He directly had the envoy bring a basket full of portraits of his precious daughter. From birth to 3 months old, she was eating fingers, scratching feet, and drooling. She was extremely cute. The envoy smiled and said, "The Marquis had this lowly official bring a message to you. If the 2 young masters get married, they can also give birth to a chubby girl for you." He seriously suspected that Marquis Xianping sending someone to send a betrothal gift was fake and that showing off his daughter was real. How hateful! He had been lusted after by that person who had appeared on the beauty rankings of the 6 countries. Thus he decided to have Zhao Zhao and Ahing get married as soon as possible. He wanted to hold his obedient granddaughter. Chapter 905. Zhao country experienced a cold winter that was hard to come by in 10 years. Many regions suffered from snow disasters. Fortunately, the imperial court responded promptly. While transferring disaster relief funds from the national treasury, they also contacted the surrounding regions to send supplies to the cities that suffered severe disasters. As the imperial envoy for disaster relief, Grand Secretary Yuan brought along several cabinet members to accompany him. Xiao Hong was also among them. Because he went to disaster relief, he didn't know that his father had sent an envoy to Yin country to propose marriage, especially to the young master of the duke's household. He also didn't know that his father was showing off to Yin country. He did receive quite a few letters from the Marquis's household. "This one is mine. This one is for you, Grand Secretary Yuan." In the study of the county yamen, Xiao Hong handed the letter in his hand to Grand Secretary Yuan. "My father's letter." Grand Secretary Yuan already knew that he was actually Zhao Du's young marquis. When Grand Secretary Yuan heard that it was from Marquis Xianping, he thought that something important had happened in the imperial court. He quickly took the letter and opened it with a serious expression. In the end, he saw a line of flamboyant words: "My daughter-in-law's older brother's future father-in-law." This marquis's daughter is 1 month old. Grand Secretary Yuan is very knowledgeable. Please give her a nice name. Attached is a portrait of this marquis's daughter. Grand Secretary Yuan, Xiao Hong didn't mean to peek. It was just that his father's handwriting was bigger than a wicker basket. It was hard not to see it. As expected, a small portrait of his sister was attached. He couldn't remember how many name-seeking letters his father had sent out. His great-uncle had also received one. Also, hadn't his sister's name been decided long ago? Showing off his daughter in the name of giving her a name was really too much. If he had a daughter in the future, she definitely wouldn't be like his father. Vermilion Bird Avenue. After the beginning of spring, the weather in the capital was good. Shang Wanqing was in a horse stance in the courtyard. 3 feet of ice wasn't formed in a day. He had been poisoned for 20 years. Even with the purple herb fruit, he couldn't completely recover in a day. He needed to recuperate for several months. Other than taking the purple grass fruit every day, he also had to drink the Chinese medicine prescribed by the imperial physician. In addition, the imperial physician also told him to exercise more to help his body recover. Marquis Xianping would come here every day to exercise his muscles and bones. At first, he could only take light walks, but gradually, he was able to get into a horse stance. The father and son recuperated together, and their recovery was not bad. Get into the horse stance first. In the courtyard, after Marquis Xianping adjusted his son's movements, he said seriously, "Today's weather is pretty good. I'll bring your little sister out to bask in the sun." Shang Wanqing curled his lips and said, "Practicing the horse stance with me is just a pretense. Your real purpose is to hug your sister, isn't it?" His younger sister was 3 months old. Her name was Xiao Yi. It was said that his mother had given her a name when she was pregnant with her first child. The name sounded obedient, but in reality, she was quite obedient. It was just that she didn't drink the wet nurse's milk and had to be fed by the princess herself. When he was young, his mother seemed to have personally fed him. Back to his younger sister. In addition to tormenting her mother, her younger sister's other problem was that she cried too loudly, the kind that shocked the heavens and made ghosts and gods weep. It was nothing during the day, but at night, it was so noisy that the whole street couldn't sleep. No one could pacify her, except for his father. His father came to see him every afternoon, had dinner with him, and coaxed his younger sister to sleep at night before leaving. As his younger sister grew older and slept later and later, his father also left later and later. Princess Xinyang went out. Inside the room, Eugene was watching over little Xiao Yi, who was sleeping soundly. Little Xiao Yi was prettier than other newborns when she was born. After the first month of confinement, she became much chubbier and more delicate and adorable. Marquis. Eugene bowed to Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping nodded and responded. He came to the cradle and looked at the sleeping little fellow inside. The corners of his lips unconsciously curled up slightly. Eugene glanced at him discreetly and thought, Marquis is different from before. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows. She looks so good. She must have taken after me. Eugene's face darkened. She took back her words. The Marquis was still the Marquis. Not long after, the sound of horse hooves came from outside the door. Princess Xinyang's carriage had returned. She had just gone to the imperial palace to discuss the marriage between Xiao Hong and Gu Jiao with Empress Dowager Zhuang and Empress Xiao. Regarding the matter of the wedding, the two women of high status did not have any objections. In fact, they were in full agreement. In Empress Dowager Zhuang's heart, Hong, that stinky brat, owed her Jiao Jiao a grand wedding. Princess Xinyang also thought so. Back when they were in the countryside, the two did not officially get married. Her son was unconscious and became someone else's husband when he opened his eyes. There was no ceremony, and there was no consummation. What sort of marriage was this? In addition, he had used someone else's identity at that time. Now that he had recovered his identity as Xiao Hong, the marriage between Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao's mother could no longer be counted. Of course, she also had her own selfish motives. She wanted to witness her son's wedding. The letter of engagement had already been sent to by Shui Alley. Today, her main goal was to finalize the details of the betrothal gifts and the date of the wedding with Empress Dowager Zhuang and Empress Xiao. Princess, you've returned. Eugene welcomed her with a smile. Raising her hand, she helped her hang up her cloak. Did the discussion go smoothly? It went quite smoothly. Princess Xinyang said, Master Marquis has come. Eugene quietly said. Princess Xinyang turned her head to look. Sure enough, she saw a certain person sitting in front of the cradle, foolishly looking at the little guy in the cradle with a silly smile. The sunlight shone through the window lattice and fell on his mature and handsome face. His eyes seemed to be filled with starlight. She turned her face away and faintly muttered, Why did he come again? Eugene smiled and said, Then, should this servant chase Master Marquis out? Princess Xinyang choked and glared at her. If you chase him out, when the little one cries, will you coax him? Eugene covered her face and could not help but laugh. Huh. Princess Xinyang sighed. Eugene keenly sensed that something was off with Princess Xinyang and asked, What is it, Princess? Did something happen? Princess Xinyang frowned and asked strangely, When I came out of the harem, I happened to run into the court. They came to me one by one to give ye a name. Did I ask them for a name? Why are there suddenly so many people eager to give her a name? Marquis Xianping shook the cradle as if nothing had happened, his face calm. On the other side, Shang Wanyin left a blank imperial edict for the monarch to abdicate. The monarch's heart was burning with anger, so naturally, he was unwilling to give in easily. The experts around him were dealt with by Xianyuan Qi, but he still had a large number of imperial guards and soldiers from the rearguard commandery. He pretended to write the imperial edict and took the opportunity to press the mechanism beside the desk. He fell into the secret passage. At the same time, a firework signal rose into the sky from the roof. The imperial guards and soldiers from the rearguard commandery quickly rushed to the harem. Xianyuan Qi was already prepared. He cooperated with his son from the inside and outside, opening the palace gates. 30,000 Black Wind cavalry and 20,000 Shadow Tribe soldiers killed their way into the palace. They were soldiers who had just returned from the battlefield bathed in blood. Their bodies were full of the aura of golden spears and armored horses. This was something that the pampered army in the imperial city could not match. If Wang Man and Wang Su's forces were here, they might be able to turn the tables. But they were deliberately left behind by Shangguan Yan on the road. The imperial guards were gradually declining. The monarch pressed the second mechanism in the secret passage, and another firework signal flew into the sky. This was to contact Yin Shanjun in the outer city. Yin Shanjun was not as ignorant of worldly affairs as the world thought. He had a secret army of the royal family in his hands, which was the monarch's last line of defense. However, before he could make a move, a long sword came from behind him and lightly rested on his neck. "I don't want to hurt you," Gu Changqing said. Yin Shanjun coldly said, "Do you think it's useful to threaten this monarch?" Gu Changqing lightly said, "I know you are not afraid of death. So, do you not care about the life and death of your daughter?" Yin Shanjuan's pupil shrank. "What do you mean?" Gu Changqing tilted the sword head, like a silent gesture. Then a secret guard of the Gu family came in from the door with the sleeping young princess. Yin Shanjuan's face changed. "Light Shui, you are despicable. You won't even let a child go. Do the crown princess and Miss Gu know you are doing this?" He and Gu Qingfeng stayed in the imperial city together. He already knew Gu Jiao's identity from Gu Qingfeng. He also knew that the person holding him hostage was Gu Jiao's elder brother. Gu Changqing's expression did not change in the slightest. "They don't need to know. Choose, your daughter or your brother." Yin Shanjun gritted his teeth. Gu Changqing coldly said, "Don't think that I will be soft-hearted. You and I are the same. In this world, we all have people we want to protect, and we will do anything for them. Even if we go to hell after death, we will not hesitate." Yin Shanjun painfully closed his eyes. Gu Changqing was right. In this world, there was someone he wanted to protect. For her, he could do anything, even if it meant betraying his most trusted brother. Yin Shanjun handed over the commander's seal. After leaving Yin Shanjuan's residence, the secret guard of the Gu family tore off the human skin mask on his face and said with a smile, "Big brother, you acted too well just now. Even I almost believed you. I was afraid that if Yin Shanjun didn't agree, you would really kill the young princess." Gu Changqing sternly said, "I wasn't acting." Gu Qingfeng was stunned. Gu Changqing glanced at him and laughed. "Idiot." Chapter 906. Gu Changqing won't kill the little princess because Yin Shanjun won't refuse. Yin Shanjun didn't want to send troops, but he couldn't get over the psychological hurdle. He used the little princess to threaten him, giving him a way to deceive himself and others. 16 years ago, the palace coup started by the Xianyuan army was repeated this time. The difference was this time, the Xianyuan army won. Under the service of the eunuch and the eunuch, the monarch drafted an imperial edict to abdicate and confer a new monarch with a dark face. Great Yan's first empress was born, and her reign was named Yong'an. After Yong, an emperor succeeded the throne. The first thing he did was to rehabilitate the Xianyuan family. Xianyuan family was framed for more than 30 crimes, and the evidence had already been gathered. However, Xianyuan family's rebellion was true. As a subject, this was absolutely wrong. But the people's hearts were not always rational. When Shangguan Yin announced the prophecy of the state preceptor hall, the secret collusion between Jin and Liang, and the persecution of the retired emperor, The common people cursed the retired emperor for getting rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. On one hand, he relied on the Xianyuan family to stabilize the country, and on the other hand, he colluded with Jin and Liang to harm the loyal people. Who could bear this? In the skill of tearing off the royal family's fig leaf, Shangguan Yin could be said to have perfectly inherited the retired emperor, and even surpassed him. There was nothing she didn't dare to announce, only things people didn't dare to do. Everyone also really saw the means and courage of this empress. The second thing she did after succeeding the throne was to let the retired emperor write an imperial edict to count his own mistakes and reflect on it with deep regret. Of course, the retired emperor refused to write it, but was it important whether he was willing or not? Shangguan Yin had 100 ways to get this edict. The third thing she did was to execute the dethroned crown prince for the crime of harming the former crown princess and the emperor's grandson. When the dethroned crown prince was issued the edict, he shouted that the emperor's grandson was fake and that people shouldn't believe her. She mixed up the royal family's bloodline. She was a sinner of the royal family. Unfortunately, his words could never be passed out of the mansion. Shangguan Yin restored Xianyuan Li's status as the Grand Marshal and conferred him the title of Zhenwang. She originally wanted to confer Xianyuan Qi the title of king as well, but Xianyuan Qi refused. 2 kings in one family. It's not good for the reputation of the crown princess to have too many sacred favorites. The Xianyuan family has conquered half of the Yin kingdom. What's wrong with one family having 2 kings? I still want to make Zheng a marquis. Absolutely not. Xianyuan Qi sternly refused. But listen to uncle. Xianyuan Qi said sternly. Shangguan Yin felt wronged. Oh, but Shangguan Yin still wants to compensate her second uncle and Zheng. They have been shadows for many years. The hardships they have put in are far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, especially those years when her uncle was in Ghost Mountain. Every time she thinks about it, her heart will ache. She conferred Xianyuan Qi the title of Marquis of Ding and Xianyuan Zheng the title of Marquis of Ding. Xianyuan Qi inherited Xianyuan Li's position as Grand Marshal, while Xianyuan Zheng became the new Grand General of the Xianyuan family. At the same time, he was also the 3rd Lord of Shadows. Xianyuan Cheng, who had passed away, was also restored to the position of Huwei General. While staying in Chengdu for a few months, and Guogong was not idle. He asked the state preceptor to find a place with good feng shui and move the bodies of the Xianyuan family's men and women to the new cemetery. He took Gu Jiao there. Gu Jiao personally engraved everyone's name on the stone tablet. The moon was bright and the stars were few. The quiet street was deserted. 2 carriages drove into the deserted long street. Gu Jiao rode the Black Wind King, and Xianyuan Qi and Liao Chun, who were also riding horses, followed on both sides. The group came to the mansion that had long been decayed. Shangguan Yin and Guogong got off the carriage one by one. Gu Jiao and Xianyuan Qi also dismounted. Gu Jiao came behind Guogong and pushed his wheelchair. Shangguan Yin sternly said, "Come, tear off the seal on the door and cut off the chain." "Yes, Your Majesty." The accompanying experts stepped forward and followed the order to remove the seal and iron chain. The door that had been sealed for many years was finally opened. The heavy sound echoed in everyone's heart. It was obviously just a moment, but it felt like a century had passed. The mansion was still the same as before, but the people had changed. No one could see the people who used to live in it. The barren weeds were simply cleaned up by Liao Chun, but it was still difficult to hide the desolation. Xianyuan Qi walked up the steps with heavy steps and looked at the quiet and dilapidated courtyard. His eyes suddenly turned red. "Big brother, I'm back." Liao Chun had already quietly come to the mansion. He had already felt sad. However, at this moment, when he returned with his father, he found that the sadness was nothing at all. At this moment, he truly experienced the sorrow of having his family destroyed. It was the sorrow from his father. Shangguan Yan's eyes flashed with tears. She sniffed and said to Gu Jiao and Guogong, "Let's go in." The servants laid wooden planks on the steps, and Gu Jiao pushed the wheelchair up. The Black Wind King also followed in. The last time he played in this courtyard, he was just a carefree foal. Now he had grown old. Shangguan Yin introduced to Gu Jiao. This is the martial arts field. In the past, my two uncles often competed here. My cousins also practiced martial arts here. Over there is first uncle's courtyard, and to the east is second uncle's courtyard. Behind the pavilion is first cousin's courtyard, and to the north is second cousin's, third cousin's, fourth cousin's, and fifth cousin's courtyard. She introduced in detail. Gu Jiao listened carefully. She felt familiar with this mansion. She heard from Guogong that when Jing Yining was a child, her grandfather often stole her away. Xin Yuanzi often woke up and found that her daughter was gone. Then she went back to her mother's house with a dark face to ask for her daughter. Do you want to go to sixth cousin's courtyard? Shangguan Yin asked. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. A group of people went to Xian Yuan's courtyard together. Looking at the courtyard full of weeds, Shangguan Yin smiled bitterly. Sixth cousin always said that he was the most useless, but he didn't know that he was the only one who escaped from the clutches of so many people. He left the last trace of first uncle's bloodline. He did a great thing. By the way, how did Xian Yuan's son escape? Gu Jiao asked Liaochen. The two didn't talk about Xian Yuan's son in detail. Liaochen said it was Han Xiai. At that time, all the men of the Xian Yuan family went to war. Sixth cousin stayed in Chengdu because of his poor health. The Han family came to kill him. Han Xiai pretended to kill him and sent him out of Chengdu without telling the Han family. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. No wonder you let Han Xiai go. Liaochen said, Sixth cousin owed him his life, so I returned it to him. I don't want sixth cousin to owe him anything. Then what happened? Gu Jiao asked. Liaochen recalled the past and couldn't help but be a little melancholy. I once secretly returned to the Yin kingdom. First, I wanted to inquire about my father. Second, I also wanted to go back to the Xian Yuan family. I also went to the Vanguard camp and saw the newborn Ayu. However, no one found me at that time, except for sixth cousin. I told sixth cousin my identity and gave him a token of the Shadow Division. After sixth cousin escaped from the Han family, he contacted the masters of the Shadow Division near Chengdu. They escorted him all the way to the Zhao country. He lived near my temple. A few years later, he met a woman and married her. Unfortunately, his body was too weak, and he carried the blood feud of the Xian Yuan family. His condition deteriorated. Not long after Jing Kong was born, he died. Not long after, I found the infant Jing Kong at the gate of the temple. I knew it was sixth cousin's child. I had a bad feeling and hurried to find sixth cousin, but she was gone. I looked for her for a long time, but couldn't find her. Later, I found her shoes by the riverbank. I think she must have jumped into the lake to commit suicide. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They felt sad for Xian Yuan's son and his wife. And the poor child. Xian Yuanqi said, I want to go to the Zhao country and see sixth cousin's child. Gu Jiao looked at Liaochen and said, when I guessed that you and Jing Kong were related to the Xian Yuan family, I suspected that he was your son. Later, I went back to the master's hall and looked at the portrait of Xian Yuan Sunday. I found that the two of them were more alike. Liaochen said mockingly, I'm a monk. How could he have broken his sexual abstinence? Gu Jiao nodded and said, yes, a monk who has broken his abstinence from killing, drinking, and meat. Was he still far from breaking his sexual abstinence? Liaochen, Xian Yuanqi looked at his son. After a few months of training at the border, he was already able to communicate well with others. He said earnestly, Zheng you're not young anymore. In the past, you carried the blood feud of the Xian Yuan family, and your life and death were unknown, so you couldn't start a family. Now that everything has been settled, you should consider your marriage. Do you have a girl in mind? If you do, I'll propose marriage for you. Father doesn't care about her family background. As long as she's from a decent family, pure, kind-hearted, and good-looking, it's fine. Liaochen put his hand to his forehead. How did this topic get sidetracked? Weren't they talking about sixth cousin and Jing Kong's background? Why are they urging me to get married? Isn't it better to be a monk? Liaochen sighed and said, Father, I don't have a girl in mind, and I don't plan to get married. Jing Kong is enough for the Xinyuan family. I'll leave the inheritance to that boy. I just want to be free and unfettered. Besides, I'm already so old. People around my age already have children. If I marry an unmarried girl, it'll be like raising a daughter. You still have such high expectations. Xinyuan Qi had been away from the world for too long. He didn't know the average standard of men in Shang City. He thought about his son's situation and felt that what his son said made sense. He gritted his teeth and lowered his standards. Then, as long as it's a person, Liaochen, that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.